Hello there and welcome to the 2018-2019 Asian Le Mans Series finale. The series has travelled all the way from Shanghai, Fuji, Buriram and finally made its way here to Sepang, Malaysia. My name is Nadia Nash and great to have you here. Now to make things more interesting here at the final round, we have got new arrivals or a new entry from the LMP3 class and some returning teams for the LMP2 classes, and also we see familiar and new faces for the drivers. So get ready, it's going to be fantastic and exciting, of course. Now all the championships and of course those 24-hour Le Mans Invitation are still up for grabs for all classes. LMP2, LMP2M, LMP3 and GT classes is going to be interesting. So we are going to get ready for a gripping 4 hours here, but I'm not going to be alone, of course. The grid is set and we're going to be talking to Graham Goodwin and Jeevan Selvanathan. Guys, usually in the final round we can expect some surprises, right? What do you think is going to be this time?
Thanks, Nadia. Yes, we can definitely say that there's going to be some surprises. Nobody, Graham Goodwin, of course, sitting with me, Jeevan Selvanathan in the commentary box. Nobody likes a championship that is finished too early.
Well, it certainly isn't finished here. 22 cars, as Nadia was saying, on the grid there. 11 of those cars have a mathematical chance of taking away a championship win and a Le Mans place from this race. Four of those will be successful. So we'll wait and see how things come out. Endurance racing has a fine history of providing the truly unexpected. The variables in it with traffic and with the depth of the teams encourages that, but never more so than this race. The last 2 years, real shockers for teams that came in dominant championship positions 2 years ago, with Jackie Chan DC Racing losing that championship at the second turn. Yep. Last year, KCMG losing the LMP3 race in the last 10 minutes. It can happen again here. It might happen again here. It probably will happen again here.
It's kind of been set up to happen here today because all of the results that have turned up from the previous 3 rounds, both LMP2, LMP2AM, LMP3 and GT, have all just kind of collided together on this day. And while Graham did say there was a mathematical chance for a lot of them, there's a very good chance for a few teams who have done everything they should do in those previous 3 races to stack up a decent enough points to make a challenge for those all-important 4 invites to the 2019 Le Mans.
But remember as well, there's another 11 cars here, another 11 teams here who are going to be looking to score good results this season. If they're not in championship contention, they're the ones that would be looking to get their result for the season to set them up for whatever happens next in Asia or in Europe, for whatever comes next in their campaigns. 22 hungry squads of drivers in 22 excellent cars in 4 different classes. It's going to be a cracker, and it is baking hot out there.
I tell you one thing, he said earlier it might be war today. That was the exact words that he used, war. Now, talking about these 4 invites to Le Mans, well, I think we have to build up a little bit exactly how significant that is. 60 invites to that famous race, probably the most famous motorsport race in the world. 42 of them already given out. 18 left, 4 of course here, and the other 14 are all waiting to find out what's going on.
Absolutely. It's going to be, this is going to be the thing that sets it up. There's never been an Asian Le Mans Series race that's been more anticipated by the rest of the endurance racing world. What we can do, though, now is talk to the man down with Nadia at the moment, Cyril Teshvalan, who's responsible for putting these 22 cars on the grid today.
Yes, exactly. The man who is responsible for everything that's been happening. And it has been a great season. We're at the final round. We want to hear from you. What a season it has been.
It's been a great season, I think, Nadia. But it's not finished yet. We still have 4 hours to go, and there is a lot of things at stake today. 4 invites for Le Mans. It's probably one of the most important Asian Le Mans race ever, given the number of applications the ACU have received for the 2019 edition of the Le Mans 24 race. So obviously, I wish everyone a fantastic race, but it's a very important one. So let's see what's going on within the next 4 hours. And after the checkered flag, we will all be 100% dedicated, committed to prepare the 2019-2020 season, which is going to be even better, I guess, with the move to Australia for the first time, the night race in Sepang, and more European teams and Asian teams to join the series. So it's looking promising, but let's focus on the race for today first. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you so much, Cyril. The man has a lot on his mind right now. And yes, it's been a great season. Looking forward to the next one. Let's focus on 4 hours of Sepang. Correct, boys?
Nadia, great to hear from Cyril Tashwan, the managing director of the Asian Le Mans Series. A man with a plan, and that plan is just absolutely expanding perfectly.
Absolutely, but I'm going to break the habit of a lifetime and disagree with him. It's not probably the most important Asian Le Mans Series ever. It is the most important Asian Le Mans Series ever. It's been a spectacular season. It sets up this grandstand finish to the season. The endurance racing world is watching what happens here. And for that grandstand finish, it's all been set up by 12 hours of racing so far, including, of course, the last 4 hours of racing we had not that long ago in the Kingdom of Thailand.
Right. It was in
Buriram.
Thailand.
Fantastic. Let's have a look back. Well, it was blisteringly hot for the start, 31 degrees, and it just got hotter. Waited till the lights went out. We're looking to see what Phil Hansen could do. Didn't expect that Ate de Jong would defend as he did. That allowed the second Algarve Pro car to come through and gave Phil Hansen some things to worry about to start with. It got busy behind them through turn 1, then later again at turn 3. Amongst the real stars at the start of the race, Tianchi Racing ran 1-2 with their gentleman drivers in the Audi R8s. Later in the race, though, brake failure for Johnny Molam, and later still in the race, a string of 2 penalties for the car guy, the 11 Ferrari, that saw their lead hard won by James Collado. Collado's pace was stellar. Car guy take another win. Right at the end too, we saw problems for Kai van Berlo. He lost a podium position to Colin Noble, who in turn then suffered problems and was under threat right to the flag from his own teammates. The 13 crew leading the championship were battling at every turn to see what they could do in a race-long battle with the number 2 United Autosports crew. That was Christian Olsen, by the way, on the inside, taking back the lap from the leading pair. But the number 2 car, near faultless from them. They took the lead from the Inter-Europol car and maintained it to the end. It was them, then the Polish team. This was one of the moments of the race, though, that possibly robbed us of a fighting finish. The 24 car in the hands of Andrea Pizzatola hitting the GT leader. 23 car fell out of contention for the LMP2 and battle with time in the garage. Darren Burke forced his way up into 3rd position overall. Let that go as the 35 car up the inside here to take 3rd position overall as a problem as yet undiscovered by us. Hit the number 4 car, but Darren Burke did enough to bring back the win in LMP2 AM. Very late final splash of fuel for the 22 was not enough to make that anything other than a convincing, dominant win from the 22 squad. It was certainly Paul Di Resta with a single stint, but absolutely Phil Hansen, the star of the race here, in terms of the pace that he brought through to the checkered flag. A day to remember at Buriram in Thailand. Double win. That'll be the headline of the press release that hits your inboxes if you're on the mailing list.
Scenes of elation from Buriram. It was a fantastic race there, and believe it or not, we actually thought it was hot there, but it wasn't. I mean, that was
compared
actually
to this.
That was essentially a winter's day compared to what we've been dealing with here. I think you can actually kind of see it even in this air-conditioned studio. It is definitely the ambient heat is unbelievable. Now we'll be getting to all of the stories, of course, from all of those classes as we get through the afternoon. It's going to be a very interesting afternoon of motorsport. Right now, though, let's get down to the grid where Nadia is with Mathieu Bernardo, the head of Michelin Motorsport.
Yes, Matthew Bernardell here with me, head of motorsports from Michelin. Now, we know that Michelin has been a great partner to this series, but we want to know on the other way around, how important is the Asian Le Mans series to Michelin?
Well, obviously it's very important because Michelin and Le Mans, we share the same passion about endurance racing. You know, it's we really have the same value because it's part of our DNA to deliver not only performance throughout motorsport, but also performance lap after lap, stint after stint. And that's really what we try to promote, to encourage, and also to embed into our tires, race tires, but definitely also our road tires. You know, racing for us is not just being quick on a lap, but being quick throughout the race, and this is how you win.
Exactly, and you're here for 4 hours of Sepang. Great to be here at the final round, right? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking for an exciting race. Obviously, we got a lot of private team, but they are very, very professional. I'm looking for an exceptional fight in all and strong battles in all categories.
Yeah. But Kap, since you're from Michelin, maybe what is your take on the tires here? Because the temperatures are going to be crazy hot, right?
Yes, you know it's Malaysia, so it's always hot anyway. So it's hot, and not only it's hot, but the track is quite hard for the tire because it's a fast track. We've got some high-speed, very technical corners, so it's going to be tough for the driver. It's going to be tough for the tire, but we think we can sustain it, and you're going to have a nice battle, and tires won't be a limiting factor definitely for who's going to win.
Right. We've got the assurance from the guy from Michelin itself. It's going to be a great battle, right? The tire's not going to be a problem. So there you have it from Matthew Bonadell himself. Back to the studio.
Well, that was great to hear from the inside look from Michelin, of course, the tyre suppliers.
Yeah, Mathieu, a new addition to the Asian Le Mans Series family, and we say farewell after this race to Patrick Dias, the outgoing head of Michelin in Asia, who had a bit of a treat earlier on this afternoon, or rather this morning, with Il Bamba bringing around one of his Porsche Cup cars, and Patrick getting a couple of quick laps as the driver. Big surprise from this morning, but great to see that. Well, that was fairly hot.
It was fairly hot.
We saw pretty hot laps yesterday in a fantastic pair of qualifying sessions. See the highlights from that a little later. But let's look on board now with James Collado aboard the championship-leading Ferrari, the number 11 car guy Ferrari, at this fantastic Sepang International Circuit.
Hi, I'm James Collado, and I'm going to take you for a lap at Sepang Circuit in our 488 GT3 car with Car Guy Racing. We're going into a high-speed turn one now with a very heavy braking point, normally looking for around 100-meter point. As you can see, with this hot weather, it's a bit unstable and the grip levels are pretty low. I try to hit the curb here, kind of sucks you into turn two and get early on the throttle to try and get a good exit. We then have a long, steady right-hander, again into a pretty big braking point, which is uphill, so it makes it slightly easier to stop the car. Again, looking for the apex close to the curb on the inside and getting early on the throttle, using probably a bit too much track on the exit there. This is the highest speed set of corners, very, very high speed. As you can see, car twitching around, trying to keep it to the left as much as I can. As you can see, again, a lot of oversteer. Car wasn't so balanced at this point. The double right, always hard. You need to anticipate the corner a little bit and not overdrive, and try and concentrate again on getting a good exit. This is the smallest corner on the track, turn 7, a heavy braking point. Trying to brake in a straight line. Here I made a bit of a silly mistake, missed the apex a little bit, which cost me on the exit. This is a very difficult corner, a blind right-hander. You have to almost guess where to turn in, second gear. Then again, using all the track available on the exit. Again, high-speed corner. This is really fun corner, one of my favorites. Chuck the car in. Try not to use all the track available. Again, twitchy on the rear there, something I need to try and sort tomorrow. Now we have probably the longest straight, going into one of the hardest corners. Again, it's blind, looking for the 100-meter board visually, gives you a good reference where to brake. Down to first gear as well, trying to stop the car. Ving in the corner, again, completely missing the apex, but it's something I can solve for tomorrow. And then trying to get a good exit back over the start-finish line for another lap. So thanks for joining me on my hot lap of Sepang. Not the tidiest of laps, but something I can work on for tomorrow. Cheers.
Always self-critical. World champion, of course, James Collado, leading this championship. He's been a key part of this magnificent addition to the GT grid here from Car Guy, Japanese team based just outside the Fuji International Speedway. They're looking set fair. They need just to finish this race to claim that championship. It's been a crowded championship. It's been a crowded grid out there today. Yeah. 4 cars on the grid from United Autosports, up for 3 championships. United Autosports from Garth in the UK. Nadia's down speaking with Richard Dean, the team manager on the grid.
Yes, the team owner of United Autosports, Richard Dean, with us. Thanks for being here, sparing us some time, because we know you're a busy man. 4 cars on the grid and 1 right at the front. How are you feeling, and I guess how's the team holding up?
I'm feeling fine. I don't have to wear 3 layers of fireproofs and get in the hot car, so I can, when we finish this interview, I can just move a little bit to the shade and everything's good. But we're used to this, and we've got everything to fight for, so we're excited. Yep.
So you've got 4 cars on the grid, 1 at the front, and the LMP3 starting at pole. So how do you do it? Like the strategy, you have to sort of like think about a lot of things today.
We simplify it a lot. So the LMP2 team with 2 cars is completely separate to the LMP3 team, but with some communication in the race. If we need one to move out the way, or certainly in the pit lane, we don't want all 4 cars ideally at the same time appearing in the pit lane. We have enough people that we can service all 4, but it's a lot easier if they don't appear all at the same time.
Right, of course. Now I see Phil Hansen at the corner of my eye here, and right now, as a team owner, what do you tell the drivers before they get into the car?
Well, Phil, despite the fact he's only 19, he's got quite a lot of experience. 2 years of ELMS, and he's a race winner in ELMS. He's a pole sitter here in the Asian Le Mans Series at Fuji. He's leading the championship. He doesn't need really me to tell him too much. He's got some really good people around him with the team. And he's focused, he knows. He's had his briefings. We've probably had 4 or 5 briefings this morning already. So he's intelligent enough to soak all that in. He knows exactly what he has to do.
Right, sounds like you're all set. All your 4 cars are all set. All the best. You heard it from the man from United Autosports, Richard Dean.
Thanks for that, Nadia. Great to hear from Richard Dean. Of course, a very, I think, Graham, pragmatic, practical look at what's happening today. But he must be excited. He's got his hands off. Almost.
He's excited, he's anxious. One of the reasons he's anxious is look at the weather there, 32 degrees here, but it's going to be going higher than that.
Yeah,
wind is barely a breath, 57% of humidity, and boy, can you feel it out there. Richard Dean, remember, at the moment United Autosports having entered 11 cars across 2 classes in 3 different championships that the ACO run, have not so far got a single Le Mans entry. They're looking to get both of the ones that they'd like as a result of this race today, not to leave it to the outrageous fortune of a selection committee. This is the pole sitter, Pipo Derani, from the Spirit of Race car yesterday. Excellent qualifying across all 3 classes yesterday, but Pipo took it by the scruff of its neck, both the session and indeed the Spirit of Race Ligier, returning after missing Buriram, and they are up for this. They're not interested in anybody else's championship ambitions. They're interested in winning this race with Com Ledegar and with Alexander West. Cars there with the heat protection across the cockpits. They want to keep it as cool as they possibly can for the drivers. That's going to be a tough ask.
And now, if we do, of course, think about what these cars have already been through, then it would have to include qualifying from Saturday was really a sight to see. And if you missed it, well, let's have a little look back now at all the action from both the LMP2 and LMP3 and GT class qualifying.
2 15-minute qualifying sessions started with the 5 GT cars out on track, the single Aston Martin, the 2 Audis, the 2 Ferraris. James Collado needed just a single point to clinch the championship for the number 11 car guy, Ferrari 488 GT3 squad, but he couldn't quite deliver it today. Gave his best to Dries van Toor in the number 88 CXRT Audi. The car's running in 2019 specification for the first time in Southeast Asia. A fine pole position to bookend the year. 17 LMP cars out on track, 7 P2s, in fact 9 LMP3s, the Acuria Cos 79 car not taking to the track. This was all about the point for pole as well. 22 car in the hands of Philip Hansen was right up there at the start. Pipo Derani also in the mix. Wayne Boyd looking for pole to close the gap in LMP3 in the number 2 United Autosports JSP3. Nigel Moore and Christian Olsen in the 65 Viper Nice in the 7 Acuria Cos Ligiers would be right up there too, but it was Nigel Moore, champion 2 years ago, pole position again here for the locally based team Viper Nice Racing, that brought the 65 car through to take pole position in P3. P2 looked like it was going the way the Judd powered cars. At one point the top 3 were all Judd V8 powered LMP2s. Andrea Pizzitola setting the quickest time of that bunch. Philip Hansen made his bid late on in the 22 United Autosports car. The championship leader looking to extend that by a further valuable point and give themselves the edge. In the number 8 car, Spirit of Race, Pipo Derani would bring the returning Ligier Nissan from the Italian-based team home to cross the line and take pole position for the final race of the 2018-19 Asian Le Mans Series.
Pipo Derani there with his flying lap. 1:55.167 was the final time. And don't forget that Pipo Derani from Spirit of Race also locked in a 1:54.585 in free practice. He loves his fast laps, Graham.
Absolutely. We've got the, well, a couple of additional cars, as Nadia was saying earlier, and a completely revised crew for one of them, the number 50 R24 car, the Women in Motorsports initiative from the FIA.
Yeah. We've
got Nadia down on the grid at the moment talking with one of those three new drivers, a very familiar face to endurance racing followers across the world, IMSA racer. Also electric racer and winner last week. Nadia down on the grid now with Catherine Legg.
Yes, with Team R24, Catherine Legg here with us. Now, tell us about who's starting and tell us about the strategy in this final round for you guys.
Yeah, it's new to us, so we are all new for this final round, so we're very excited. We have Margot Lafitte, daughter of the famous Formula One star, starting in the car for us, and then Michelle will drive and I will finish. So we're hoping that it works out well with the weather and everything. It's pretty hot, so if Margot can do the minimum hour and a half that she needs to, we'll get that done and then we'll split the rest.
Okay, and let's talk about you. It's your first time with the series, first time racing here in Asia, in Sepang? In Sepang. So what's the experience so far?
Yeah, it's my first time in Sepang, but we actually raced the Formula E cars just down the road in Putrajaya. Is that how you say it, right? So not my first time in Asia, and I love it here. I'm getting acclimatized to the weather, but it's a great series, you know. It's really fun to be back in a prototype. I cut my teeth doing prototype racing, if you like, and I love it, and it's been a really cool experience.
Looking forward to see you in the car later on, and all the best to R24. Back to studio.
Thanks for that, Nadia. Great to hear from Catherine Legg. Looking like she's enjoying, she actually admitted it, enjoying prototype racing from all of her
She's having a great
experience.
time with this, and it's a cracking driver squad. We've got Michelle Gatting here, we part of a European Le Mans Series full season squad in a Ferrari. Margot Lafitte, as we're saying there, talking to Catherine, and then Catherine Legg, fabulous driver across the world.
And this is what she's going to have to be driving today. 5.543 kilometers, 15 turns, 5 lefts, 10 rights. Really, it is all about turn 1 and those signature straights. But talk us through what happens as soon as you get through, if you get through turn 1.
Absolutely. Turn 1, turn 2, very tricky indeed. We've seen incident plenty there. Opens up through really rapid turn 3. Turn 4, big, heavy braking area, overtaking opportunity there, particularly in traffic. Then it opens up again, tight and twisty in parts. But as we're hearing from James Collard aboard the number 11 car, it's got its challenges. Very easy to miss that apex and offer an opportunity up the inside for any of the quicker cars. But it is that iconic finish to the lap and the start to that lap that defines this fabulous, fabulous Sepang International Circuit. Here is the addition to the grid, and welcome back to Ginetta. ARC Bratislava putting up a second car here. For number 44 car. They're in the running for the LMP2 AM class, but back here for the front of the grid for the 8 car and the 22. It'll be Philip Hansen to start the race in the 22 car. They lead the championship. Pipa Durrani suiting up in the number 8. That's going to be a cracking battle to start with. Then the 24 car, still in the championship hunt. 35 car is Panis Bartes' car, and of course on the podium last time around. Then the remaining cars in LMP2, the LMP2 AM trio, the 25 Algarve Pro 23 from United Autosports, and the championship leading number 4 ARC Bratislava team. I have to say, a surprise package they've been, but they've dominated that championship. They've got to get it done today, though. Had a tricky qualifying yesterday, couldn't get the heat into those tyres yesterday. 25, though, I think you're going to see some real pace from this.
Well, yes, it of course sat in the pits for the first half of our qualifying session, but did come out and immediately said it's a very fast lap indeed. And as you said, they are grouped really nicely. Of course, getting into the LMP3s now as well. A couple of stories there, of course, from qualifying, but really it's that green and yellow car at the front into Europol that you've got to keep your eyes on. There is that new Ginetta, looking very beautiful with its lights there. It's completely different, isn't it? Eurasia Motorsport is a team that we haven't. Mark Goddard's Eurasia Motorsport. Actually a Malaysian-based team. They're a Philippine team, but they do race in Malaysia.
And they are talking about a much expanded effort for next year with the new PT cars coming on, and we'll talk about that later. There is the Panis Bartes competition car, another team that's looking for a way to bring a new P2 car back here next season. That's the look of the grid as grid is cleared and we get ready to go racing. LMP3, you did say there we had a couple of stories. 4 minutes to go before the start of the race. provisional pole sitter, actual pole sitter,
Nigel
Nigel Moore, losing that pole position because he was wearing the wrong shoes.
An apparel, it was a wardrobe malfunction.
Was not wearing the homologated shoes that had been checked in at the start of the race meeting. They go to the back of the LMP3 grid. That has a dramatic effect on the championship because it means that effectively between the 13 car, the Inter-Europol car, and the number 2 United Autosports car, effectively, if either of those cars win, they take the championship. 2 car finishing first and the 13 car finishing second as a result of that change is not going to be good enough for the Polish flag team. So it's going to be a very interesting end to this race as well as a start to this race. Grid is now clear. The safety car, the leading car, is going to be getting underway in moments. You can see the heat haze. It is blisteringly hot in there. That is going to give some real problems for the drivers, certainly the less experienced, the gentleman drivers here.
So now, as we look at the grid positions, there is Spirit of Race up top, Com Ledegal starting in that. UA in second, Algarve Pro in the LMP2, and just at the bottom of your screen you can see there United Autosports right now heading that LMP3 class with Garrett Grist, Chris Buncombe and Wayne Boyd.
Absolutely, the LMP2 AM class headed on the grid by Anders Fjord back in the number 25 car in the second of the Algarve Pro cars. LMP3 continues through, packed LMP3 grid. The Akuri Kost Nielsen Racing number 7 car the number 7 car were in the battle for pole position. The other car, problem with power steering, kept them out of the battle for qualifying yesterday. But it's packed and it's going to be very close. That is the class to watch in terms of wheel-to-wheel racing. We move from LMP3 through to the GT class, and there we've got those 5 cars. It was a first ever pole position from the 2019 spec Audi, being fielded this time for the first time by TSRT Racing. It was Dries van Toor, Audi factory driver, doing that for the number 88. That kept the points out of the grasp of the number 11 car, which takes the championship in GT to this race. 11 car needs to finish the race. Lest we forget, by the way, you'll see it at the back of the grid here. There you go, right at the back of the grid, just ahead of the medal car. The Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3, the last ever international appearance from the V12 engined Aston. Isn't that an absolute stunner? We're going to miss that, old girl.
We are indeed, and it just goes to show there are all sorts of stories from all sorts of angles coming in for pretty much all of these cars. Someone somewhere has something to prove, and we're about to find out who's going to rise above the rest.
It's the formation lap, and this is going to get very busy very, very quickly. Turn 1 and turn 2, as you quite rightly said, Jivan, might well be a defining moment. Yeah. Let's hope not. Let's hope we get that clean racing, no mistakes, and let's hope we get the wheel-to-wheel racing that we've seen throughout this season. They've doled out the entertainment for 12 hours, 4 more hours to go, 16 hours of racing to decide who gets to do another 24 hours of racing in June. And 4 of these teams are going to get the opportunity to do just that. It is the biggest prize in motorsport. And the endurance racing world, hello in America, hello across Europe, hello across Asia, are watching to see which are the next 4 of the remaining 18 positions on the 2019 grid for the Le Mans 24 Hours, the world's biggest motor race. 4 of these teams are going to be taking that privilege away from this fantastic circuit in Malaysia.
And all of that will be unraveling, or evolving as we should say, over the next 4 hours. They just come around to, that's turn 14 onto the back straight now. As you can see, good surface here at Sepang, always a good surface here. That's what the drivers like. And it's quite wide, but you're right, getting into turns 1 and 2, probably about 3 or 4 max you can get side to side, and hopefully it's not going to be that.
And actually more gradient in this circuit than most people actually know. They actually realise, and the drivers actually coming in for the first time, again expressing their surprise. You can see Nigel Moore there trying to get some heat into the tyres. Watch him at the start of this race. I think he's going to be pretty pumped up.
Nigel on the inside more.
Absolutely. As they come round, safety car will pull to the right here down to pit lane. The grid in neat and tidy order. Eduardo Freitas will be talking to the teams on the radio. And we crawl along now. The lights will be red, and we wait till the lights to go out. And this race will be underway for the final 4 hours of the season. There are the red lights. Watch them go. Then the power gets down. They wait, they wait, they wait. Pipo Derani goes a little early, and he gets the jump on the rest of the field. Did he go a little too early? Look at the lead he's got. He got the power in. Phil Hansen comes across to cover the two Algarve Pro cars, something he didn't do at Buriram. Big lock up there for the 24, goes wide. That's going to allow cars up the inside, loses 3 places to that move. And meantime, back in LMP3, what was going on there? Well, there has been a move forward from Nigel Moore. He's taken 3 cars in the very early moments. Also looking to go up the inside, the number 4 car there in the hands of Mira Konopka in this first stint. But Pipa Durrani herring away. There's the 13 car looking for the lead. Can't quite do it there. Fends off. The number 7 goes wide up the inside. So also recovering is the number 79 car. Remember, that's the other car that started from the back, and this is going to be 2 quick young men from the United Kingdom from the back of the LMP3 grid. Colin Noble in the number 79 car, wheel to wheel with Nigel Moore. Keep an eye on that pair, because that could get very hairy very quickly.
It's all getting very tight now as they come into turns 9 and 10. And just look at that field, as you said. It's just streaming away. There's so many cars.
Nigel Moore does make the move on Colin Noble. Also to the DC Racing car, Jackie Chan DC Racing. And also a quick start there from the number 5 car. Johnny Molam gets the privilege of making the last ever race start for the V12 Vantage GT3 in international competition, contemporary competition at least. Neat and tidy at the front of the field. We'll wait and see how the race director calls that start. Pipa Durrani, I heard him on the throttle.
He did look a little bit early, and he did, well, you'd have to say he managed to get an advantage out of it as well.
Yeah, Garrett Grist, meanwhile, in the lead of LMP3. Coming through, though, is going to be who in second place here? Because it looks to me like Nigel Moore is the man on the move. 35 car, Panis Barthez competition. Third on the grid, Jean-Baptiste Lehay. It is, it's dropped back a position there, dropped back to 4th. And it is under pressure from the 23 car, Patrick Byrne. LMP2 AM entry, of course.
So initial laps, 1:59 for the top 3, 2:02s for 4th and 5th, and going up to 2:06. You can expect those lap times to be coming down, but really fast from Philip Hansen already.
It's a 1-2 in LMP3 from United Autosports. That's where they need to be. They need the car in front and with a rear gunner to keep the Europol competition car back. That 13 car needs to finish ahead of the 2. That will be enough for that car, with in the number 3 fending off Nigel Moore at the end of that lap, with Kuba Shimoski actually coming through to go by Colin Noble 4th. The championship players are all in play here. In GT, Max Wieser's come through to take the lead in the class.
Wow.
The 66 Audi. So the gentleman drivers have taken the start. And leads the moments TF Sport with Johnny Molam flying the flag for TF Sport, for Red River Sports, for almost retired racing drivers everywhere, and for Aston Martin.
Now, as you can see, the sun is blazing down. It's just past noon here, so it is still expected to get hotter for the next 2 hours. Heat haze just literally radiating off the track as the cars stream through turns 1 and 2. Now, let's have a look back at the start.
Watch and listen and see whether or not you can hear. I think we can. Listen, listen. I think he went before the Reds went. I think he had the hammer down. It's going to be a matter of how race controls see that. But he certainly caught the field cold. Was he a little trigger happy there? Let's wait and see that's called. It is a 130-second stop-and-go penalty for car 38. We'll come to that in a minute. We already knew about that. There will be another for that number 5 Aston Martin. We'll come back to that when that penalty is served. That's nothing to do with the start of the race. So the DC Racing car, the 38 car, is being called to the pits at some point in the next couple of laps. But it was a blissfully neat and tidy start from everybody. All common sense stuff.
And it does look
Early
so far
advantages being drawn there from 2 of the LMP2 cars, the 2 cars that started from the back. They've settled into position in the upper midfield, if you like. But it's all still to play for, with still better part of 4 hours still to go, Jivan.
So, getting down in 6 minutes in, just settling into their 3rd lap now. So, as Graham said, plenty of action still to come.
Three leading cars getting away from the rest of the LMP2 field. Pipo Derani, Phil Hansen, Anders Fjordback it is. The 25 car, not the 24 car. Attila de Jong in the Pro car is falling back. My apologies, I've misidentified the two earlier on. It is the LMP2 AM class being led by the number 25 car. Anders Fjordback, the Danish driver, familiar to people following the European Le Mans Series, has been epic this year in Asia as part of this all-gentleman crew, or the non-pro crew, if you like. And that's a team, High Class Racing, with Anders Fjordback. They've already announced the potential return here with two Dallara P2 cars, the new class of GT LMP2 cars that will come into Asia from next season, 2019-2020, and lots more about that as we go through the show.
Now, while we do have time in these early laps before really these battles start picking up, big thanks to all the people that are getting in touch on the Facebook page, wherever you're watching this, on the YouTube screen or Facebook page, from Dimi Fernandez in Brazil, Carl Thacker in the US, Nuno Abreu from Portugal, Slovakia. Everyone's watching from around the world. Absolutely everyone. Great to have you with us. Please keep those comments coming as well. We want to find out what you're thinking about this final round of the Asia Le Mans Series.
So into the pits comes the number 38 car. This is one of two we're going to see that gets this 2-minute stop and hold penalty. That's because both these cars had an engine change during this weekend. Lots of unhappiness, particularly from the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew, about that decision. Their position is that it was a logistical issue for the engine supplier that caused the problem, that they had to get it done here. There was no option for them in Buriram. They weren't in that race. So a very unhappy David Cheng before this race. But 38 car will be back in the race. Rick Yoon, Korean driver, is on pit lane right now. You'll see him in the background as the cars come around to complete this lap. I can tell you, by the way, the team manager of the lead car has been called to race control, and I'm sure that's going to be about that race start.
Be about that start. And while that happens, just an update as to who's the fastest man on the track right now. It is young Philip Hansen in second spot. Well, it was, but he has put in, well, now actually, in fact, his 1:56.370. That is the fastest lap that we've seen so far. Philip Hansen leading the charge for United Autosports. As Graham said earlier, big day for United Autosports. It didn't quite work out for them in qualifying, but they have delivered the goods, especially in Buriram.
Reality for them and for this car, the number 2 car, is if the 2 car stays where it is in a running order. Nigel Moore, by the way, making his way past Mira Konopka. He's going to try and retain that place in turn. He can't quite do that in turn 1. But the reality for United Autosports, if the race finished now, which of course it's not going to, if the 2 car finished in the lead of LMP3, they take the championship. If the 22 car finishes ahead of its championship rivals, they take that place as well. Wow. That would be 2 Le Mans places for United Autosports. They could win all 3 classes,
but they'd still get 2.
They'd still only get the two classes. But at the moment, it's looking good for United Autosports. Nigel Moore is looking to see what he can do to challenge Garrett Griss for the lead of this race in the next laps. But we do know with Douglas Cooter still to come in that car, locally based car and local heroes, that is going to be a less likely option for a race win as things move forward. It's a stronger crew in depth for the number 2.
There is that Audi. Had a great performance in qualifying and just looked notably faster. We actually noted in the midway through last season that the Tianchi Racing team was slowly pulling their stuff together with a lot of reliability issues before then. But since then, the results have been piling in. And yesterday, these two 2019 spec Audis really did set the track on fire. 203 and 204 logged in.
Improved gearbox, that's been an issue. In fact, it was an issue for the team here last year when they went very well, led the race and dominated the race at one point here last year. But gearbox was a problem there. So the gearbox is a change here, the cooling is a change here, and the aerodynamics is a change here. And that's been a decisive difference for Tianchi Racing here. 35 here ahead of 23. So that is the 35 car, Jean-Baptiste Lehay, ahead of 23 in the hands of Patrick Byrne. A Judd engine car to the 4, ahead of a Nissan engined car in the rear, but both Ligier JSP2s. Remember, if you're joining us for the first time, why? Because it's been brilliant all season. But remember, these are the previous iteration of LMP2 cars. This will be the last race for these cars as the leading cars in the Asia Le Mans Series. They will remain next year in the LMP2 AM
but the
class.
new LMP2.
The new LMP2 cars with the 600 horsepower Gibson V8 engine, that jewel of a 4.2 litre V8 engine built in Repton in the UK. They will be heading up the grid when we arrive back for next season in November at Shanghai International Circuit. This, though, has been pretty close stuff since the start of the race, just 11 minutes into 4 hours. They're already going to be feeling the heat, not just from the pressure exerted on each other, but from that 32-degree heat and rising greenhouse-like conditions, I'm sure, in the cockpits of these LMP2 cars. Pipo Derani pushing on. I think he is going to get the message pretty soon that there's going to be a decision made by race control. Johnny Molan, by the way, did pit in the TF Sport car and has done that 2-minute stop and hold, but the team manager of TF Sport, Tom Ferrier, now being called to race control for some reason, didn't actually see that penalty being called. I'm hoping he's not going to be called again to do it again. But Johnny Molan back out and battling again.
And a lot of support coming in for Johnny Molan on the comments on the live stream as well. Fantastic start. Sarah Rigby talking about that Aston Martin V12 advantage. The old lady can have the send-off she deserves. That's what has come in on the net. Yes, it's true. And also from Robert Barnett, watching from Australia, looking forward to the Bend meeting next year. Who isn't? Who isn't? That's a fantastic circuit that will be part of the Asian Le Mans Series 2019-2020 season. And we were actually talking about that yesterday, the 35 corners and the 7.7 kilometers. But Robert, get your tickets in now, or just look out for when it's going to be. The announcement came out this week. Keep those comments coming in on the live stream, of course, and wherever they are in the world, lots of people watching around.
Gaggle of LMP cars coming towards us at Warp Factor 6. That is the lead car in LMP2, with Mira Konopka looking to recover a position back from the lead LMP3 car. Behind him, though, the snapping, smart, snarling form of the Viper Nisa Racing 65 car. Behind him, the 3 car of Kai van Berlo. Then it's the 13 car, started by Kuba Shimowski, and then Colin Noble in that train as well. So those 6 cars separated by 4 seconds at the moment. It is going to be, as we'll see on the screen very soon, a jump penalty for the number 8 car. A drive-through penalty will cost the lead to Pipo Derani, the number 8 car, Spirit of Race, penalised for that jump start. We heard him on the power before the lights went out. That was an error, I'm afraid, from Pipo. So that is going to give Philip Hansen a major boost in his hopes to secure this championship. There is the lead. Well, a run down pit lane is going to take rather more than that. How long is it going to be before he takes it? Is it going to be immediate, or is he going to go around again? It's one more time around at least for Pipo Derani, as the team talk to him now and tell him.
Well, it is definitely going to turn the tables, literally. We all know what Philip Hansen can do once he gets in the lead. Of course, don't forget in Buriram, he was held up by a couple of Algarve Pro Racing cars for the opening laps, went past them and literally never looked back from that point. So a lot of hopes resting on Philip Hansen for United Autosports.
And good stuff, by the way, continued good stuff from Anders Fjordbach. It is Anders Fjordbach hanging on to that group of 3. Here's that group of 6, though. All of those cars, bar the bright yellow car in second position on that in that group. A battle for the lead 5 positions LMP3. Colin Noble there getting a bit squirrely under the brakes as he tries to look for a way by Kuba Shimowski. Kuba needs to move up that order, and he knows it. He's looking at the 2 car. He needs to finish ahead of that 2 car. Is this the time for the Slovakian Mira Konopka to find his way through? So 13, the championship leaders.
Just hanging back a little bit off this pack. They want to find out what's going to be happening and whether Miro is going to go through. It looked like he was going to go through there. Still, this should be it now.
It's going to be another drive-through penalty this time as Mira Konopka makes it up, and that will make it, at least at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 LMP2 cars in that order. As Garrett Grist looks and has to see whether he can have another crack at, well, the miraculous Mira Konopka.
So it looks like that 23 United Autosports also getting a drive-through penalty.
Johnny Molan, meanwhile, is having a bit of a battle there on track with one of the Jiangxi Racing cars. That will be... He's a lap down, isn't he, because, of course, of the pit stop penalty earlier. It was a required engine change for the V12. The Aston Martin. In comes Pipo Derani to take that drive-through penalty only. On the brakes for the pit blend line there, the pit lane entry line.
Very important line.
Yeah, because you don't want to be pinged for speeding here.
No, not at all.
Because otherwise you're going to be waving to your crew a second time.
You know, we knew this drive-through penalty was going to definitely take time, but it actually looks slower while he's going through the pit lane right now.
We can have another one, though. Behind him you can see a United Autosports car. The good news for United Autosports is that's the 23 and not the 22. Not great news for Patrick Byrne, of course. He's in the championship fight for LMP2 AM, but that was for crossing the pit exit line, rather.
That's right. We were just talking about that. So Pipo Derani out, drive-through penalty served, and now it's a question of cutting back into that lead that Philip Hansen, of course, has engineered. How long is that lead currently?
We'll see that as they cross the next timing line, but it certainly has dropped him away from that lead. Yeah. What had been a trio, now a duo. It's now all going to be about Phil Hansen and Anders Fjordbach. 2.3 seconds was the gap as they came through the last sector. We're waiting for Pipo to clear that sector, which he'll do in just a few seconds' time. Max Wiese, meanwhile, continues to lead the GT pack. He's 14th overall now. Is ahead of 4 of the LMP3 pack and going great guns in this. Remember, 2 bronze drivers still to come in this car, the 66 Tianchi Racing team. That different front aspect to the Audi, the new front panel.
Sleeker.
It is. It's very neat when you get into the night racing spec with the additional row of lights in that air intake on the front of the car. That, though, is the championship leading car, the number 11 car. These guys with Takeshi Kimura-san at the wheel of the car, based, as we said, just outside Fuji Speedway. A team with no little ambition came here looking to start on what they expected to be a long journey towards a chance at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Didn't expect remotely to get there this quickly. And the talent in depth of their gentleman driver, of their semi-pro, if you like, Kai Cozzolino, and of course of one of 2 reigning world champions in the FIWC and Ferrari in this race, James Collado, have played a massive, massive part in what's been a dominant season for them.
Well, they have. It was peaking, I suppose you could say, at, well, it peaked pretty much the entire season, having won all the races.
Absolutely.
But really, I think if the only way they came off that peak was yesterday. Now, this looks like something interesting to turn time.
This is the lead 2 cars, 22 in the hands of Phil Hansen, and it's Fjordbach in the number 25 car, dealing with traffic. These are the 2 cars, Linus Stern, 38 car there, the white Ligier, and then the blue and white Aston Martin. They're the 2 cars that took those 2-minute stop and holds, both having had the engine change during the race weekend. That's attracted a substantial stop and hold penalty for both teams. Neither of them particularly happy with that, as you would expect them not to be. But Phil Hansen deals with that very well, and I think he's picked up some time there on Anders Fjordbach, who just caught the Ligier in particular, the white Ligier number 38, in the wrong position for him. So that lead battle is going to go out a little more. Pipo Derani, by the way, did lose 3rd position to that drive-through. He's now 20 seconds back from the leader, 5 seconds back from Jean-Baptiste Lehay in the Panis Barthez competition car, who is now up into 3rd position. Also a change further back, of course, with Patrick Byrne having made his pit stop in that drive-through penalty. That has put Ate de Jong up for into the 5th position overall, and we're going to get another drive-through penalty, and it's going to be a second time down pit lane for the number 5 car of Johnny Molam, the TF Sport car. We love it so much. We want to see that slower speed down pit lane again, apparently, but that was another jump start penalty. So the V12 engined Aston Martin is having a troubled start to the race. Car Guy, meanwhile, see the rear of the overall leader. Kimura-san comes into turn 1 as Phil Hansen puts a lap on the car that is currently running in 2nd position in GT.
Already lapping and just 20 minutes in. That's what really is the trademark of mixed class racing, especially in this premier series as well. Lots of traffic, lots of interesting situations that, well, I can see evolving on screen, but believe it or not, this man next to me can predict happening 2 hours in the future, and he might very well do that. I mean, he's done it in every round.
Well, it is a matter of getting through in a fault-free and an error-free manner. It is a matter of just keeping that rhythm up, keeping the lap times down, and that's what Phil Hansen's done. And the net result of that is the lead is now up to 4 seconds. Meantime, we've got a new leader at LMP3. because Vipanisa Racing in the hands of Nigel Moore
has come up from the back of that
He
grid
has.
from the wardrobe malfunction incident.
And also another change further back. If you look back there behind the United Autosports car, you'll see the white car with the two different blue trim on the front of the car. Colours of Scotland. The Kyrgios Nielsen Racing, Colin Noble has moved up, which pushes Kuba Shimowski a further place down. So the order, the running order of these 5 cars, and I suspect a little later into the race of 4 of these cars, is going to define a very important championship indeed. LMP3 championship here in Asia will mean that one of these teams gets to move up to an LMP2 car for the Le Mans 24 Hours. The cars in the running for that are United Autosports, desperate for a first and a second Le Mans place. The Inter-Europol competition team, who move up to LMP2 in Europe, and they tell me in Asia as well for this coming season. So they will bring at least one of their Ligier Gibsons back here to Asia together with an LMP3 attack. Plus the Kyrgios Nielsen team. It'll be interesting to see if they did manage to, well, basically break the enigma of the mathematics here. And if outrageous fortune fell their way, they could still win it with the 79 car.
Now, looking at the Vipanisa Racing team, well, they're going to be very happy with what Nigel Moore's doing. My question is, of course, he has made his way from the back of the LMP3 grid up to the front. Did he do it on the inside?
Always.
He must have done it on the inside.
It's pre-programmed to just go up the inside all the time. In so many ways. But he's herring away now from Gerrit Grist, and I think what we're going to see now is this is where the race behind Nigel Moore just beds in for the fight now. It is just now a matter of pounding out the laps. It is a matter of just keeping to whatever race strategy these guys have got, keeping the life in the tyres, keeping that car as healthy as humanly possible. But look at that, behind Nigel Moore, now gapping the rest of this field. The 2, the 3, the 79 and the 13. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your battle for position for this race, for this championship, and for an entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And that's just one class as well. Don't forget all the other stories happening in the other 3. And whether they go down the line, well, at least, as we said earlier, nobody likes to win a championship early. I guess saying that, nobody likes to win it late either.
They do. Particularly if what you're looking at here is not just a championship win, but also an opportunity for Le Mans.
You're right.
One of the challenges of the expanded Asian Le Mans series, and by expanded certainly in terms of the time here, we're here in late February now, is that means less time for the teams involved to plan for Le Mans.
Right.
That is a massive logistical task for these teams. And believe you me, I could probably name you 20 teams at the moment who are biting fingernails to see what happens here. And a number of those 20 are here, but there's an awful lot of others in the United States and across Europe at the moment, as well as across Asia, that are waiting to see just which 14 places are left. And it does matter. As to, because clearly what we've got at the moment with United Autosports are existing LMP2 teams. We've got other brand new teams as well. And here's 2 teams, Spirit of Race. They want to be back here in Asia next year with the LMP2 and GT efforts. And just PBC, got by Pipo Derani to take the 3rd position overall from Panis Partis competition. So Jean-Baptiste Lehay gives best. Pipo Derani was in a hurry to get by. He'd been losing ground to the leaders. It's 21.4 seconds back now, but now we're going to see what pace is left in that number 8 car.
Lots of comments, not just coming in the Facebook page, but also on the YouTube stream now as well. Irfan Ramadana, yes, Nigel Moore is here to redeem that wardrobe malfunction. That must be on his mind, but he seems to be doing very well now. Keep those comments coming in. We do want to hear from you all around the world. It is an Asian, it's the premier endurance racing series in Asia, but it is a global event, and that has never been exemplified more than today. We've been going out to lots of countries over the last 2 years now, live streaming, but today we know for a fact that all the motorsports fans and even half the neutrals are probably going to be watching this to find out what's happening under the blistering heat of the Malaysian sun.
Absolutely. Hearing on Twitter, and you can certainly speak to me on that one, at DSC Editor. If we get a chance in the action hours, we'll see whether or not we can help you with any queries you've got about what's happening on track, and for that matter, what's happening next year for the Asian Le Mans series. We'll talk about that if we get a little bit of a break in the action. some nice lingering shots, not just of Anders Fjordbach as he continues his fight here, but also the very welcome reintroduction to the grid of the Ginetta brand, the bright yellow ARC Bratislava car. This, not one of the cars, by the way, that was in championship contention with ARC Bratislava just a couple of seasons ago, but actually a car brought back into action, brought back from actually Atte de Jong, who owned that car, raced with us 2 years ago, but recommissioned here at the track by ARC Bratislava. Mike Simpson from the Ginetta factory here, together with a group of the technicians from the Garforth-based operation, and yes, exactly the same Garforth as United Autosports, because those two operations until summer this year are based opposite each other, after which United Autosport due to move to a new factory.
And now looking just at the bottom of your screen, you can see the class leaders. That's Philip Hansen, of course, car 22, and in LMP3 that is Nigel Moore, and of course for GT that is one of the Tianchi Audis.
Gerrit Grist forced into a defensive line there. Is that going to give the opportunity for Colin Noble to make a bit of a move on the two United Autosports cars? He's going to want to do that. They're going to be battling away not just here in Asia for championship positions, but in Europe as well for this season. So you better get used to the sight of a slightly pumped up. Oh, he goes the inside. Great move from Colin Noble there. That looked like it was coming, but neatly done.
Also looked like he snatched at that opportunity a little bit, but he has got it.
Gathered it up.
Has he?
Almost upbraked himself there into the second part of that complex, but he comes out the corner, takes the position. Now he's going to look to do what he can do to fend off the 3, chase down the 2. 3 car though in the hands of Kai van Berlo, not giving up that place easily. They're going wheel to wheel. Pushes wide. That was a little over-ambitious from Kai van Berlo. And Colin Noble very much more wise than that, but Kuba Shimoski's now looking to the outside. He goes around the outside too. So that was a costly mistake there from Kai van Berlo. Looked to force the error in the wrong place. Kuba Shimoski loses a place and then gains one back. Number 3 car shuffled back 2 positions in almost as many corners. This has got a lot of fight left in it yet, this LMP3 battle, because believe you me, watch this group compress once again. 4 very quick guys.
They have been nose to tail now for pretty much this entire lap, and I actually thought for a second that Colin Noble actually may have driven the first half of this lap just looking in his mirrors, because he literally was defending so well. And that is the point when you exit and enter these very fast corners at Sepang. If you're in a train like this, and a nose to tail especially, you're going to have to enter that corner looking in your mirrors to find out exactly where that car behind you is, whether it's going to be going on the inside or the outside.
GT traffic ahead for this battle. One of the cars has seen them. The 51 car pulls over to the driver's right, but Johnny Molam, looking at the 51 car, is going to prove to be a bit more of an obstacle. Johnny laps down, remember, after having to take that double penalty. Now, what moments is this going to cause, if any, for the battling P3s rather? It's going to be picked through the middle.
It's a narrower track essentially that's been
had to thread the needle. Colin Noble's going to look to go up the inside of the 51 car into turn 1. Johnny Molam goes back by the Ferrari, unlaps himself there. Noble does make it through. Shimoski looks up the inside of the Ferrari. He's now got Kai van Berlo back with him. It's about who can get through this neat and tidily and with limited delay. The lead 2 cars in that group have done so. Shimoski's made it by one of them. Kai van Berlo does now too. But that's gapped 2 pairs now. It's a less convincing poker hand. Full house to 2 pairs, or 4 of a kind rather, to 2 pair.
Pretty much. And now just having a look at the dynamics of that GT car in the middle of these LMP3s, there aren't very many lines that a car that big is going to be able to take through these corners.
Still he's ahead of the 2 LMP3 cars. And Shimoski will be massively frustrated here. Goes to the outside, but look at this. They go either side. Kai van Berlo looking for the opportunity there. There wasn't quite there because there was enough momentum, enough drive from the corner there for the young Polish driver to make it through and keep his advantage. But look at the gap between the 2 pairs of cars. That was all about traffic. Exactly what you were saying earlier, Jivan, is that traffic can make the difference. Completely different lines through that corner again. Battle engaged with that pair. It's about to be battle engaged here too. Where is Nigel Moore? The answer is he's up the road by a further 5 seconds here.
He has,
but he's not going to be he's not.
Oh, well, big spin there for the Audi.
That's the 88, I think.
Well, it looks like it was just a lock-up, and thankfully didn't hit the gravel, so no pick-up there, but definitely would have been a little bit shaken from that.
I think that is Zoué in the 88 car, comes back onto track right in front of a pumped-up Johnny Molan.
And Johnny's probably quite happy that there's another GT car in front of him, because for a while there were just very low LMP3 cars just weaving around.
Not easy in a
It's not
GT
easy.
car when you've got these cars around you. We've seen a number of occasions in mixed class racing where teams midway through the season have opted to paint the front of their car in some kind of fluorescent colour. Not kidding, it has happened because they've realised that just exactly where they are in the sight line of some of the other
Your
cars in
blind
the
spot
field
is so much bigger because it's
might just have a chance of spotting that a quicker car is going by. So we've got two battles now underway here. One for second in LMP3 because Nigel Moore is expanding that lead. And the other one for fourth. Kubashmovsky looks like he's got the advantage there. So the 88 car, it was that had that quick spin. Noble looking racy, but it's been a very convincing start to this race from Gerrit Grist. Let Nigel Moore go. I think that was a wise decision. Colin Noble, meanwhile, they mathematically, remember, still can do this. It does require bad luck for some of the other cars in contention here, but he's going to look to do all he can do, and all he can do is put this team in a position to win the race.
So into 9 and 10. Very close there. The sun is still beating down. A couple of times there is some cloud cover, but not really rain clouds.
Not that you'd really notice it out there.
No.
So while we're watching this battle, and we'll keep a very close eye on this battle, just to let you know what's going on at the front of the field. Phil Hansen is pulling away 8.7 seconds ahead. Pipo
Anders
Derani
Fjordback,
not making much of an inroad into the lead, but is beginning to catch Anders Fjordback for second place. And that was the change. 79 does go through. He said he was looking racy. Colin Noble is a rising star in LMP3, there's no doubt about that, and a lot of the gossip about what will happen with LMP3 as we come into the end of this Asian season, the start of the European season still to come, and it will be Colin Noble with Tony Wells for that full European season as well, is that this man and this team and that combination are going to be a force to be reckoned with. So Gerrit Grist looking to see whether or not there might be an opportunity up the inside here, and Colin Noble is, well, a canny lad, will not allow that to happen. Scott leads the Canadian. Round they go again. Now it's going to be about what Colin Noble can start to do, about another great LMP3 rival, Nigel Moore. That gap, as that was cleared, by the way, Nigel had taken full advantage of the opportunity offered by that pair being caught up, is 7.3 seconds. Sorry, 6.3 seconds. So that's the gap to look for if we're going to see any change.
It's very
Here's
workable.
Anders Fjordback. So Anders hanging on in there in the 57s and unable certainly on clear laps to match the pace of Philip Hansen. And that time around was quicker than both Hansen and Derani. Seems to be
we
just
know
struggling
the
a little
pace
more in
of
traffic.
this Algarve Pro P2, and if it does get a good run, don't forget this was well, the 24 car, of course, was the car that ground to a halt in Shanghai. That's effectively the only reliability issue the teams had this year. Some good results after that in Fuji and Buriram that has led them to be one of the title contenders here today.
Getting into the point where we can start to think about first pit stops for the leading P2 cars. 35 minutes in, so not a million miles away from that. And that will see Ate de Jong hand over the car to either Harrison Newey, the 24 car that is, either Harrison Newey or Andreas Pizzitola. At that point, they can turn up the wick and become far more part of the race. Still on the lead lap, about half a lap lost, by the way, in this first half hour by Ate de Jong, about 48 seconds back. That's a good run again from him.
That's right, he had a great run in Buriram.
He did.
When he actually took over the pole, the one, of course, that Harrison knew he had set, but really did hold off the charge of United Autosports for enough time.
He's enjoying being back, I think, in the older spec car. Didn't seem to really dial himself in with the newer spec Ligier in Europe this year, but much happier with the Ligier JSP2 with the Judd engine in the back. This, though, is the team car, the 25 car, and That is the Algarve Pro Racing car in the hands of Anders Fjordbach.
There
This
is
is their
Nigel
LMP2 AM. Here's Nigel Moore leading LMP3. That gap going out again a little last time. But I'm going to keep an eye on that as Colin Noble dials himself into a different programme now. He's had attack through traffic mode.
That's right.
He's now going to try and close a gap. Now that, I think, is one of the real tests of the psychology of a racing driver. It's basically what
Dealing
you're
with the
racing.
different
You're racing the
situations.
clock.
Yeah.
You're racing a gap. You're not racing a car you can see. You might just see, there he is, that's the gap. So at least he's got a sight line to his next target.
Remember, this is the home race for the Vipanisa racing team, all Malaysian squad. And Nigel Moore very proud of the fact that he's racing on home soil here, of course, for the team, for him. But it would be fantastic if they could put up, essentially by having that pole disqualified yesterday, I'd like to think they qualified with the fastest time for two races this year, which is a fantastic achievement anyway. But if they could pull off a win at Sepang in the final round, well, that would be just as good a headline.
Yep, 11 car just pulls wide and lets this one. It's still a battle, remember. This is the last of the cars in the order in LMP2. LMP2 AM, JSP2 Ligier, the Nissan powered car, Mira Konopka. And you've got Nigel Moore all over him because Nigel knows that Colin is coming. Colin Noble is coming. We'll keep an eye on their lap times. And I think we've got to the stage now where Mira Konopka is going to start to hold up a charging Nigel Moore. It was a 2:04 with a little bit of traffic there for Konopka. It was a 2:02.9 from Nigel Moore, and coming through almost an identical lap time within a couple of hundredths from Colin Noble. So Nigel Moore's got the message that the 79 car is coming. We'll keep our eyes all over that gap. So in terms of LMP3 and what can happen, Vipanisa Racing, they'll be looking for a great result here at home without a shadow of a doubt, but cannot win the championship. Championship leaders, the 13 car of the Inter-Europol competition team, need to finish ahead of the number 2 car with a good points finish, and that should be enough.
Now, just quickly, a lot of people asking on the comments stream as to what has happened to the Inter-Europol competition. Don't worry, they're still running.
Oh, they're right there.
Currently running in 4th, if I'm right,
Well,
in
they are
the
at the moment,
P3 class.
11 seconds off the lead in the class, but the most important gap there is that Kuba Shimowski is under a second back from his championship rival, Garrett Grist, the number 2. So that will be a battle that we're going to want to be seeing pretty soon to see where they sit. If either of those cars win the race, they win the championship. That's the simplest way of explaining LMP3. Beyond that, there are a legion of other possibilities.
Well, that's the thing, yeah.
But do require bad luck and a delay for the either the 13 or the number 2 car. But let's keep an eye on that. The 35 car, Panis Barthez competition, Jean-Baptiste Lehay, 4th position. A little bit of no man's land now for Jean-Baptiste. He was up into 3rd position as a result of the early pit stop penalty, the drive-through penalty for the 35. But the 8 car is now back up into 3rd position and more or less keeping pace with that lead battle, no longer closing on that. But 35 car, well, looking for another podium finish to finish their championship on a high.
And there is that Inter-Europol car right in the middle of that pack.
Well, there you go. There's Colin Noble just going up the inside of the car to clear the last bit of traffic. Then you've got what we were talking about just a moment ago, the 2 and the 13 car. So all those people looking for the Norwich City Ligier, there it is. These are the 2 cars that head the points at the moment in the opposing order that they're running at the moment. 13 leads by just 7 points now as a result of that change in pole position. I'll come back to that in just a moment. What that change, though, meant is that the 2 car scored a point for pole, with Nigel Moore taken out of pole position for having been scrutinised post-session and found not to be wearing the correct boots. They have to have the safety kit.
You heard it right.
It
was the boots.
Absolutely. It could genuinely be that a team is going to Le Mans determined by someone else's choice of footwear, and that is astonishing stuff. Garrett Grist, by the way, makes it through quickly. So now does Kuba Shimowski. What it means, though, is if the 2 car wins, and the 13 car is second. That's not enough. Here comes the leader, by the way, the overall leader, up behind Kuba Shimoski now. Let's hope he realises that is the P2 car and not the other United Autosports car.
So that would come down, that permutation you were just talking about,
Yes.
would come down to the fact that Inter Europol has been extremely consistent, but
Yep.
has only had that one win.
Only had the one win. They would lose it by a single point now if they... no, sorry, you're right. They would be on the same points, but because they've only had one win,
it
even
would
though they've had
therefore, yeah.
3 seconds, the fact that the two cars had more than one win would mean that they claim the title and claim the Le Mans 24 Hours place. Mix up here between cars on fundamentally different laps. All the P3 cars there are very much in a battle. Car Guy laps down, but this is the leader of the race overall. Philip Hansen coming through, deals with Shimoski. Now, what I'm sure be told by the team, as will the number 2 car, this is Philip coming through. Don't get in the way.
A little bit of light flashing there just to
And
make
we'll
sure.
see, I'm sure, a helpful line here by Garrett Grist.
That's a
We
good,
do.
good little
There's
comparison of a P2 and a P3 car
Yep.
there.
There's enough pace under the hood of the 22 car to make that nice and neat and tidy. Grist doesn't lose any track space whatsoever. He retains his lead over Kuba Shimoski, and the battle for third place in LMP3 continues, with Phil Hansen now chasing down Colin Noble. So Colin Noble, let's have a look at that gap. Still 7 seconds, that gap. Certainly Nigel Moore has got the message. There is the Malaysian-based team. Nigel Moore, of course, a previous championship winner here in LMP3 with Top
2016.
Motorsport a couple of years ago with Phil Hansen. And he's still got Miro Konopka in his sights. That's a mark of the pace of Nigel Moore in this car, that he can keep one of our gentleman drivers firmly in sight and waiting for a mistake from the Slovakian gentleman driver.
Now, how time is flying. 3 hours and 17 left in the race, which of course means we are coming up to the end of the first hour. We'll be letting you know everything that's happened in this hour, plenty of incidents as well. And then, of course, 3 more still to come.
Absolutely. Max Wiese, meanwhile, continues to lead as he has done for almost from the start in the GT class, the 66 car. It is a black and white flag, though, for Max for abuse of track limits at turn 8. So he's getting a bit of a slap before the traditional meeting without coffee or biscuits in the steward's office. But Max Wiese retains the lead. He's had the warning. I'm sure Max, being the sensible guy that he is, will heed that.
Well, interesting to see that a lot of people picked up. There was that great shot we had earlier of the 2 United Autosports, different classes coming into turn 1. Eric Rucker, yes, it does show there are actually plenty of differences between LMP2 and LMP3 cars.
Yep.
When they're breezing past you, blazing past you, you think they look generally the same, but they really are very different indeed. And there's an even newer spec of LMP3 coming out in a couple of years. In
the new LMP3s will be with us for 2020, and we can talk about that in a little while as well if we get that opportunity. But while we're watching Max Wiese, let's take a moment just to tell you about a few of the changes that are coming for the 2019-2020 season. We are almost an hour into the final 4 hours of this season, but 16 hours of racing to come in 2019-2020. We start again in November 2019 in Shanghai.
That's right.
Up the inside of the 50 car goes the 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car, and also through goes the 2. So this is the 2 car, putting laps on some of the slower LMP3 runners here.
Now, it'd be interesting what you were saying. Of course, this year we had a nice split in the middle of the season. We had the colder parts of Asia for the first 2 races. We had the hotter parts for the second 2. Just one cooler race next year is for Shanghai.
We do.
And it's just balanced out by the fact it's going to be 50 degrees in Australia.
And keeping an eye on this little battle. This is not for position. This is the 2 car Garrett Grist making his way through a substantial amount of traffic. There goes the 2. Shimoski's lost a place in the 3 car.
Well, that's a tricky turn, actually. A 9 and 10 here at Sepang. It's uphill as well.
That is a change for 4th position, because Kai van Berlo has gone through to take the position from Kuba Shimoski, and that might well have been in LMP3 traffic. That's the way these things can happen. There you go. That's confirmation of it. Van Berlo is ahead. They make their way by the number 38 car. That's the JCDC car in the hands of Rick Yoon, running 21st and 10th in LMP3 after that 2-minute stop and hold for the engine change. But after that longer gap, we have The other 3 races all in 2020 this year, this coming season rather, and we'll go in mid-January to a fabulous new facility at the Bend in South Australia, just outside Adelaide.
That's going to be great. Just quickly to Ren Porsche, yes, we do read your chat and we do mention it because you are worth it. You watch the race, we watch you, we let you know what's happening. So do get your comments coming in on the YouTube channel and of course the Facebook stream. This is what the digital age is all about. It's not just about watching motorsport, it's about integrating with motorsport.
Absolutely right. I wonder if that is Kevin Ehrlich as Ren Porsche. So I think that's his. Kevin, if that is you, you're more than welcome along from the United States.
Well, he waved as well.
Did he?
We can't do that, unfortunately.
I'm hoping it's Kevin, but I don't mind who it is, but it'd be very nice if it is Bruno. But this battle's still underway. So to the Bend in mid-January, with searingly hot temperatures expected there on the 7.7 kilometre circuit. And records will be set there without a shadow of a doubt. Then we go to back-to-back, truly back-to-back
But
weekends.
for the first time in 6 years, Sepang as the third race.
As the third race,
finale.
not the season decider. But also a difference here at Sepang is that race will start later in the day, and the second half of the race will be in full darkness under the floodlights here at Sepang. And I can tell you this, the drivers involved here that are looking to come back next year are very excited indeed about that. It gives them another stepping stone towards the challenges of Le Mans. And there is something about sports cars under the floodlights. Believe you me, I love to watch it. I know people love to watch the TV pictures. The photographers absolutely love it. And it's going to be a spectacular event there. Up the inside of the 24 car to put a lap on the Attitude de Jong, I think that is. It is indeed.
Oh, a little bit of a burst of smoke there. Looks like a little lock-up, or maybe even just a bit of pickup from driving a little bit wide.
I'm trying to work out what's happened there. If we missed a pit stop, we have missed pit stops, I'm afraid. So the LMP2 order, while we've been watching LMP3, has been shuffled. Pipo Derani is up to second place because we've had pit stops from the 25 now with Chris McMurray. ARC Bratislava, there we go, with Mira Konopka getting out of the car and will be replaced, I think. And they're struggling to get the belts off there. The unmistakable form of Mira Konopka.
And being pulled out of the car as he does. And then
Kang Ling, I think, getting aboard the car. Darren Burke, I'm sure, will finish the race for the team. Off come
all
Ty
three of them
Bletchmans.
have combined very well all season.
So it was actually the 24 car was running one. That's Andrea Pizzitola in his out lap, but Andrea's come out back in 12th position and amongst the LMP3 traffic. This is the 25 car in the hands now of Chris McMurray, and that car is in 6th position. Had quite a long pit stop. 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Well, we did expect these cars to be coming in around about now.
We did. Just to explain, sorry, I was trying to work out just exactly what had happened there. So Andrea Pizzitola has lost ground in terms of positions, principally because they were running about half a lap down on the leaders with Attitude de Jong having that first stint. But the ground loss meant that he's dropped back into the lead group of LMP3 cars. It was a reasonably quick 1 minute 19 seconds on pit lane for the Algarve Pro team. It was a longer stop for the 25 car. They retained 6th but dropped behind the Viper Nisa Racing leading car in LMP3. Of course, stay out for a little longer, about the hour for the fueling stops for the LMP3 cars. But Nigel Moore now up to 5th overall. Phil Hansen pits as I speak. In and out comes the Panis Bartes car. It is indeed Lin Kang in the number 4 ARC Bratislava car. Mathieu Lehay comes out for Panis Bartes competition in 3rd place as he rejoins, but will drop back down the order. And as we wait for the LMP2 teams just to shuffle back into a meaningful order. Colin Noble there, putting a lap on the Eurasia car as in comes the number 8. This is Pipo Derani out.
Well, good stint from Pippo, with the exception of that jump start, but then a little bit too excited at the start.
I think so. In goes gentleman driver Alexander West. Look for some news for Alexander's season in the coming days away from this racetrack, but he wants to come back. He told my colleague on Daily Sports Car wants to go to Le Mans in a prototype. This is a great place to learn. Out comes the 22 car. Little doubt that will still be Philip Hansen, although will it?
Well, he did put in an Ironman stint, as you called it, last time out in Buriram, and of course we saw how that worked out. Very young.
He's very, very young. He's made a trademark of these Ironman stints. Just want to be sure that this is the way they're going to run their strategy with the heat. So it's come out the car at the moment. We don't have driver identified on the...
Well, it's a stall there for the Spirit of Race. So that might have been Alexander West just getting in the car, but a little couple of problems there.
Bit of a cough there with Alexander getting away. The 23 car, the LMP2 AM car, also in the pits as we complete the LMP2 pit stops. It is indeed confirmed as Alexander West. And still waiting to see whether or not we confirm that it is Phil Hansen aboard that car. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, because it was just a 54-second stop from the United Autosports car. Blisteringly quick stops from the United Autosports.
Yes, very quick indeed. I was actually just going to mention that, the fact that they are really firing on all cylinders at the moment. We've seen a little bit of hiccups from a few of these teams, but United Autosports didn't get the best of runs in qualifying, don't forget, but they're making up for it once again on race day.
They are indeed a well-drilled pit squad. What we've got here is the number 3 and the 13 cars. This is the battle now for 4th in LMP3. 36 goes past 51 as the rest of the order shuffles their way round into getting some clear track. LMP3 has stayed with this battle. Number 2 car still looking to keep on terms with Colin Noble, but Kai van Berlo is rapidly catching the sister car for what is 3rd in LMP3. So this is the 3rd place car, Garrett Grist, but beginning to be caught now by the sister United Autosports car. Just about 3 seconds back. There you go. In fact, 3 United Autosports car in a row here with the 23 car just out the pits. Patrick Byrne bringing the car in. And we wait to see who's got aboard that car. But no driver identified at the moment.
Well, that should be turning up as soon as they get past the chips. We do have a little bit of confusion like that when these pit stops start happening, especially depending, of course, on the fact that all of these teams do keep their driver stint times, especially, very secret.
I try not to get too excited about where it happens in the first lap or two. What we've actually got now, though, Philip Hansen is confirmed back in the lead of the race. Big gap, 43 seconds. The gap now to Panis Barthez competition. Alexander West drops back into 3rd position. Chris McMurray up into 4th. Then we get the lead car in LMP3 in the hands of Nigel Moore, the number 65 Vipanisa Racing team. It's Sally Yolok that's come back out but drops back in behind Andrea Pizzitola, recovering time and recovering position.
One question to pick your motorsport mind, Graham, from the net before we start looking back at what happened in the first hour. Emmanuel Miller, is Spirit of Race using the same Ferrari they used at Daytona?
No.
Well, that's a quick answer to that, Emmanuel.
No, they're not. This is Spirit of Race have a number of cars. This is not the car they used at Daytona or indeed elsewhere in the world. They have something of a fleet available to them, but this is a car that's been with the Asia Le Mans Series throughout these 4 races, is effectively contained around the continent. Yeah. This is a championship that is basically container freighted.
Very interesting point, though, the actual life history of each of these cars and where they go and what they do. And looking, of course, with regards to that Vantage that is now being retired today.
Opportunity here to look at the completely different forms of the bright yellow Ginetta, rather more slab-sided than the Ligier, but the Ginetta substantially quicker in a straight line. 4 or 5 kilometres an hour. It's not quite got the downforce, but it has got straight line speed, and we'll wait to see what both those organisations, plus Norma, plus Adess, produce by way of the new kits that we are due to see next season. Here, though, is the 66 car, still leads GT. And leads, by the way, GT by about a minute now. Remember, the vast majority of the teams started with their gentleman drivers, with the exception of Johnny Molan. No one has ever accused Johnny Molan of being a gentleman. but pro driver. But of course, Johnny having to take that 2 minutes stop and hold, and has been pushing very hard indeed to recover some of that ground.
Now, let's not forget, of course, Johnny had to retire from Buriram the last round. He had a power steering failure.
Power steering failure
at a very high speed. And he
did
managed
brilliantly well
yeah.
to get that car turned around on the gravel to restrict the damage, but unfortunately that car brought it back to the pits, but that car into retirement. And it will be permanently into retirement at the end of this race.
That's
we
right.
said before.
That's what I was
It'll be a
saying
car
about
we won't see in international racing again. And will we ever see a V12 engined Aston Martin again? Frankly, will we ever see a V12 engine car again in international
yeah.
racing? Here we go. First of the pit stops for a GT car. This is the 88. That car pits from 19th position overall, third in GT. Now, are we going to see Dries van Teur at this point, or will they wait until later? Right? It didn't look like we had a driver change there, fueling the car.
Yeah, a little bit of a fuel splashed in. Definitely not changing the driver, for sure. Maybe a longer stint for Zhu Wei. And what we did, of course, pick up in qualifying was with this new 2019 spec Audi, it is fast, we saw that, but the reliability issues from last year, we'll see if they've been fixed.
Tyres will be going on. The number 88 saw the 51 car rolling into view behind, so that car is going to be coming into the pits. Francesco Piavanetti will hand over that car to either Oz Negri. I think it will be Oz if he does get out of the car. Zhu Wei, it was in the car as the 88 car pitted. Also seen, by the way, first of the LMP3 cars in the pits. Christian Olsen is now aboard the number 7 Kyrgios Nielsen car, taking over from Nick Adcock. We're just 3 minutes from the top of the first hour of the final 4 hours of this season of Asian Le Mans Series racing.
Nigel Moore still powering ahead in the LMP3 class in this green-black Viper Nisa Racing.
Well, he is a championship winner here before, we said earlier, and his co-driver in that championship winning year leads the race overall, Philip Hansen.
2 champions in 2 classes, or 2 ex-champions in 2 classes. I suppose we're looking to be current champions. Well, Philip Hansen definitely has that chance.
So we should be seeing Nigel into the pits pretty soon now. Be around on the hour. There is the 51 at the end of its pit stop. Piavanetti brought in the car. We didn't see that pit stop, so we'll wait and see whether or not there is going to be a driver change noted there. 3-driver crew, of course, with Oz Negri and Alessandro Pierguidi. So that goes the 51. Green light on, and will come out as the Eurasia LMP3 car, 36 car in the hands of Nobuya Yamanaka, an Asian driver who will be moving into the European scene as well this season, but we're expecting to see Nobuya back in the Asian Le Mans Series in 2019-20 and possibly an LMP2 car.
Wow, that would be great. There is really is a different shape for that Ginetta. It's just so much more angular.
Well, that was the car that.
But successful, yeah. I mean,
winning the first championship in LMP3 history.
TKS, of course, were running Ginettas as well, I remember last year.
And indeed, TKS's car was one of the ex-ARC Bratislava cars. American Optica owned 3 of those chassis, sold them all to the Japanese team. TKS bringing it out to play for a number of races in Asian Le Mans and then in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in Europe. But we've not seen one of the Ginettas in the Asian Le Mans Series since TKS last year.
Yeah.
Well, we're moving into the second hour in just about 40 seconds. It's been a packed first hour.
It has indeed.
No major dramas on track.
Well, with the exception of that jump start, a couple of drive-through penalties as well.
Into the pits comes the LMP3 leader. They said at the top of the hour, in comes Nigel Moore. These are going to be the moments that define the shape of this season. Is it going to be Douglas Koo? It is. So Douglas will climb aboard.
Nigel has made up a little for that little problem, that issue from qualifying. Douglas now getting in the car. Let's see how fast Douglas goes, because Douglas is A little bit slower than Nigel, but Nigel has put in a great lead. And this is kind of one of the key strategies that Viper Nice Racing going to have to go for.
And remember, some minimum pit stop times apply to the LMP3 teams. We're waiting to see who takes the 2 long stops and when. So we keep an eye on the pit stop times for the LMP3 cars. Fuel is done. They're rushing for this one, so that looks to me like this is not going to be a timed pit stop. This looks like they may be taking their quick stop early.
Pit mechanics on their game.
Ginetta in the pits as well, by the way.
Now, let's just have a look back while this car is in the pits to everything that's happened in the first hour of the 4 hours of Sepang here.
Final 4 hours of action for the 2018-2019 Asia Le Mans season got underway at Sepang with Pipo Derani a little trigger happy in the number 8 Spirit of Race. Ligier, he got away a little bit too quickly, I'm afraid. That would lead to a pit stop penalty later. Behind, Philip Hansen fended off the 2 Algarve Pro cars and the Panis Barthez competition car. The trio of Judd-engined LMP2s couldn't find a way by the LMP2 championship leader. Car Guy dropping back in the order. That's not unusual this part of the race, with Kimura-san looking to just finish this race. Round goes the number 88 Audi, one of the few dramas on track for the first hour of the race. 66 car it is that leads the GT order into the second hour. But the action was all about LMP3, and with multiple cars in the championship hunt, there are multiple combinations possible. It's about the 2 and the 13. They bookend that quartet of cars at this stage. Colin Noble, though, in the 79 Courier Cost Nielsen car was the man on the move, making his way through the traffic. Kai van Berlo running wide. That cost him a further position. This was Noble up into second place in LMP3, and looking at this car, the 65 Viper Nice Racing car, from the back of the grid after woes in qualifying, losing pole position to a wrong choice of shoes. Pipo Derani makes his pit stop penalty. In fact, 2 for Pipo Derani. And the number 8 car back in to the race. 22 handed the lead as a result of that penalty for the number 8. Philip Hansen set fair for an untroubled run at this stage to what he hopes and they hope will be a championship win and a confirmed Le Mans place for United Autosports. Well, 3 minutes into the second hour, G-Van, we begin to see some of the cards played in what is going to be a fascinating game of patience for these guys across 4 hours. We came into this race with 11 teams still in with a chance, at least mathematically, of a championship win and a Le Mans place, and all those 11 are still very much in play.
Let's just go actually through those. Of course, you can get the complete updated standings on www.asianlemonseries.com. United Autosports in the LMP2 class. United Autosports number 22, 62 points ahead of that 24 Algarve Pro Racing on 44 points. ARC Bratislava in third with 39 points. Those are the 3 contenders in LMP2, which could really make a difference today. In LMP2 it is, of course, ARC Bratislava, the number 4. 69 points ahead of United Autosports on 60 and Algarve Pro on 48. In LMP3, very close indeed. Inter Europol leading on 62. United Autosports 2 and 3 on 54 and 43 points in the top 3. And GT, well, we all know about that 1 point that Car Guy needed, because they were 24 points ahead of Spirit of Race, that number 51 car coming into this. And that could turn into a very interesting situation.
Third place goes, as he wraps up the point standings there, to the charging Andrea Pizzitola. Alexander West was there, could see that the rapid Frenchman was actually coming. It was the pick was the Aston Martin. Pizzitola had been closing. He's made his way back up the order. He's picked up the pace after the start for the race from Ate de Jong, and gets back through into third position to give themselves just another bit of a rung on the ladder towards the front of this race, and any chance whatsoever of making up the gap should things go wrong later in the race for the number 22 car. It's another card played on the board here. I'm going to stop those those references to cards because people are going to think I'm an inveterate gambler. I'm not. But I do like the way this race is actually just coming to a little bit of a kind of mid-race crescendo here.
Yeah.
Andrea Pizzitola pumped up. That Judd working very well. He goes by the Spirit of Race car in the second phase of the race. He's pulling away easily from Alexander West. That's not a surprise. Pizzitola is the reigning European Le Mans Series champion, a top pro driver. Alexander West still learning his trade. Here is the number 7 car. That's in the hands now of the young Danish driver Christian Olsen. 8th place at the moment in the LMP3 class, but closing in on the 50. Into the pits now, the number 3 car. Still in championship contention, Kai van Berlo. And now we've got to wait for the LMP3 order to sort itself out a little.
And it should do after this slew of pit stops that we've seen. That was a great move in the LMP2 class. As we said, it could be very significant as well. Still with a lot of racing to come.
Into the pits, we can see at the top of the screen there is the new race leader last time around. That was Colin Noble, made his way through into the lead of the race. He'd already got by, of course, the number 2 and the 13. They both pit behind him, so the 1, 2, 3 in LMP3 are on pit lane together. That is Matt Bell coming out in the number 3 car. He pitted from 4th position, so he'll now make up the ground to the 3 cars. There they are. That is the 1, 2, 3 in the order. All 3 of those cars in championship contention.
It's a great
depending
shot.
on how these things actually turn out. And what that also means, by the way, is the 13 car was right with Gerrit Grist at the point at which these cars pitted. It was less than 2 seconds between the pair. They are the real championship contenders if things don't go wrong. 13 and 2. If they have trouble-free runs, that is going to mean that it's about who finishes ahead of whom in that order. Off come our old Michelins. On go some scrubbed tyres there too. Colin Noble came in the lead of this trio. It's a Kyrgios Nielsen team getting a reputation, by the way, for pretty slick stuff in these LMP3 cars. Championship winners in the UK already, race winners in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, regular podium sitters as well in the European Le Mans Series, and here podiums too in Asia. They are on the up. On go the lights for Noble. He gets away.
Well, he might just be.
He should be in a way. Should be a bit of a gap between these 2 cars, and there is.
There he is.
Where is the United car? A little longer
still
there.
being worked on.
That is a longer pit stop. Now, it might be that they're taking their longer pit stop at this point, but is that a problem for the number 2 car?
Well, they are working quite fervently on the car, it has to be said, and of course the view's now been blocked by that TF Sport Vantage, so hopefully we can get a closer cam in on that UA car in the pits. We'll get back to that as soon as we can. Meanwhile, into Europol, back out and making their way through turn 1 and turn 2 now.
That 2 car is still there.
Yeah, it is.
That is a long pit stop. Is that trouble for the number 2 squad?
Well, that is now, of course, that doesn't look like they're maintaining time to hit time. There's people looking into that.
There is a problem for that car.
Well, we were talking about how United Autosports were looking for a perfect run today. That might just mar that.
That could be a very decisive series of moments and a growing series of moments for United Autosports. It would be great to hear from the team if we possibly can. Back out on track. Here is the number 4 car. Started, of course, by Rura Konopka. We've got Lin Kang now. It's been another bit of a star this season. He's going to be looking to make up what ground he possibly can here. Back up into 7th position, head of the LMP3 pack again. Once more, we're in a situation where the top 7 cars. Here comes the 2.
Finally, that United Autosports car makes its way out.
And just looking for how long that has been on the pits. It's 3 minutes on the pits.
That is really going to upset the apple cart, as they say.
Is going to be. And again, looking against, it's 3 minutes and 9 seconds on pit road. That is, just looking against the other teams, is lost over a minute and 20 seconds to the other cars in contention here. Well, that certainly was not a timed pit stop.
No.
That was a pit stop with an issue for United Autosports, and it would be great to hear from them what actually happened there.
And we're going to have to keep an eye out to see if that was a fixed problem or it's actually something that's just started and is going to start.
Well, we've got some
really
different drivers aboard the cars now. Leading the race, it is Tony Wells. in the number 79 car, takes over the car from...
That's in LMP3, of course.
LMP3.
The overall leader still Phil Hansen.
Martin Hipper takes over the Inter-Europol competition car. Matt Bell moves up to third because of the troubles for his team car. Chris Buncombe has come out in that 2 car. Douglas Koo, we saw climb aboard the 65. Kristen Olsen is in the number 7, the Kyrgios Nielsen car. Buncombe is dropping right down the order here. Margot Lafitte is aboard the 50. Daughter, of course, of F1 hero Jacques Lafitte, Jolly Jacques Lafitte, one of my sporting heroes.
One of mine too.
Absolutely.
Motorsport heroes.
Aidan Reid is aboard the Eurasia car number 36. Rick Yoon stays aboard the 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Mike Simpson has stayed aboard the 44 Ginetta. The lead gap, by the way, still 45 seconds. Mathieu Lehay taking a little bit of time, by the way. Last couple of laps out of Phil Hansen, but it's a little bit of time. Waiting to see what kind of impact Andrea Pizzitola can actually make on that battle, with Alexander West dropping back to about 11 seconds back from Pizzitola, now in 4th. Phil Hansen able to control this race in the front at this stage.
That's right. As we said, he did the same thing in Buriram. Well, as soon as he got into the front, showed a very calm and composed head on those shoulders, young shoulders, I should add, and essentially dictated the race from then and led to this situation for, at least in the LMP2 class for United Autosports. Because don't forget that it has been such an action-packed season. We have had 3 different winners in the LMP2 class from the 3 previous races. Spirit of Race with the first race in Shanghai. Then, of course, it was United Autosports. And then just before, Algarve Pro, of course, picked up their win as well. And as these cars make their way through turns 1 and 2, heat still blazing in Malaysia.
So 23 car, the LMP2 AM. There is the Vipanisa Racing car, 65. Led, of course, the race from the start of the race as Nigel Moore managed to make his way through from the back of the LMP3 grid to the front and got in amongst the P2 cars just briefly. It's another stellar stint from Nigel after rather disgracing himself in qualifying with that wrong choice of shoes. He's out of the car now. Douglas Koo is aboard the car, pushing on as best he possibly can. And we're going to get to hear from Nigel down with Nadia on pit lane in just a moment or two after that race-leading stint in LMP3. He's with Nadia.
Right, at the garage of Vipanisa Racing, you got out of the car and the car was actually in the leading position for LMP3, doing very well out there. I guess I just went, how did you do it and how are you feeling right now?
No, feeling good. We did what we needed to do in qualifying, but unfortunately, mishap, we got put to the back. But that doesn't set us back. We went out, we had fun, you know, against a lot of ELMS teams here. We came from the back of the grid to the front and pulled away, and then just backed off, saved the car. Car's really, really good. Viper lads are doing an excellent job, and for their home race as well, it's just what they needed for a good send-off to the last round. So big well done to all the team and everyone, and thank you.
Now Douglas is in the car right now, and of course you guys are a home team. Do you think the fact that we're in Sepang is an advantage for you guys?
Yeah, he knows the track pretty well, but you know there's a lot of good drivers here, and they've learned the track you know quick and they're on pace as well. So no, Douglas will enjoy this one for sure, and hopefully we just come home in a respectable position, the car all in one piece, and yeah, just enjoy the weekend.
Are you going back in?
Yeah, I'll be going back in. Go back in and see where we are when we go out. Going back in and have a little have a play again and a fight with some of the cars out there. No, we've enjoyed the Asian Le Mans series. It'd be nice to go do the European one as well, but we'll see what budget's like.
That was Nigel Moore. Now Douglas Koo is in the car for Vipanisa Racing. Jeevan, Graham, what's your take on that?
Thanks for that, Nadia. Well, all I can say is that I love listening to Nigel Moore talking about his racing. He's absolutely amped to be getting back in this car for a second stint. But it's interesting how also in the Vipanisa Racing team, one of their key priorities is to get that car back in one piece. We've seen them all over the place over the course of the season. They have caused stories with this, of course. Very, great headlines, but it can't be great for the team.
They're a team that are looking to do what they can to climb the ladder. They've got Nigel Moore to help them with that with real pace. We're looking here, by the way, at the battle for the lead in LMP3. Another significant moment. Tony Wells aboard the 79 car, leading the race for Ikuriakos Nielsen after those pit stops. But Martin Hipper in the number 13 car, looking for a way by the Ikuriakos car. And this would again be another substantial play in the way in which this LMP3 title battle is playing out. They're being caught as well, by the way, from behind there by Matt Bell, who's right with the two of them. There you go, 1, 2, 3, or rather 79, 13 and 3 are the 1, 2, 3 in the order here. This is going to be, again, significant moments for the championship standings and the way in which this championship is going to be decided.
Championship changing.
It is
points,
indeed. So just to make it clear, by the way, the other car in major title contention here is the 2 car. After that pit stop, we'll find out, I'm sure, from Nadia a little later what happened there for the United Autosports
They're currently
team.
6th in class.
They are 6th in class. Chris Buncombe lapping in fairly competitive order, but 6th in class and now a minute and a half back from this lead order. Disaster, I'm afraid, for the number 2 car. Up the inside goes Martin Hipper. He takes the lead in LMP3 with a neat move there. But can he hold that around the outside?
I think he's just found this big
almost
brick
3
wall.
wide here. I think Kai van Berlo might actually get the run on the 2 of them here. Well, it's played out for Martin Hipper beautifully. It was the Aston Martin again that proved the pick, but here comes Kai van Berlo around the outside to try to take 2nd place.
That is the second time that we've seen the Aston Martin essentially be used as a blind.
Absolutely. So he goes around the outside of Tony Wells. Tony Wells, I think, decides to give best there for this point. Remember, all 3 of these cars can mathematically do it, but pretty clearly the 13 car goes to the lead. A win at the opening round, 2nd place at Fuji, 2nd place in Buriram means they're 7 points ahead in the championship. Their major contender looks to be in a little bit of trouble on track, at least because of that long pit stop. And the 13 car, all of a sudden, well, the outlook is as sunny and as bright as the paint on the side and the back of that Ligier.
And it really does come down to that. If Inter Europol win this race in this position, then it would cap a great season for them. And a lot of people, the neutrals of course watching, and everybody on the comment stream as well, on the live stream, would have to say it's pretty well deserved. Consistency does win you championships just as easily. And they have hit the ground running when it comes to the Asian Le Mans Series.
They were a team that was their form was coming on in strides in Europe. They came here, and I think it's fair to say they were potentially, as we see the R24 car back off the jacks and will be back out of the race. We will likely have seen a change in driver there. We'll wait and see. I think we were expecting Michelle Gatting aboard that car in the second, because I think we heard from Catherine Legg that she would be in the car the last of the 3. But improved form from the number 50 car.
Yeah.
But I know they've been struggling with handling with that Ligier. Catherine Legg was telling me during the weekend there's just something a little strange about the way that car is handling this weekend. But the Inter Europol squad move up to LMP2 as well as retaining an LMP3 programme. They're looking to bring both those programmes to Asia at the end of 2019 as well, which is great to hear. But their form has been head-turning. Won the last European Le Mans Series race.
That's exactly it.
Won their next ACO Rules race with the Shanghai Asian Le Mans Series race. And what that basically means then is that their last 4 races, they finished no lower than 2nd. And could they win this one to top off the 5, it would be a magnificent result for them.
Now, as we watch United Autosports in some clear air, absolutely nobody front and back right now for this 22 car. Let's also check in with some of the other classes as well. Of course, one of the classes that everybody's watching is, of course, the GT class. That is the car that really could have lit up the weekend even yesterday in qualifying, but was just foiled by those 2 Audis in qualifying. Car guy Keiko Zolino, of course, we've talked to him over the season as well. A lot has been delivered by this car, of course, especially on the home race at Fuji, but they just couldn't pull it together yesterday. That didn't mean that James Collado and Okay, Cozzolino couldn't put in fast times yesterday, but those extra fast times from the two Audis were just enough now. And the kind of left car guy just wondering what they have to do this weekend if they're going to pull this championship off.
The answer is finish.
Yes,
I think it's
that's
as simple as that.
Yeah.
It's a single point required, but that must be a nervy time. It is a matter of, it's a risk-free approach, but the risk-free approach at the moment has got them second position in this race, albeit some little way back. Yes, with quicker guys to come in, including Kai Cozzolino. So Kimura-san has done what he's supposed to do, which is to bring this car back as shiny as it was at the start. They have had contact, by the way. There has been a bit of an incident with the number 7 car of Christian Olsen. Christian Olsen gets a black and white flag for that. But so they've had a bit of a nervy moment there. Here we go with, well, the ARC Bratislava squad in line astern. So it's Central Europe to the fore here. 2 Slovakian enter cars, then the Polish flagged into Europol team. There's the Ginetta again. Number 44 car, I think, still in the hands of Mike Simpson. Used to this kind of weather, of course, in Yorkshire, 35 degrees. Usually, though, it's in the chip pan. But 44 car, it is good to see a Ginetta back.
It is.
It very much is good to see a Ginetta back, and I'm looking forward to see what the Garford Massive will do with the opportunity to refettle the aerodynamics.
Well, how about that?
Big
That is
trouble.
significant.
So the big trouble for the number 8 car stopped on the crest there.
Now, what,
Turn
Graham,
4.
would lead to an LMP2 car stopping on the crest of a hill?
Is it electronics? Is it engine? Is it gearbox? What is that?
Wow, that is just a surreal sight. That is the slowest by far that Spirit of Race have been this weekend.
Trouble, safety car is... he's got the thing now.
Stall?
Right. No, now that's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. Safety car was scrambled just at the point that Alexander West managed to get that car moving again. So has the safety car actually left the pit lane? Because if it has,
then it's a full course yellow.
Well, if it has, it's going to be the whole field
has to
behind
pull
the
up
safety,
the safety
car.
car.
That's going to be very significant. Did the safety car leave the pit lane? I think it did.
And it looks like it has. Race control.
So the safety car boards are being shown. The safety car has been scrambled.
Wow, what a way to evolve the second hour.
So we wait to see safety car scramble, and we also wait to see where he picks this up and exactly how they're going to handle this, because this is going to be a very... There we are.
There it is.
The
That's
Mercedes-Benz
exactly
safety car, and behind, it's not the lead car at the moment, so there will be a wave by. It's the 24 car with, I think, the leader behind that. It's the 2 United Autosports Ligiers.
So, unbelievable scenes. That was the exact crest where the stoppage happened.
Right, it's not the 20, it's the 22 car, it's the 3rd car in the order. So at some point I would expect that the 2 cars ahead will be waved by. Now that is good news for both the 23 and the 25.
Yeah.
There we go. Safety car. First car there is the 25 car. That car currently runs in 4th position in the hands of Chris McMurray. He's a lap down. He's going to get that more or less back. So is the 23 car. Those two, by the way, were close together on track even before the safety car, but are going to be waved by and will join the back of the queue. Behind them, that is going to close up things dramatically in the LMP3 class, with Martin Hipper ahead of Matt Bell, Tony Wells, Douglas Koo, Christian Olsen. Could this be... Well, it's going to depend on exactly where, by the way, the number 2 car is. I don't think this is going to help the 2 car in any way at all, because he's not ahead of the leader.
Right. These are the intricate rules.
I think he's the first car behind the leader.
These are the intricate rules that do surround it. There he is.
He's not going to get a wave by. So I think there's only going to be 2 cars here who get a wave by, and it's going to be the 2 LMP2 cars that were immediately behind the safety car. 24 car takes the opportunity to pit, so does the 38. So that is Algar Pro from 3rd position. They've made the call to pit behind the safety car. The wave by has already happened, by the way. So it is the 22 car now behind the safety car.
Oh,
And I think this has actually done harm to the number 2, because I think that's right in the mix there behind the lead car. Is that the 3 or the 2?
Well, it is these situations that can define the entire races, and today, of course, it might just define the championship.
The 22 car, is that the 2? That is the 2 car. Now that means that right behind him is the leader in the LMP3 race. And that means when this goes back to green, if none of these cars decide to pit at this point, the 2 car is going to go a lap down.
And not only that, well, have a look at Spirit of Race just at the back of this train, and
there's the car that caused it right at the back. That was
that's it, exactly.
We don't know what happened there. Now, it could have been a spin and a stall. We didn't see, but it looks to me like it might have been of a Control-Alt-Delete moment. You call the help desk, they tell you to switch everything off and switch everything back on again, and all too often it solves the problem. And it looks to me that that's what happened there for the number 8 car, of Alexander West.
Maybe your examples of card playing aren't too far off, because that literally is the hand that changed the game.
Absolutely. In comes the 36 Eurasia car, and you can see behind as well, there goes the 51 car. Seems to me that almost every single time we go to a car on pit lane, there's a further car on pit lane further back there. That is the lead car. 22 car is on pit lane.
And he's just come out by the looks of it. He has. That's a very nice, quick, tidy pit stop from U8.
So that is the 22 car deciding this is the moment to bring the car down pit lane.
So 1.5 hours in.
36 car there. There goes the number 22 car. It will, I'm sure, be Phil. Paul Di Resta. Paul Di Resta is doing his stint now. So that, I'm sure, will be opportunistic on the part of United Autosports to get the ex-Formula 1 driver, DTM driver, just signed for Aston Martin's DTM programme this week with our motorsports. But he's traditionally done the last stint of the race. But this, I'm sure, will be to do with the heat, Jivan, to give a little bit of a rest for him.
Yeah.
Now, we won't now get a further wave by. The lead car in the train is the 2. That is the chasing championship contender in LMP3. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, but it's going to be Martin Hipper, I've no doubt, tasked with catching and passing Chris Buncombe.
Well, the permutations, Graham, just unbelievable when these situations do turn up. We've seen it a couple of times in the seasons as well, where a full course yellow or a safety car came out, and it really did change the game in terms of giving advantages to certain teams that were literally just in the right place at the right time when that yellow was called.
So we are 2 hours, well, just about 2.5 hours to go. At the end of this straight, you will see the silver Mercedes-Benz, lights out, of course, on top of the car, pull to driver's right and into the pit lane, and then it will be go, 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 and Chris Buncombe is going to have his mirrors full of, well, everything.
Yes, absolutely everything.
Not too many LMP2 cars that close at the moment to Chris, so he'll have a little bit of respite. Here comes the number 4 car.
Bit wide there. I think that might have been the Spirit of Race again, actually.
So Chris Buncombe is going to get a bit of time here. He might be wise to get through turn 1, 2, let it can go. Goes around the outside. Out comes the 25 car. That surprises me. I'll come back to why that surprises me in just a moment. Who was in the 25 car there? That was Mark Patterson coming out of the pits. Come back to that in a moment.
So
there is Chris Buncombe. Up the inside goes Lin Kang. He'll let him go. 35 and 25 also in the mix there. Number 3 has gone ahead of 13 in that. So Matt Bell has gone ahead of Martin Hipper to take the lead of the LMP3 race.
Significant.
It's very significant because it is a United Autosports car. Remember, the 3 is also in title contention.
Yes. As we look at the cars streaming around into Europol, have managed to lose that lead, but let's find out what's going on in the team. Nadia has caught up with the Inter Europol team. Let's get down the pit lane and find out what they're thinking right now.
Yes, Yes, Martin Hipper is in the car right now for Inter Europol, but we managed to grab hold of Kuba Shmukovsky. How was your stint? We want to hear.
It was difficult. It was very difficult. I managed to stay in the car for the whole stint, but towards the end, it was getting a bit tricky because it was so incredibly hot. We don't have air conditioning, and the air coming through the nose, it's hotter. It's even hotter, so you can't get a break. But I managed, and Martin took the car over, and he's doing a great job. We are leading now, so everything looks to be quite okay until now.
Wow, it's amazing that the weather and the conditions is challenging for you, but you say all that, you're going to have to do another stint.
Sorry?
You're going to have to go back into the car.
Yeah. I mean, after I got out of the car, it was very, very difficult, but now I was able to cool down a bit, and I will do another stint, and I feel quite okay now. I'm pretty confident it should not be a problem.
So you will be bringing the car home, and we know that this win, you guys are currently leading LMP3 by about, 8 points, 7 points. So by winning this round, it's going to be a good thing for you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a perfect ending, winning at the beginning and hopefully winning at the end, so fingers crossed.
Fantastic. Can't wait to see you back in the car, Kuba. So that was it, Jim, Riven, Graham, back to you guys.
Yeah, you got a moment there where, believe you me, when a car comes by, it's loud in that pit lane. When 22 cars come by, you can see the pair of them struggling to hear each other.
Well,
so well done, guys.
Well done to both of you for that.
Absolutely well done with keeping that one together. One thing I was concerned about there, we saw Mark Patson emerge from the pits, and he's there in, by the way, close contention with the 35 car. Surprised to see him released from the pits as they release the safety car change.
Yes,
he came out in the middle of all of that. So if the green light was on, that was a surprise. I'm not saying either way what actually happened there, but it did seem to me a surprise that the 25 car emerged as the whole pack pounded into turn one. So let's wait and see whether or not there was an issue there. But if the light was green, Mark's perfectly entitled to go. He's not to know what's out on track at that point. Meantime, what's going on with the various races? To the lead, lest we forget, Panis Bartes competition. Mathieu Lehay fending off now Andrea Pizzitola because of that tactical stop made by United Autosports to put Paul di Resta into the car. It's 3.3 seconds the lead gap between the number 35 car and the 24. 22 now is 5 seconds further back behind Pizzitola in third position, with a minute and 22 back from the lead. Sally Yolok in the lead LMP2 AM car. LMP3 is now Matt Bell in the number 3 United Autosports car, but still with Martin Hipper in the 13 car. We had Nadia just talking to Kuba Shmukovsky, started the race.
Looks like we may have had a lead.
No, that's the same order.
Yeah, it is.
The 35 car is 0.3 of a second, so it is still really tight in LMP3, with Tony Wells hanging on in there in the first of the two career cost Nielsen cars, the 79, and Kristin Olsen right in his wheel tracks running fourth. Douglas Koo, meanwhile, is running fifth with Chris Buncombe, that lap down to the lead cars, as we predicted he might be. In GT, it is the 66 car of the Jiangxi Racing team, with Zhang Yakui in the lead there. But that safety car's had a significant effect there too, because that's allowed Kei Cozzolino to close to within a second after being almost a lap down. Big gain there for the championship leading number 11 car, now in reach of not just a championship win, but a race win as well, and of course with James Collado still to come.
That's where we are right now. And just to some of the comments that have come in on the YouTube channel, well, some people were actually wondering which car Catherine Legg was driving. It's
50.
not a United Autosports car, it's a number 50 R24 car, and they are currently, well, they're having Michelle Gatting's actually behind the wheel of that car right now.
8th position.
Yes, right. 8th overall, 8th in class, sorry.
And with a battle at the moment with Mike Simpson in the Ginetta, but Cat Legg still to come in that
Just
car.
look for that. It's a grey, red and white car, and as soon as we pointed out, so in
See
fact,
that
it's
just
right
in the
there. It's
background
right in the background.
Yes,
yeah.
just beyond one of the United Autosports car. But doesn't need a second opportunity to get the foot in and go for it. The opportunity to go to the lead offered by that stop behind the safety car from the 22. Paul di Resta taking over from Phil Hansen. But the 35 car in the hands of Panis Bartes competition to the lead. 24 car with Andrea Pizzitola under a second back. This is the lead pair. It is Judd V8 in the rear of both of these Ligiers. Behind this pair, Paul Di Resta 10 seconds back. And not quite yet on that pace. Might just be getting the correct heat into those Michelin tyres. But we'll wait and see how that strategy plays out a little later. That safety car, if you missed it, was scrambled as Alexander West stopped out on circuit briefly.
Very briefly.
Here comes the 22, and the reason he's not picking up time, of course, is traffic. It's my bad. Should have realised that one. There is Martin Hipper.
There he is.
There's
and that was the car. And so
the the 8 car.
Well, let's find out from the horse's mouth. Let's get down to the pit. Nadia is with Pippo Durrani from Spirit of Race. What happened there?
Yes, of course, the lingering question. We all want to know, Pippo, what happened at the start there?
No, I misjudged. I made a mistake, unfortunately. I accelerated where I was supposed to, but the rules here, it's different. You need to wait the lights to go off before you can go. In America, I do a little bit different. So, yeah, my bad. Sorry for the team. We had a good pace there. To be honest, I was a little bit surprised when the penalty came, but at the same time, it's completely understandable. And yeah, we move on. We had a little glitch with the car. The gearbox was not working, and it came back. So we'll see what we can do for the end of the race.
A couple of challenges at the start now. Now West is in the car, and then Com Ledoga will get in, and then you again.
Yeah, I should finish the race. To be honest, I'm not really looking forward because it's too hot, but it's part of the job. So yeah, I'll be back in at the end.
Of course, all the best later. Thank you so much. That was Pippo Durrani, guys, car number 8. Back to you in the commentary.
Thanks very much, Nadia, for that. So that's one of the mysteries cleared up. Gearbox glitch it was.
So that was the glitch that stopped
potentially electronics, I'd have thought, with that one. But it goes to show the conditions here. That's a man from Brazil saying it's hot.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Remarkable stuff. Meantime, that car back up to speed and recovered, by the way, back into 7th position and getting back up to speed. Alexander West, well, driving steadily rather than very, very quickly. I do wonder whether or not he's still got a bit of a gearbox problem with that.
Oh, he might be nursing it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on his pace there. Meantime, Matt Bell, second up now in LMP3 from Martin Hipper. Christian Olsen up into 3rd position. So it's a shift in the order between the two Icurios-Nielsen cars. 7 ahead of 79 car in GT. Kei Cozzolino goes to the lead. Car guy on the way to the championship. If it stays like this, they need to finish the race to win.
Well, they are currently 1 second ahead of the Tianchi Racing team.
Just happened while we were down in the pits with Nadia and with Pippo Durrani. We'll wait and find out what happened. We'll bring you details of what happened to the 2 car as soon as we receive that. That is the remaining mystery, and that could have been the deciding moment. A long pit stop for the number 2 car.
And we're going to have, hopefully, there is that car guy, now new leader. And that is the Tianchi Racing Team Audi that is trying so hard to catch up. You know, there's a little bit of track limits abused there.
Yeah, so Kei Cozzolino, you would have expected the kind of semi-pro, come pro for car guy to get the better of the gentleman driver in the Audi ahead, but the Audi clinging on in there and has a substantial gap, by the way, to the 88 Tianchi Racing car. So it's now Audi's 2-3. Still remember, we've got Dries van Teur to come. So it's the number 11 GT car. This came into the race, make no mistake, the hot favourite. Needed a single point yesterday from qualifying to clinch the championship. Couldn't do that because Dries van Teur wasn't playing that game. Need then to finish this race to claim a single point and a look on track to do 25 times better than that
exactly.
Right now.
3 wins, let's not forget. This will be a clean sweep of wins throughout the season if Car Guy can do it, which is a great way to win a championship.
Absolutely.
Absolutely the best way.
You've got to beat the guys out there. Let's not forget, remember, amongst the competitors in this championship, you've got another FIWC World Champion in Alessandro Pierguidi. You've got a Le Mans winning driver in Dries van Tour, GTM champion, in a Ferrari just a couple of years ago. These are not easy cars to beat, and they've done very, very well. Remember, their first time in Asia Le Mans Series racing,
That's right,
their first time in mixed class racing, and these guys have delivered. Kimura-san, Kai Kozolino's at the wheel now, and James Collado, of course, the most experienced of the three. The dream is going to come true if things carry on like this for Car Guy, and that is a livery that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be seeing on one of the most famous circuits in the world in just a few months' time.
That's
because
right,
these guys look to me like they're heading for Le Mans.
Well, it's you know, the numbers are with them. If they need 1 point, they've got 24 extra to spare. Then.
Pit lane dramas, meanwhile. Here comes the lead car. Now, this is about right in terms of the regular pit stop rotation. This, by the way, puts Algarve Pro Racing and Andrea Pizzitola to the lead of the race.
Yeah.
Now, remember, this has all been caused by the fact that under the safety car, United Autosports opted to pit the 22 car. Paul Di Resta's got into the car. I'm guessing there's a little bit of attention going on to one of the side pods there, I notice, on driver's left.
Some detailed.
But I'm guessing that we're used to seeing Ironman stints from Phil Hansen. It may well be that they've decided they don't have to do that, or that Phil might be struggling a little bit with the heat, and to split their regular strategy, put Paul Di Resta in the car now in the middle of the race, put Phil back in after he's been rested, rehydrated at the end of this race, and that might prove to be a very smart move indeed. What I'm interested to see is what that does in terms of their fuel stints at the end of this race. Off goes the number 35 car, so the Panis Bartes competition car carries on. Mathieu Lehay stayed aboard that car. Alexander West, meanwhile, by the way, has gone ahead of Lin Kang. Now, why's that happened? Because Lin Kang's pace has been pretty good. He must have just been in the pits. We've missed that one, I'm afraid. So I think we've had the RC Bratislava car in. He's dropped back down to 7th place.
That would definitely explain it. There's a lot of information coming out of race control as well.
They're busy.
Black and white flag for car 8. That's track limits, team manager for the United Autosports 23. That's to race control as well.
Yeah.
Yes, plenty of things going on.
Yeah, is that the Hullock?
Well, there's a spin there as well for that UA. Turn 15.
That might have just been, they've been told there's a potential issue looming.
That's it.
24 car, though, is running untroubled here. He continues on and into the lead for Andrea Pizzitola. He's quite used to leading races this season after his European Le Mans Series triumph with the G-Drive Racing Squad. Moves over to his old team, team he's done much racing with, the Algarve Pro team, both in Europe and Asia. Great to see his talents being used.
And it could have been so different for Algarve Pro as well, of course. This is probably the most high-profile retirement that we've seen in Shanghai, in the lead. Ground to a halt on the home straight. That could have been 25 extra points.
Could have been championship contenders.
Yes,
at the lead end of the point standings.
Very unlucky.
But Andrea Pizzitola looking to do what he can do to help the case of Algarve Pro Racing being a team that either by winning or by catching the eye of the selection committee to get those much hoped for positions in the on the Le Mans entry list that will be announced in just a week's time.
As you can see, the sudden drop in light there is because of these clouds that are moving across. They aren't rain clouds, nice white and fluffy clouds. But they are going to be, you can imagine if that's what you're seeing on your screen, then if you're rocketing around this track at 500 horsepower, and it can definitely affect the way you see the track. And closing in on the third hour, just in the first hour, of course, we had those two drive-through penalties, one for Pippo Derani that he just apologized for just now. Of course, his reasoning behind that was he thought it may have been an American race. I don't know if that was if that's going to go down too well, but he needed something, of course. But apparently in America you can actually accelerate before.
There you go. Well, you know what? We were talking about this just yesterday, about the difference in regulations, the difference in procedures, particularly under caution, starts of races, pit stop procedures. It can be a little bit difficult. It's fifth in GT, the last car on track. Another driver change, by the way, Ivor Dunbar now.
Is now in, yes. Joy
The
Mullins
grand
out.
old lady of this race.
And this is at the tail end of the.
Yeah, let's take a moment. And I'll tell you something, it would be lovely if we could actually get to hear this magnificent car for the last time.
Yeah, a bit hard to pick out.
Fantastic V12 wail from the Vantage. Under power, there's nothing like it. 6 litre V12. There you go. There's 24 cylinders in close formation to a single corner. This is still, by the way, a hard-fought battle for the lead in LMP3. Matt Bell with the Europol competition car now 7 seconds back, but Christian Olsen now challenging. This is, by the way, Martin Hipper looking to put a lap on Chris Buncombe. So this is a decisive moment in the LMP3 battle.
As this will put one of the UA cars to rest.
The main contender UA car to rest here. If the cars run untroubled, this is not a good moment for United Autosports.
Well, they weren't helped by that little puff
there
of dust just
up
now.
The inside he goes.
Turn
and Hipper
5.
ahead of Buncombe. That is the lead car in the championship, going by the 2 car that needed to win this race and finish ahead. Up the inside as well, Christian Olsen takes a look at a nibble.
He had a look.
Because he fancies a go at second place here, Christian Olsen. The young Dane going great guns here. Absolutely stellar stuff.
Now, that is the R24 car just behind them.
Great stuff here. So this is Chris Buncombe fighting for their championship life. Doesn't want to go a lap down if they can possibly help it. Christian Olsen there with the R24 car, by the way, tucked up behind. And I think that was Ginetta behind the R24 car.
Yes, it was.
It was. They're fighting for position as well. That is, so the 50 car, so that's all right. So Buncombe and Olsen looking to, the Olsen car looking to put Buncombe a lap down. Behind them, we have Michelle Gatting trying to fend off Mike Simpson for position. That would be for 8th in the LMP3 class. So significant bits and pieces going on here. In the meantime, Martin Hipper has taken the opportunity to basically say, bye, boys.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
girl.
That's exactly it. He has found his way past, and while that United Autosports car might be looking to stay on the same lap, it doesn't look like he's going to be unlapping himself from the Inter-Europol car, and that was the most significant part of that. Lots of headlines coming up in the second hour, and of course we'll be looking back at everything that's happened in just over 10 minutes from now. Already stories from hour 1, of course, that spin for Tianchi.
So, cars in close contention for significant championship positions. Overall order, Paul Di Resta still 10 seconds back. Andrea Pizzitola is holding that position. Just checking through the options here in terms of LMP3 and making sure that my reckoning was correct. At the moment, as things stand, despite the fact that the 3 car is leading, the continued position of the 13 would clinch the championship for Inter-Europol, but we've got over 2 hours racing to go, and we'll remind you once again that this is a race and a championship that has doled out the surprises.
Well, that's a lot of smoke. Could that be a brake lock?
It's a brake lock.
It is coming down to turn 9, so
heavy braking
turn. Heavy braking turn.
No flags.
Yep,
so
and no
whoever's done it has come
skid
through.
marks either, so all looking good. I think it's just a brake lock.
So Martin Hipper pushing on and is actually closing in on Alexander West here. This is not for position, but it is looking to unlap himself from the 8th place, from the 6th place car.
Well, they're still undetermined as to whether there are continuing gearbox problems for that Spirit of Race number 8 car.
His pace is okay.
It's in
not
the middling.
Stellar, but he's a gentleman driver. I think he has got a problem. I wonder whether or not he's actually lost a gear here.
That would be tough on this circuit.
We have seen some spectacular performances from both gentlemen and professional drivers with driving around issues. The modern either sequential or paddle shift gearboxes losing a gear, or even if it's sticking in a gear, can be terminal. But if Alexander's driving around a problem,
Well, he's come into the pits now. I can tell you that. So maybe that problem, lapping at 2:15.
No, it was 2:15 on an in-lap.
Oh, 2:15 on the in-lap. Yeah, about
2:05, 2:03 was his kind of pace, and I would not be surprised to see that car go in the garage. As the Douglas Coupe is overtaken there by the race leader. He's pulling away a little from Paul di Resta. Car 23, by the way, and that car is in the hands of Sally Yoluk, is going to get a drive-through penalty for a safety car infringement. So quite what that was, but something around the way in which the 23 car behaved behind the safety car. We'll see Sally Yoluk down pit lane. Here's Paul di Resta.
Now we should be able to see as he comes round in the pit, just in the back of your screen, that Spirit of Race car should be in there. It's still in there.
It's
there. It is.
It's on the apron. So they've not put that car in the garage. Down off the jacks it comes. It could just be that Alexander was having a bit of a struggle with the conditions, you know.
Maybe. Could have been. We'll find out some more. That car's said had a lot of managing to do so far.
We did hear from Pipo and actually from Kuba Shimowski, didn't we, that there was a moment when those conditions just, you know, you hit a turning point and all of a sudden your resilience just disappears.
And we have heard already from some of these drivers, they did look really up for it at the beginning of the race. Of course, now it's a little bit more trying, isn't it? Yellow flag at T9 has been called by race control. So that is that heavy braking uphill corner.
The yellow flags disappear, so I think someone's had a bit of a rotation there. 79 car, by the way. That car, remember, led the LMP3 races. It seems more or less everybody has. Anthony Wells running in 4th position, piling along, doing what he can. He's certainly pulling away from the Viper-Nita Racing car. Chris Buncombe is taking time out of the Viper-Nita car, but it's a full minute back. Car 25 it was that had a quick spin there. That was Mark Patterson. Mark, a stalwart of LMP racing. And he'll love me reminding people that his ambition is, and I think it happens potentially in 2020, to become the oldest ever starter at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Now that is an accolade to pick up.
It is. Mark is now 135 years old. Sorry, Mrs. Patterson.
And still putting in those laps. That's amazing.
He is an excellent character, Mark Patterson. South African by birth. Lives now in the United States. And, well, he seems to be in an LMP2 car at more or less every single race meeting I do around the world. And that's a lot of race meetings.
Now that is Eurasia Motorsport.
But that's the race leader in LMP3, Matt Bell, doing a great job, by the way. He's pulling away from Martin Hipper. It's 10 seconds now, the gap. So Matt Bell, the younger, more hirsute of the Bell brothers. Brother Rob Bell, McLaren GT factory driver. Wouldn't it be nice to see one of those McLaren 720s in the championship next year? Hint, hint. Here comes Matt. He'll be looking to see what he can do about going up the inside of the number 51 car. That's in the hands now of Osnegri Jr. He's running 4th in the GT class. But Matt Bell there with that advantage over Martin Hipper here. Martin already named as returning into Europol in LMP3. He will not graduate to the LMP2 team for the European Le Mans Series, but doing a fantastic job. His speed, absolutely excellent. As we've got 2 cars side by side behind, that must be Christian Olsen, and Christian looking to get by Chris Buncombe.
Well, he's been trying that. He's been trying that for the last couple of laps.
So keep an eye on how that one turns out. But Martin Hipper, engineer by trade, and also driver coach for the Inter Europol team. And what a great job he's done with the team and with Kuba Shimowski.
Well, they've been working in tandem all season.
Olsen has got by, as we've got the car guy, Ferrari, side by side with, that's the 88 car, and that is to put a lap on the number 88 car. Doesn't do it there.
Yeah.
Looking to do it where they can. This is significant because it does mean that with the quickest drivers in these 2 cars still to come, It effectively means that James Collado has got almost, at the moment, a full lap advantage over Dries van Toor's mount. Here's the 66 car, led the race with Max Visa earlier on, remember. Mike Simpson has gone by Michel Gatting, meanwhile. And we've got the two ARC Bratislava cars sandwiching that R24 car. And it's Lin Kang aboard the number 4, that car running 6th. And leading, of course, the LMP2 AM Championship. We'll look at the points in that championship as we get a little closer to the end of the race. 5 minutes to the halfway point. 5 minutes to the point where we can say that we've had 18 hours. Sorry, apologies. 14 hours of racing in the 2018-19 season. Aston Martin there in the middle of that pack.
Much to be said about Kuri Ikos Nielsen in these last 2 races.
They've been coming on strong, as they did in Europe last year. They are a force to be reckoned with in LMP3 racing, without a shadow of a doubt. They will remain so. Christian Olsen crosses the line. He's now up into 3rd position. He'll be leaving the team after this race for a season in Europe with the reigning champions in European Le Mans Series and LMP3, RLRM Sports. So Christian, another man getting quicker and quicker. Young Dane lives, though, and studies in London. Talented photographer. And
it's always good to hear.
Proud Danish driver.
Other side of their lives.
Absolutely.
1 minute they're
and came
snapping pictures, the next minute they're...
Absolutely. Oh, bit of a twitch though there. He was obviously listening in and heard me complimenting him.
Just thought about it. We shouldn't remind them of that other
35 and 24 into the same corner at the same time. Now that looked to me like the 24 putting a lap on the 3rd place car. It was. So the 24 car goes through and is now a lap up on Francois Heriot, who's got aboard the Panis Barthez car that led the race not that long ago. Up through up the inside of the car. He knows that Paul di Resta is there and thereabouts, still 11 seconds back, Paul di Resta. So it's been
only those 2 cars on that lap.
A tenth apart, these 2 cars. But Algarve Pro really need United Autosport to have a disaster here. It's not remotely like it in the first 2 hours of the race, though.
Oh, absolutely, it does have to. You have to say ARC Bratislava for the LMP2 being now 2 laps down.
Absolutely,
it's going to have to be Algarve Pro and United Autosport that have at least cut the odds down. They've cut the numbers down at this halfway stage.
It's another beautifully presented car from the very much family-owned team of Sam and Stuart Cox. Both Brits, but both now living in, guess what? The Algarve in Portugal.
Funnily enough.
And cars always presented beautifully. And another very valuable customer for the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. And
previous champions, of course.
Previous champions here, and
almost
Pyramid of Racing.
Yeah, almost made it 2 championships if it wasn't for that JCDC
2 cars in LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series, 2 cars in LMP2 here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and another team waiting anxiously for what the list will tell us on March the 1st. There, though, Matt Bell doing what he's been briefed to do. Go as quickly as you can, pick as many points as you can. Let's, into Europol, worry about their own form. Just pick up the points where you possibly can. And if they got into a position where the number 2 car was in a championship winning possibility and they weren't, well, guess what would happen next? Another car very much in championship contention, though. Car Guy.
Very much so.
What a season this trio has had. And,
and in the last 2 races, it's almost like a cork in a bucket of water, because they just keep coming to surfacing to the top. Nothing you can do to keep them down, but the speed of Kei Cosolino and James Collado have really picked this up in some dire situations.
So this is going to be Paul di Resta trying to get past this car as quickly as he can. Doesn't want to be held up here. 10, 11 seconds is the gap. Does that round the outside. A little bit Buffalo Girls.
Still to come, of course, Philip Hansen's 2nd stint. We've got Pippa Dorani's 2nd stint as well.
We absolutely have. So a word about Car Guy. We had the chance as in the run-up to the Fuji meeting to go to their workshop and It is exactly that. These are car guys. It's, you know, effectively a club atmosphere there. Professional race team, of course. A range
Small
of race
outfit,
cars.
though. They're much smaller than some of the other outfits we've seen now. How about that? The nice take from Pizzitola. And Pizzitola will be leading that LMP2 class. Matt Bell leading the LMP3 class. Kay Cozzolino leading the GT class. As they come around turn 14 and turn 15. This would clear the lap for the halfway stage. And let's just take this opportunity to look back at the second hour of the 4 hours of Sepang.
Halfway there and halfway to go. Car Guy looking in very good form on the way to what they hope is going to be the championship win. The TF Sports Aston Martin in its final race internationally. Car Guy going to the lead, ahead of the TSRT car, but squiggly in pursuit there. But Kay Cozzolino looking set fair at the moment before we get James Collado back into that car. LMP3 continues to dole out the entertainment. It's looking good at the moment for Inter-Europol competition. The number 2 car, as we're just hearing, suffering steering problems which caused a longer pit stop. 3-4 wide along the pit straight there as things sorted themselves out in the leading order. It's the 3 United Autosports car that leads. Christian Olsen in the number 7 Ikoria Kos car, having the drive of his career so far and in podium contention. But Martin Hipper now aboard Inter-Europol's 13. A win already and 2 second places. They need to finish ahead of this car's sister car, the number 2, to clinch the championship. 22 car, now in the hands of Paul di Resta, with Philip Hansen in the heat of the noonday sun here that took the car to almost the halfway point. Paul di Resta is now ahead, but it was a safety car that was called for a brief stop on track from Alexander West. Gearbox problems to the number 8 car closed up the field and made a huge difference to a number of issues, including a further woe for the number 2 car, because that allowed the remaining pack to close up behind them. They were now going to be a lap down as the safety car was lifted, a lap down to the lead cars in the class. It's a mountain to climb now for what was the major championship contender behind Inter-Europol as we get into the final 2 hours of the 4 hours of Sepang. Back to the number 2 car. Chris Buncombe is doing all he possibly can. Chris Buncombe is 2 minutes and more back from the lead now. Is going to require dramas for a number of other people. On pit lane, by the way, that is the number 66 car, I think it is.
Now, while that's happening, very interesting point has just been raised on the YouTube comment stream about the LMP3 class. Wiktor Glinka from Poland is car number 13 in trouble, seems to have slowed down a lot. Now, a lot of answers have come to him on that. We're going to take it to Graham right now. They have slowed down a lot, and generally the opinion on the net is that they can't afford a DNF. They've taken out the closest competitor, which is the number 2 car. So do you think that's the reason? It doesn't look like a mechanical issue at all, but a very interesting point.
I mean, you've got Christian Olsen has just done a 2:04.2. They've just done a 2:04.2. Matt Bell is 2:03.5. What they don't have to do is attack at this point.
That's it.
They can afford to run a slightly conservative pace. And remember, they're struggling with a factor that just wasn't an issue in Shanghai. It's the heat.
Yes.
And if you know, we heard earlier from Kuba Shimosky that the air coming in through the venting system in the Ligier is hotter than the air that was in the car in the first place, heated by a 5-litre V8 about 3 inches behind his right ear. So they're going to be looking after everything, the tyres. You know, the state of the car, keep out of any kind of possibility they're going to have a brush with any other car, but particularly driver condition here. You don't want to get into the position where, in some way, dehydration, is going to be a factor here. So I suspect that Martin Hipper, being a sensible guy, is driving within himself. He doesn't have to push to win this race. Right now, the number 2 car is no longer a threat on pace.
That's exactly it. I think it's about threats, strengths opportunities and, of course, weaknesses. And for these teams, we were talking about at the top of the show, they've come to Asia, they've loved racing here, but really in a track like Sepang, it really does start hitting you. It hits the car, it hits your performance, and the last thing you want is for one of those areas, those technical electronics, whether be it electronics or be it the car itself, to fail, and that's it.
Well, for someone like me from Western Europe, I mean, you walk out of the airport here, the heat hits you.
And the humidity
it's
hits
like
you as well.
walking into a wall of heat, and it is the humidity. You get out of an air-conditioned taxi, you know, I'm bespectacled, and my glasses immediately missed. Immediately missed. 34 degrees now.
50%
no real
humidity.
wind, so that's not helping them either. Humidity 50%. This is crushing conditions.
Oven-like conditions.
Even if you're standing out in the sunshine, if you're sitting in one of these cars, you know, this is a real feat of endurance. It's another part of the endurance puzzle, and it is about driver condition. It is about preparation. You know, these guys and these ladies are very fit indeed to do what they do for 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, or double stinting, as a number of these drivers have actually done. But we are seeing those changes in tactics to accommodate that, particularly where you've got the two driver squads splitting that. You know, we've not seen Phil Hansen with his Ironman stint. Would remind you, by the way, as we look at the lead car, this is the number 3 car in LMP3, that the issue in that pit stop for the number 2 was some kind of steering problem that needed a fix. Disaster for the number 2 car. That's not what they wanted and not what they needed. We're just going to have to see how things pan out and see whether or not misfortune comes the way of their title contenders. At the moment, I'm afraid they drop out of immediate contention.
That's right. It was, well, going into this race, of course, it was an 8-point lead that Inter Europol had over that number 2 car, and they can just add more points on if they are indeed fighting this number 3 car. Number 3 on 43 points for the season, and Europol on 62.
Yeah, Matt Bell is pulling away about 14, 15 seconds to the good now. So Martin but you're right, you know, if you're watching in and watching the timing screens, I know a vast number of you do, as we do here in the studio, you're right that the pace has come out. I don't think it's a problem in terms of pace.
No, I think it's part of a strategic approach.
I'm sure that's the case. He does not need to stretch the envelope. You know, Matt Bell has got to do what he can to win from the front. As many points as possible for United Autosports, do what he can to make sure that the 3 car is as secure as possible, and away they go. Martin Hipper, meanwhile, has a different plan, I'm sure. It is basically score a winning points total at the slowest speed possible.
Slowest and safest speed.
Absolutely. So the 24 car, Andrea Pizzitola. It's so far been, well, a pretty mixed bag for the Algarve Pro Racing team. They're at the moment winning this race, 9.2 seconds now. Paul Di Resta is closing in. The 25 car, meanwhile, of LMP2 AM, now in the hands of Mark Patterson, was started by Anders Fjordbach. We're going to go down, though, to talk to Dirk de Jong from the number 24 car, leading the race in the hands of Andrea Pizzitola. Down with Nadia in pits now.
Yep, exactly. Now, leading the whole pack is Andrea Pizzitola. Arthur just came out of the car. You were doing the first stint. You're smiling. We were just talking. You actually like the weather.
Well, I'm smiling because we're leading. And for me, the first stint was pretty okay. It was not that hot as I expected, like the last 2 days. It was a little bit cooler than the last 2 days. So it was pretty okay to do one stint.
So now, when the safety car was out just now, everything just changed. So was that the opportunity you guys were looking? Was that the opportunity you guys were looking for?
Well, in Buriram, United had a little bit an advantage with full course yellow, where they got 30 seconds. So now it came back to us with the safety car. So I hope we can finish in the same spot as we currently are. So that's the goal.
Of course. So Pizzitola in the car right now. Harrison Yui will be jumping in and bringing the car home, I'm sure.
Yeah, when Andrea will pit, then Harry will come in and he will finish the race.
Everything seems to be A-OK. All the best to Algarve Pro Racing. So you heard it from the man, the car that's leading the pack right now.
Thanks, Nadia. So far, so good by the looks of it, as described by Dirk de Jong.
Yeah, absolutely. As the A-team say, it's nice when a plan comes together, and the plan's coming together right now for another A-team, Algarve Pro Racing. And good to see. They had that disastrous start to the season with an early retirement at Shanghai, but since then it's been a convincing stuff. And Ate there in his pomp after a great run last time out for the team, including Ate in that lead car, and they've continued that form here, continue to fend off the approach from Paul di Resta. That gap is coming down. We should see Paul di Resta. There we go. It's about 8.3 seconds is the gap. Car Guy, meanwhile, the number 11 car. We're going to have a drive-through penalty, by the way, for the second place car in GT. That is the number 66 car, and I think that's doing that right now. That is going to bring the 51 car, Spirit of Race, back close onto the tail of the 66 car.
There it is.
Now, the interesting thing here is going to be just how much is that going to cost him on track, and how close is the 51 car going to be as the 66 emerges from the pit lane.
And I'm assuming, well, it's pretty obvious that this Car Guy strategy is going to be very similar to Inter Europol. They're in the right place. They're literally going to just keep nursing that car back.
Christian Olsen climbs out of the car after a great stint for him. Nick Adcock will climb back in. And Nick should be pretty well used to challenging conditions in terms of heat. Does most of his racing down in South Africa. But in fairness, does most of his racing in open top prototypes. So this is a bit of a new challenge for Nick. There goes the 11. Continues on its untroubled way. I'm just waiting for the second two cars in GT to clear their next timing point, and we can tell you what the gap is now between second and third, but I'm pretty certain the Chanchi Racing 66 has retained that position, or has it? Keep an eye on that. Bit of trouble here on pit lane from 25 car. Needed to push back into position because the...
Well, a bit of cleaning going on there.
That's the driver changed to 25. They had to push the car back into position because of the Courier Cost car in the adjacent pit bay. And that car will now need to be pushed back. Also on pit lane, I think that's the Ginetta. It is, and the Aston Martin.
And the Ginetta makes it weird. In fact, one of the Courier Cost, Nielsen's in there as well.
That's the 7 car, I think, after its time pit stop it is. So the 7 and the 44 car, Mike Simpson, I think, would have got out of that car there. And I'm expecting to see, well, maybe not, Mike's back out there. It certainly says here, I expect to see Neil Mustin aboard that car at this point. Mark Patterson climbed out, we saw. We didn't see which of the drivers got into Algarve Pro, but I'm expecting that might well be Anders Fjordback getting back aboard the car. We should see some pace out of that car as well. Oliver Dunbar pits the Aston Martin. There goes the 7. Nick Adcock confirmed at the wheel. 2-man squad, of course. And it is Oz Negri confirmed in second position. It's a Ferrari 1-2 now. It's an Audi 3-4, but by the time those cars come back past the pits, I'm sure it's going to be Dries van Teur ahead of the number 66 car. That early run from Max Visa has sort of dematerialised, I'm afraid, for the LMP2, sorry, the GT AM runner.
Well, it seems that we're having a lot of cars coming in the pits right now. We've got Algarve Pro on an outlap. That's Anders Fjordback out. Nick Adcock, we just saw on the outlap as well. Michael Simpson from the second LMP3 Bratislava outlap. And, of course, Ivor Dunbar still in the pits as well.
That's a long pit stop from Ivor. Let's wait and see what happens with that. Let's hope that's not too much of a problem for the number 5 Aston Martin. We'd love to see that car finish this race. And indeed, as I say it, out comes Johnny Molam. Quick word, by the way, for Bon Grimes, who's not with us this weekend, is normally the 3rd driver in that squad. Other commitments for Bon. And no doubt he's watching his pals complete this season. Wish you were here, Bon. But,
that TF Sport team has seen drivers come in and come out throughout the season.
Ivor missed the first round. We've had the 3 of them together for the last 2. Meantime, by the way, that's Matt Bell continues on his relatively untroubled way, extending that lead still over Martin Hipper. 2:03s at the moment for
Look at this,
Ligier.
Andrea Pizzitola in the pits.
This is the lead car, and that is going to be a driver change. That is Harry Newey standing by. The Red Bull aside the helmet. His father, of course, the aerodynamic guru of Red Bull Racing, Adrian Newey. It's Harry making a name for himself.
And he is making a name for himself. Very, very fast indeed. Of course, champion last year.
But this set to be, for the time being, Harrison's final LMP drive, unless something happens for Le Mans. And that's because he'll be going for a dual season here in Asia, but in Japan, with, in fact, I think it's a triple season. He's going to be doing Super Formula, top-level single-seater racing, and then a double season of GT in Super GT and in Super Taikyu.
Oh, that is a nice busy schedule he's packed up for himself.
Absolutely. And that's come courtesy of some real pace from Harrison Newey.
And how we've seen it over the last 2 years as well.
In comes Car Guy from the lead. Is this the point at which James Collado is going to be introduced into proceedings? It is a massive lead for Car Guy.
Well, it's good that they're in the pits, because a lot of people on the internet have also been asking about what the current standings are for the GT class.
The current standings are
That's
2 laps up. Kai Cosolino gets out of the car. So 2 laps up for the Car Guy squad, and that's because of problems for a couple of the other runners.
Yeah.
Up into second place is Osnegri Jr. in the 51 Spirit of Race car. Dries van Toor has indeed gone by the team car to 88, head of 66 Tianchi Racing Team Audis. And for those that didn't catch up, these cars running for the first time in 2019 Audi spec, and
Grabbing
yesterday,
their first pole globally. Ever.
So Dries van Toor taking that little title, if you like. And Johnny Molan at the moment is running last on track after having to take a 2-minute stop and hold at the start of the race for an engine change required for the TF Sport car yesterday.
Yeah,
So
that
is
car
Ferrari
now 2 laps behind the rest of the field.
They've not got back the disadvantage they picked up with that stop and hold. So it is Ferrari, this car, Ferrari, 51 car, Audi, Aston Martin. Car Guy looking pretty untroubled. Lollipop Man is ready to release, and away goes the car, and I'm pretty certain that will be James Collado as that car goes out. In comes the other car that picked up a 2-minute penalty for an engine change. That is the Jackie Chan DC Racing crew. Jake Parsons it is coming in, and we got trouble there. Was that for the...
Well, that looks...
That was the final turn. Who was that was in trouble? Tony Wells pitting the number 79 car.
So Car Guy again picks up this uniform pace that they're at. They've really got no defending to do and don't need to push the car either, especially, as Graham said, in these trying conditions. And it is still set to get hot. It's just got 2 p.m. now, so it's a lot of heat still in the day for these drivers and teams to deal with. So in the GT class, it is really about this car and making sure it gets through. Let's see what the other two Tianchis can do, because they were very fast before.
They were, but I think it's gone from bad to worse for Tianchi Racing. I'm pretty certain it was a spin for the number 66 car, and the lap after that drive-through penalty, I'm afraid. So dropping that car even further back, it was a slow final sector. Meantime, on track, we've got the 11 car leading GT lighting up the track at the moment, and in pursuit of 6th place is Anders Fjordbach, now back aboard the number 25 Algar Pro Racing Team. He's gone purple in the first 2 sectors, and unless he gets traffic in this final sector, that's the 24 car, Harrison Newey, trying to chase down the lead. But in the pits is the leader, Paul Di Resta. It's been all about the number 24 car, the hands of Andrea Pizzitola in the car. He's going to be down in the pits right now talking to Nadia.
Yes, it was very nice of Andrea to want to do this interview session with us, because he is just drenched. We just want to know, how hot is it in the car just now?
It's really hot. Actually, the first stint is okay.
The worst is when you stop to refuel the car for the second stint, then it becomes really hot inside and it never go away. So you have to deal with it. But yeah, you know, when you push hard, you're focused and you don't feel the heat. It's just when you get out of the car, it's really tough. But it's the same for everyone. And I think we've done a good job until now. We will continue like this, hopefully.
So Nui is in the car right now. Can you tell us, I guess, what is going through his head?
You know, Harrison is really fast, and we hope, but you know, we need to have something to happen on track to help us. But yeah, that's racing. We've done the best we could, and yeah, we're happy one now. So just try to stay where we are, and anyway, we've done a good job.
We won't take any more of your time. You need your rest. Great job out there. So you heard it from Algarve car number 24.
Thanks for that, Nadia. And interesting that terming of we need something to happen on track.
They do, and I think something's actually, what's happened is not on track. It was in pit lane, because we've seen the United Autosports number 22 car into the pits, but took 10 seconds longer on pit lane, the Algarve Pro car last time around. It was 1 minute 22 the last stop that put Harrison Newey aboard the car. Whatever happened to the 22, that was a 1:32. So in terms of race position, that's potentially very significant.
Yeah.
In terms of championship position, it's not nearly enough,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
But you know, things are beginning to emerge out there. So United Autosports pitted from the lead. We wait to see who emerges in that car. I'm expecting that should be Phil Hansen back now aboard the car. Harrison Newey, I expect to come through in the lead this time around.
Well, Harrison Newey does like to be in that position. And you're right, with the UA, the United Autosports car being on its outlap, it is all set up for Algarve Pro to, by default, get in the lead. Now, that is that 22 car just racing past one of the Audis. Looks like turn 11, if I'm right. Yes, it is.
Could this be drama in LMP3? I'm just seeing a notice flash up on the timing screens for the team manager of car 3 to race control. That is the LMP3 leader. Now, it could be something completely innocuous. Might just fancy a chat.
It might be.
Somehow, experience tells us different. So Matt Bell, at the moment, it's been a stellar job. He's almost 20 seconds up now on Kuba Shimoski. Both those cars, by the way, have just been into and out of the pits with almost identical pit stop times. The fact that he's been called to race control immediately after a pit stop, though, tends to indicate something might have gone awry with that procedure for United Autosports. Let's wait and see.
That's the other thing about these trying conditions. We just heard from Andrea Pizzitola about how the first stint, while everyone was still very happy and thinking this was going to be fun, when they came out of the car in the second stint and it really hit you as a physical wall.
It's absolutely. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Of course, yeah, that's the driver. Now imagine all these pit crews that have been sitting there in their fireproofs all day, having to, you know, really deal with times and turnarounds and details. One of those details goes wrong,
absolutely,
and you could be heading to race control.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, immediately after the race finishes and we've done the podium ceremonies, etc., most of the teams are going to be heading off with us to the end of season awards gala.
Yes, that's right.
And I can tell you the bar there is going to take some hit tonight, without a shadow of a doubt, because it's going to be an exhausting week for these guys, but an exhausting day, 4 hours in the heat of the daytime. It's not just the drama and the spectacle of nighttime racing these guys are looking forward to. It's the fact they'll be a little less hot.
A mental note.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Mental note, there is a bar. Yes, absolutely.
Get to bar as early as possible.
Meantime, James Collado in the lead of GT, putting in the quickest times so far for the car guy Ferrari. That's not a surprise from a world champion. Here is Matt Bell and apologies, it's Jim Maguire who's now aboard that car.
I did expect another driver to be in there, actually.
And what we're seeing from that is we don't expect Jim Maguire to be as quick as Matt Bell. What we don't expect either is, at this stage, a massive drop-off in pace from that car. Kuba Shimoski catching that car hand over fist.
Wow,
right now.
down to 7 seconds
7 seconds. Let's wait and see what happens with that. But could this be the death blow to United Autosports?
Well, this would be the final nail in the coffin for LMP3.
It would.
After they saw off the challenge of the number 2 car, Chris Bunkum's car. That's, of course, now on a different lap, or essentially on a different lap.
It is, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it's about 40 seconds back by the looks of it. And now this, of course, if the number 3 car goes, what that happened when they got rid of the number 2 car, they essentially added their point variance by about another 8 points. And now if this car goes, they'll be sitting pretty, and it literally is, as was brought up on the net by you guys watching, a question of just finishing the race for Inter Europol. Something they've done well in the first 3 rounds, but it is different here.
It's a new leader in LMP3, and that's come courtesy of a spin at turn 14 from Jim Maguire. We didn't see that.
No.
Kuba Szymanski moves to the front of the race once again for Inter Europol competition. It is all looking very good indeed for the current championship leaders, the 13 car. They've been, well, I wouldn't say dominant, but they've been hugely consistent through this season.
And they've been under attack in this race as well.
Yeah, yellow flag now at turn 4, so we'll wait and see exactly who's in trouble.
It's not Jim
there.
again, is it?
I hope not. That would be a real shame. But Jim Maguire had trouble in free practice. Big accident for the car.
Yes, that's right.
And, you know, did well to kind of walk away from that. And
I saw the remnants coming off that, actually. That was a really
big front end
high impact. Yeah, high impact shot.
Here's the 2 car on pit road now. So that 45 seconds slightly flattered to deceive because, of course, it's 45 seconds plus a pit stop to come. Out climbs Chris Buncombe. And Chris Buncombe, announcing, by the way, last week, off to do the Baja 1000 with Jenson Button.
Just the visual image of that race
nice.
it's got to be great, isn't it? The Baja 1000. It sounds amazing.
Ligier JSP3 to a effectively stadium truck. Trouble
now
for
that's
the 66
very
car.
slow.
That's not in a good place. And I wonder if we got is that a puncture for that car?
We were talking about reliability of these new 2019 Audis just yesterday in qualifying.
There's a big vibration there.
Yeah,
look at the
rear wing. Well, that's not looking too good, and that might be. Well, actually, the tyres look great. He's not going to make it to the pits.
That might be suspension.
Steering
problem.
It's
the front wheel. It's the front wheel.
It is
steering.
the front wheel, as you can see. Yeah,
it's steering on that car.
That's too
and that
much.
might be. Is that going to be a safety car or a full course yellow? What is going to be that here? Because that could be a defining moment.
Are we going to spin the safety car roulette wheel again?
Here we go. That's what's going to happen here now. So that's trouble potentially the terminal variety for the number 66 car. Yellow flag is turn 6. How is race control going to read this one? It's not in a great place either. That is in the line of fire, as we'd say.
Absolutely, yeah.
Anybody gets it marginally wrong there, it is going to be a yellow flag at the moment. What are we going to go for here? Are we going to see the Mercedes safety car?
Well, obviously, while we wait for that to happen, what this means is that that's one less of those GT cars, and especially one less Tianchi Audi for Car Guy to worry about.
Indeed.
James Collado behind the wheel of that yellow Ferrari, edging ever closer to cementing that clean sweep.
If the safety car is called, could this be a saving grace for the number 2 car?
Yeah.
So we don't yet know exactly what will happen. Safety car has been called. Where is the leader in relation to the number 2 car now? Because that is the car that you're looking for to be back in play for a championship to be settled on the track. 66 car, I don't think is going any further without assistance. It is safety car deployed. We're looking for the number 24 car, by the way. This is not great news for them either, because of course this is going to allow Phil Hansen, who's back aboard the 22 car, to close up, depending on where he is on the track. That's the 23 car. So we need to pick up the 24 Algarve Pro car to see where he is behind the safety car.
So as we look at these permutations for the LMP3 class, United Autosports have a few cars left to play. Let's get down to the pit lane. Nadia is with United Autosports and Patrick Byrne. Let's see what's going on in the middle of that team.
Yes. Car number 23 in contention for LMP2M, that invitation to Le Mans. But first, how was your stint? You started it off just now.
Yeah, it's hot. I mean, it's obviously hot out here. We're sweating up a storm, but the stint's great. We're running exactly where we need to be. We're running the times we exactly need to be, and we're definitely in contention for this championship. We're out to race, and we're out to win this thing.
Saleh just got out of the car. We couldn't speak to him because, of course, he's resting, but did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yeah, Saleh did a great job. He's running those times. That's exactly what we needed from all of us, and he did exactly that. We got some penalties throughout our races. Both of us had to serve penalties, and they're just for some random calls. But, you know, still because of those, we're still prospering, and it's great. So, yeah, he did a great job.
Fantastic. And now Guy Cosmo is in the car, and the plan is, of course, for him to bring it home. All the best to car number 20, United Autosports.
Thanks, Nadia. Thanks, Patrick. It didn't look like it was that warm a day, but he's doing very well there. It's an hour and a half still to go in this. The safety car is out on track. They have picked up the leader. Now, the key here is, where is the 22 car in that chain? There's the 24 behind the safety car. Then it's one of the LMP2 cars. The two Ferraris in the wrong order. There is the 22, I think.
Right.
That is the 22.
It looks it.
Well, it's either way. There are both of the LMP2
that's right,
United Autosports cars are there. So what we can tell immediately from that is that has not been good news for the 24 crew, because it's allowed the United Autosports, the chasing car, to close up without a shadow of a doubt. It's going to take a little while till these cars are in line astern behind the safety car. That's what they're looking for now. Now let's take a look at what's actually happening in the order for LMP3. The LMP3 leader not yet behind the safety car. So where is the number 2? So the number 2 is not behind the safety car.
That's right. That car is currently not there.
Well, the good news there for the 2 is that at this point, it's not going to lose another lap.
Yeah, that's right.
But apart from another lap. Both of the Ferraris, by the way, pit immediately behind the safety car. This is looking increasingly like good news for Car Guy, by the way. The R24 Ligier is in the pit lane as well, as is the number 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car. That car's been there for 9 minutes, by the way. There is the Inter-Europol car, top of the screen behind the Aston Martin. So the leading car has got the number 2 car behind it. No win, I'm afraid, there for the number 2 car from the safety car process. Its only opportunity to win was had it been picked up by the safety car ahead of the leader.
It's incredible, the micro moment that would turn up for it to win. It's just...
It does allow, by the way, Jim Maguire to close back up on, I think actually it might be the 2 car immediately behind the leader. These are the 2 Ferraris. They're just being pulled back into range of the fuel line.
For a second, it looked like it was being pulled into the garage, which would have been exactly
the fears. It seems
the
to have taken a while to get that car to where it needed to be, because that car was coming in what felt like... How long has that car been on pit lane?
Well, is this also part of the strategy? They saw the safety car, they got in the pits?
They've been on the pit lane for over a minute already. Why are they fueling the car?
That's actually a very good point, as usual. It has, yes, we can see the pit times for all 3 of these cars so far.
They've taken the fuel line away now, but we're repositioning that car. It's a time stop, is what they're doing. It's a time stop.
Yes, so the compulsory stops that you have to make.
No. Oh.
Whoa. Let's just keep that...
Nice. That's not a problem. It is about time on pit lane.
Going to be pulled back for that.
So there's both Spirit of Race cars, the GT and the LMP2 car, and the Car Guy car leaving pit lane right now. That leaves the only car on pit lane, and we can't see it, so it's in the garage, is the Jackie Chan DC racing car, James Winslow.
Which, as you said, has now been in for 11 minutes, so not looking too likely that's coming up. Great to see them again, of course, here at the final round of the Asian Le Mans Series for this season. But no further action from the team of Jake Parsons, Rick Yoon, and Jamie Winslow.
Algarve Pro Racing, by the way, in the hands of Anders Fjordbach. He was storming along in that stint before the safety car. Had been gutted to see the safety car coming out. That has brought the Algarve Pro 25 car back up to 5th position. He's the time differences at the moment are somewhat irrelevant. We'll see what happens when the race goes back to green. But I think what we saw there, that is the number 2 car behind the leader again. I think he's lost another lap.
Well, he may have. The only thing that really doesn't change with these safety car incidents is the amount of laps you're on. The amount of time, as I said, gets pulled back in. Now, how about this? This is one of... No, that's it. That's confirmation, visual confirmation for everyone watching for the Jackie Chan DC Racing team making an appearance here in the final round, but unfortunately running into a lot of problems.
It's David Cheng, the DC behind the Jackie Chan DC Racing team in the white T-shirt. You can see him just reflected in the door there. James Winslow is still aboard the car, which is the good news. That means that car is not yet being called as being done.
Well, it'll be good to see them cross the finish.
Yep, absolutely. In comes what I presume is the number 88 Tianchi Racing team car. Dries van Toor is choosing to pit at this stage.
As you can just see from that Serpentine zigzagging, keeping the heat in the tyres. Absolutely no consideration for that front straight. But still,
it is all about making sure that you can race when this thing gets back in there. So
exactly.
So where are we on track? We've got one car on pit lane, one in the garage. The car on pit lane is currently, or was from that moment, second place in GT. The Jiangxi Racing Team. In fact, excuse me, it led but needs to pit. Dries van Teur.
Yeah.
James Collado will retake the lead. The Jackie Chan DC racing car we've seen on pit lane. That is going to mean when we go back to green, it is going to be Algar Pro Racing with a handful of seconds for Harrison Newey ahead of Phil Hansen.
Yep, it literally will be. That could turn into a battle royale.
Yeah, a lap ahead of the second United Autosports car, the LMP2 AM effort. Guy Cosmo at the wheel of the 23 car. That is just ahead in the queue of the Panis Barthez competition car, Jean-Baptiste Lehay at the wheel of the 35. And as Fjordbach has been the man on the move of late. LMP3, Kuba Shimowski leads from Jim Maguire, Nick Adcock and Colin Noble. That's the 3 United Autosports car, the 7 and 79 Courier Cos machines. Nigel Moore is aboard the 65. Bad news for the Courier Cos team in that little shuffle is that's put Colin Noble a lap down to the leader. So the latest safety car has cost the 79 car a lap to the leader.
Winners and losers from these two safety cars that have come out.
But that's significant in terms of what's doable on pace in LMP2.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, it looks as if it's all about whether or not the 13 car in this train can stay reliable and quick enough just to fend off closer tensions. GT, when we get back round to cross the line once again, will be confirmed as being again back to a Ferrari 1-2. James Collado for Alessandro Pierguidi. Once again, this pair teammates in the FI World Endurance Championship, rivals here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and the hired guns for 2 customer teams.
Yeah,
the GT3 cars here.
Well, this is almost the full field now, and it's good to see actually at this late stage, just 2 cars, so 20 cars running.
The track marshal's been sent out to sweep the track back at turn 14 there. We've had a couple of cars off there before now, so clearly race control have decided a little bit of maintenance is a good idea at this stage of the race. Safety car is staying out, probably for that reason. So a quick wash and brush up in order.
A little bit of a longer safety car period this time. Of course, we had a short safety car entrance in hour 2 as well, roughly at the 2.5 hour mark. Just an hour later now. Of course, this with a longer situation, it's harder for these guys to keep in focus.
Looking at the front of the Aston Martin, that car's had a bit of a nerve somewhere. So the bright yellow Ginetta, one of a number of bright yellow cars, and no more bright than number 11 car guy car.
So now, while this is happening, let's get down to the pit lane. Nadia is with Guy Cosmo. Let's find out what's been happening for him today.
Yeah, we've got car guy and Kay Consolino, who just got out of the car right now. Of course, and you're also the team manager. You guys are in a great spot.
Fingers crossed. We still have an hour 20 to go. That's quite a big, long time. So for now, everything is okay. Everything is okay. We're under safety car. We actually finished our 3rd mandatory pit stop. So we just hope that our fuel can last. And if it lasts, we don't have to do any more stops. So yeah, just fingers crossed.
You heard it from the man himself. Just fingers crossed, everything's doing fine so far. James Collado in the car now for car guy.
Thanks for that, Nadia. Well, apologies for that. Of course, we will be talking to Guy Cosmo. That was a guy. That was the car guy.
Car guy.
That was Kay Consolino.
It was indeed. And apologies for me as well. I'd misread the GT battle. Dries van Teur actually slots in to 2nd position. The safety car will be coming in this lap. Lights will be off the next time we see it. So Dries van Teur is in the queue on the same lap as the car guy car. Cannot, of course, win this in terms of the just on points. If the Car Guy 11 finishes the race, that will be championship done and dusted. But you can see just the nerves are jangling for Kei Cosolino. This really matters to them.
I think it's because when he probably saw the Tianchi Racing Audi just grind to a halt, he just realized what DNF means up here.
Absolutely.
And he thought, you know what, let's just put it off.
The lights are out on the Mercedes-Benz safety car. Down the back straight it comes towards the final turn. It will go to driver's right, pull out of the way, and then it will be about how Harrison Newey can get the power down and get as much ground as he can, taking advantage of the traffic between him and his nearest pursuer, Philip Hansen. So it's Harrison Newey from Philip Hansen. They're the two remaining cars on the lead lap. An hour and 20 minutes to go. He's got a couple of snapping, banging LMP3 cars there. Newey looking to get this race back underway as quickly as he possibly can. He goes now. There are the two LMP2 cars. Then you've got the United Autosport cars. They're going to be looking to get by as quick as they possibly can. Bit of a weave there. Gets the heat in the tyres to get the grip when he gets into turn one here. It's not, I don't think he's going to be able to do it before turn one. It's going to take a little longer than that. Up the inside of the Eurasia car goes the second of the United Autosports cars. But Harrison Newey is going to take advantage here for as long as he possibly can of the availability of the pick in traffic provided by the Kyrgios Nielsen car and the Viper Nisa car. It's the 79 of Colin Noble.
So Harrison Newey has found his ground, and just take that time just to answer a couple of questions. That was great from Gaurav. Is the safety car ending any time today? Well, you saw it, it just did.
That would have been a bit hard to say, just tidying up where they know they've got issues with, basically gravel and muck on the circuit can cause problems here. Watching the 22 car here, though, and this is Philip Hansen looking to do what he can do about getting clear of this traffic, and getting clear, by the way, of his teammate behind him, Guy Cosmo. So 22 up the inside of the 65 Viper Nisa Racing team.
Into 9 and 10. There is, look at that gap now, getting wider and wider up at
There
the front.
goes. So the 22 car clears the first of the LMP3 cars. Gap is widening, though, to the race leader. Already gone through that turn before they even arrive. So we're going to get a substantial advantage drawn post-safety car. Remember, it was 20 seconds before the safety car came all the way down to a visual gap. Now we'll get to the stage where Philip Hansen can actually use the better power of the P2 car. Clears the number 79 car of Colin Noble now. Guy Cosmo, meanwhile, has gone past Nigel Moore. Round the final turn comes Philip Hansen to complete what will be their 76th lap. And across the line, the gap is going to be 4.3 seconds.
Well.
So 4.3 seconds as Guy Cosmo now, and then behind the 35 car, Jean-Baptiste Lehay, also just leapfrogging LMP3 cars and trying to get into that order. We've got a drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for Jim Maguire.
Wow, that's more troubles for car number 3.
Well, double trouble for number 3 because he just lost second position to the number 7 of Nick Adcock. So great progress after the safety car for the number 7, the Kyrgios Nielsen squad. Colin Noble will be frustrated here. That lap down he's been scored.
Definitely, absolutely. And just answering downforce 9, do we have a post-mortem for that Audi? Not yet is the answer to that.
To me, to be broken suspension.
There's a lot of vibration in the rear wing, and it looked like it was something to do with front left. It was front left for sure, but we'll get you.
Tyre looked up. I think there was a problem at the front corner. It looked to me to be a steering issue.
And it was just too much.
I suspect it was a broken steering arm and or suspension.
Well, that should answer that. I said as soon as we get to talk to the Tianchi Racing team, we'll find out more about that. So do keep watching.
So the upshot of all of this, we wait and see just exactly when we're going to see Jim Maguire down the pit road. This is looking better and better and better for the Inter-Europol team. United Autosports attack has, I'm afraid, fallen to pieces here. The number 2 car with that steering problem that saw it on the pit road for 3 minutes as opposed to something like half of that from its closest rivals
and then
in the
now
championship.
a drive-through penalty for number 3. That was kind of the second wave of attack.
After a spin, and
after
that,
yeah.
The safety car that did it one favour, but did it a disservice another way, because it brought Nick Adcock into closer contention. So they've now dropped down from the lead to second, now to third.
Which means, of course, that 2 of the classes we were talking about, GT and LMP3, are slowly cementing themselves into something. Still a lot of racing to go, don't forget. Still a lot of drivers to come in, a lot of factors that could play a part in this, but just seems to be heading the way of Inter-Europol and Car Guy. And it really is about reliability. And you can just see in the middle of your screen there, that's the Inter-Europol team just taking it nice and easy down the straight. That's the way you do it.
The other one to watch, by the way, is going to be the battle for the moment for 4th position in LMP3. Colin Noble just ahead of Nigel Moore, the Viper Nisa racing car. So a great run still from Viper Nisa. Douglas Koo's time in the car done, and Nigel Moore left to take the fight to them. Could be their best result of the season here. Just behind that pair, though, Wayne Boyd in the recovering number 2 car, coming back into contention a little as a result of that safety car. Here is Wayne Boyd looking to unlap himself from the leader. So this is not a battle for position with the number 13 car, but boy, is this potentially significant. Who knows what could happen with another safety car later in the race.
We're going to have a third, I'm calling it the safety roulette wheel. But it is interesting, though, when you have this such a large field as well, that you can...
this is,
whoa, look at
that's
that.
Battle position.
Whoa, that's contact.
That's the 25 and the 4 car. Alice Fjordbach and Darren Burke. That's a battle for position. This is for 5th position overall. And for position, of course, in LMP2 AM. That's another class position we need to see at some point pretty soon, about where the points currently sit between those 3 cars, all technically still in the title hunt. So the points in LMP2 AM will be interesting at the end of this race as well. Well, it's not quite been the close contention in points.
It's been rough, it's been ragged in places.
You're potentially one little bit of a brush away from a disaster here for somebody.
But there were just so many stories coming into this last day that you couldn't really tell if it was going to be clean cut or not, and it's still good racing.
Jim Maguire, by the way, has taken that drive-through penalty for the number 3. I think will retain that 3rd position by dint of the fact that Colin Noble is some way back, a minute and a half back from 3rd position, but pushing really hard in the number 79 car.
Sandwiched.
Now, we'll go and speak to Colin after this, and I think he's going to be pretty pumped up about the way the safety car fell for the number 79 car.
And it's good to see that one of these safety car breaks, should we say, it actually worked out for a Courier Cost, because they have really risen throughout the season, and this is a good showing.
Front end of the Aston Martin there looking a little bit like a kind of Elvis lip there, so there's been contact there for that car at some point. Doing battle on track with the 51 car, this is Johnny Molam and Alessandro Pierguidi, world champion, ahead of previous European Le Mans Series champion.
Well, we're getting to that time now where even whatever strategy you're pulling, you're going to put your fast driver in soon. So we've already, as I said, got the likes of Harrison New and Phil Hansen up there. Darren Burke, of course, now behind the wheel of ARC Bratislava, possibly the fastest driver on that team. Lots of people coming through.
Interestingly, the leader race, Harrison Newey, that gap had dropped off to 3.8 seconds, but quick stuff at the moment from the chasing car. Just over an hour to go now. Points, by the way, in the LMP2M class. It's 9 points difference between the ARC Bratislava car leading the championship and the chasing 23 car. Now, here's the interesting part of it. Currently leading 25 points, therefore, at the moment, to the name of the United Autosports car is Guy Cosmo. He needs 9 more points, remember.
That's right, yeah.
And at the moment, Darren Burke is 3rd.
So
10 points difference. Right now, United Autosports would take LMP2 AM.
Well, this is actually the first good news that's turned up for UA today, actually. But you're right. As I said, things are cementing themselves in GT. They're looking like they're getting a bit closer in LMP3. Now we're getting an idea of what's happening in LMP2 AM.
Well, here you go. This is probably the most telling battle on track right now between the 25 car of Anders Fjordbach and the 4 car of Darren Burke. This battle
This is the LMP2
could
class,
decide the championship. And it could decide the championship despite the fact that Anders Fjordbak at the moment is not in that battle.
Yeah.
He could technically still win the championship if the other two cars drop out, but Darren Burke needs to pass Anders Fjordbak to get the sufficient points to secure the championship. They need to finish second if the 23 car wins the race in LMP2 AM.
So
at the moment,
and that
Guy
is for
Cosmo
position.
is going almost as quickly as the lead cars overall.
Yes, he is. He's actually clocking 156s. 9.43 from Guy Cosmo. Harrison Newey, our benchmark. He's putting a blinding sector one, but he's at a 156.371. Those are the fastest laps we've seen so far.
Yep, so the overall positions as they stand, it's 69 points at the moment to the ARC Bratislava car. That's the yellow car there, the yellow Ligier. Slovakian branded team, of course, ARC Bratislava. Miro Konopka, the team principal, team owner, long-standing stalwart of endurance racing.
Yeah.
And that's come courtesy of second place in Shanghai, a win at Fuji, a win in Buriram, pole position in the class at Buriram 2.
Just solid results.
Absolutely, against them, United Autosports, 25 points with that win in Shanghai. Fuji Poland second there, third in Buriram. So a more mixed season from the 23 car, but it could all change here. Meantime, front of the race, we've got the 4-second gap between the two leaders, and it's purple sectors all over the place. This is absolutely
wow, yes,
hammer and tongs. 11 car is leading.
Well, there should be laps between them, I'm sure. That can't be for position.
That's not for position. That is position.
Between Kargai and the Tianchi.
It is for position. That is the league battle.
Oh, yes, it is.
We called it a few minutes ago, and that is the 11 car and the 88 car. This is the battle for the lead, and this is.
And there's a lot of traffic there.
There's a lot of traffic. Some of it quicker, some of it slower. And here comes Collado to the outside of the 7 car. That is the second place car in LMP3. 30 seconds back from Kuba Shimoski now. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, has just gone to Harrison Newey, 155.6 to 155.8 for the chasing Phil Hansen. Around the outside, at least trying. That's going to be an ambitious thing in a GT car against a car with rather more aero downforce.
It was ambitious is being gentle.
But Dries van Teur, younger of the two Van Teur brothers, of course. Laurence, Porsche factory driver, his elder brother.
Oh, that's a great shot. LMP3, LMP2 GT cars. This is mixed class racing.
Absolutely.
All the way at turn 5. Wheel to wheel, nose to tail.
So James Collado in the car guy Ferrari looking to complete a whitewash for this team. Dries van Teur has other ideas. This 2019 Audi looking for a first race win this season for Tianchi Racing.
No joy for the sister car, of course.
Nope, that car looks to be done, I'm afraid.
Number 66 car out.
Should say, by the way, for followers of Jackie Chan DC Racing, that car is back out on track. 16 minutes in the garage for whatever the issue was there. Tyre smoke there, so someone's had a rather big lock-up. Still, Dries van Teur looking to deal with the number 79 car. Nigel Moore, by the way, is pitted in the 65.
Good to see Nigel Moore back in that Viper Nisa Racing P3.
So this is a telling battle. This is for the lead in GT. And end of season bragging rights for Tianchi Racing. Be great to see them come back with a good result after a battling season. They were delighted to see the rather battered, I'm afraid, Aston Martin at the front there.
It's all getting very close there, and that is that Spirit of Race P2 just sandwiched between those two GTRs. The slightly mashed up, I should say,
well,
Aston
I mean,
Martin.
I wonder whether or not that number 8 car is still struggling. 206 is there for Alexander West.
Right.
Is that Alexander struggling with the car? Is it still in gear shift problems?
Well, we've definitely seen that car go much faster.
Kuba Skimowski still leads the race. The number 2 car behind him is the lap down, is the nearest championship contender. Would love to get by. It is in the hands now of Wayne Boyd. Needs to get by.
Yeah, desperately needs to get by. Those Ikuriakos Nielsen cars, which we have been talking about all season as to what impact they would have. Well, right now they're helping into Europol.
Yeah. James Collado has passed the P2 car.
That's something you don't see very often.
So Collado now looking to get onto terms with Johnny Molan.
Maybe it's a question of just nursing the car around as you said, now there was a big puff of smoke just before them. Looked like some dust that was kicked up. Maybe it was on the corner.
Quick shot of the number 50 car. That's the R24 car in the hands now of Catherine Legg. This car is lapping at the moment 9th in what's been a hotly contested LMP3 class, and Catherine just putting in the fastest lap of the race for that car, 2:04.0. Handling problems all weekend with that car. Collado now looking up the inside of Johnny Molam with what is clearly an Aston Martin that's had a front-end impact, because the bonnet of the car also deranged. Well, if you're going to go out with a bang, the V12 Vantage, either that or the V12 under the hood is trying to make an escape in the final appearance. Dries van Toor still very much in contention with that battle. So contention on track at the moment. And with Fjordbach is closing in on 4th place overall Panis Barthez competition in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Lehay. Still just behind, 2 seconds behind Darren Burke. And he will know that he has got to do something about that car. This looks to me like Dries van Toor has got up the inside of Alexander West as well.
Well, it was a good position to take with all this traffic around him.
Nick Adcock, is it going to be a P3 car going by soon as well? Colin Noble is closing on Jim Maguire very rapidly indeed, by the way. He's pulled back something like 30 seconds since that safety car went back in.
So that's a P3 going past the P2 on turn 1. We've got a GT and a P3.
Well, look, either that car's still in gear shift troubles, or Alexander is struggling with the heat here. Who could blame him?
That's true. That's definitely have to keep an eye on this time. Definitely, we've seen that car go much, much faster. So really, as you said, it's about bragging rights as to who can probably even just finish.
Yep. So in terms of the cars we see on track there, the 3 GT cars, it's the lead car, the twin-turbo V8, car Guy Ferrari, 3 wins, and on the way to another, or is it? A couple of laps down, the V12, 6-litre V12 Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3, TF Sports, with Johnny Molam, and then the V10 2019 spec Tianchi Racing Team, in the hands of Dries van Toor, V10 5-litre engine.
Now here is that 22 United Autosports car that's been seeing the front of the table for most of this race.
But not now.
Not now.
Harrison Newey is beginning just to edge away, 10th by 10th by 10th.
5 seconds ahead. It might look like it's clear air ahead, but actually this is a lot closer than a lot of people would have expected at this stage of the race between Algarve Pro and United Autosports. 2 of the 3 teams, of course, that were keenly contesting the LMP2 class coming into this race. Algarve, ARC Bratislava now looking like they've dropped off that. They're going to have to focus on that LMP2 AM trophy. But up front, while these 2 have been battling it out, remember, 3 different winners from 3 different teams for the 3 races leading up to this. United Autosports, Algarve Pro Racing as 2 of those winners. Spirit Race being the other one.
Been asked, by the way, whether or not there's a rule in place in some endurance racing about an ambient temperature driver limit. I think the answer is no, it isn't here.
I don't think there is now.
I think they're applying common sense here. We've seen that from a number of the teams.
Yeah, I think that if it got to a critical point, everyone would know about it, and very quickly, and I think that's probably what would...
Just going to pass on messages. I like to add a little bit of drama in these things, not that it needs too much help.
No, you don't.
Second place car in GT, car 88. Team manager to race control. Second place car in the overall standings, car 22 to race control. Is that going to hand an advantage to Car Guy, and is that going to hand an advantage to Algarve Pro?
Well, you'd have to say yes if they do lead to penalties.
Yeah, let's wait and see what that might emerge as being.
It's very easy to add drama to those things because the alerts we get in here are, as you can see at live timing, are pink. They're bright pink. So you get to think, oh, that's shocking. There's something going on there. I have to wait and see.
It's Eduardo Freitas just basically putting something up to add excitement to our day.
Well, back to the pits now.
That is
an Ikurikos.
That is the 7 car, I think. It is indeed the 7 car. That is Nick Adcock coming in from 2nd place. Hard-fought race for them. Also in is the Spirit of Race car. Let's wait and see what happens with that car, whether or not that's a regular stop, whether or not this is Com Ledegar to be added to proceedings at this stage.
It's around that time.
There goes the Spirit of Race car. There goes the number 25. Anders Thjobback holding station at the moment, fending off Darren Burke by a couple of seconds, second and a half. Also, not closing anymore, but just 5 seconds back as the 8 car. Did that car run through pit lane and straight out? No, it didn't.
I think it was just a very quick stop. It may have been.
It was a very quick stop.
It was a very which would
minute and 18
Pippo
seconds.
Durrani's back on board now, so I reckon it was just a driver change.
We haven't seen Com Ledegar.
No, we haven't at all. Pippo in for his second stint.
Well, it's possible Com may be unwell, but unless there's been a problem with the driver identification system, I've not seen Com Ledegar's name in that car.
Well, that was a very quick, and it doesn't lend credence to what we were saying, that if there was a problem with that car, you would have expected to be in there for at least 30 seconds, 40 seconds at least, but looks like it was a splash and dash and come out with a quick driver change.
So Harrison Newey, bit between his teeth, fastest sector 3 of the race so far, goes round in a 1:56 dead, takes another half a second out of Philip Hansen. 6 seconds is the gap now. Guy Cosmo, he's 5 seconds ahead of Jean-Baptiste Lehay. So we come into the final hour of the race in just 30 seconds.
So as we get through turn 5, he's looking at Harrison Newey, cementing that lead up at the front. Kuba Shumahovsky still heading up the LMP3s with into Europol, and James Collado, of course, just ahead in the Car Guy GT class. Right now, though, as we get into the 4th hour, let's have a look back at hour number 3 of the 4 hours of Sepang.
Into the final hour of the 2018-19 Asia Le Mans Series, and looking back at an hour with dramas in each of the classes. 51 car moving up into second place for a while in GT, but Car Guy looking stronger. Post-safety car, though, Dries van Teur into contention in the number 88 CSRT Audi. Can Car Guy make it a clean sweep, a championship and a Le Mans place? Number 7 car, Nanza Christian Olsen and then Nick Adcock into contention for a podium as well. Their best run of the season. But at the moment, all about the championship leading number 13 car. A lap up on their nearest championship contenders. And into Europol could be on the way to Le Mans. The 24 car in the hands of Harrison Newey as we come towards the final hour led the way. And then the 66 car led the race early on in GT, but a problem at the front left corner left us needing a second safety car for the 4 hours of Sepang. Closed up the field again. That caused all sorts of dramas. We went back to green, and it was all about the lead 2 cars in the overall running. And the 24 car made good its escape. It leads by a convincing margin, although not finally yet a race-deciding margin, as we head into the final knockings of the season. Harrison Newey has got the hammer down. LMP3 and LMP2 AM still to be decided, though, and the LMP2 AM battle at the moment is all about a battle between the 2nd and 3rd place cars in the running. ARC Bratislava need to find a bit more pace. 24 car, though, is on its way to the checkered flag. 60 minutes to go, 58 minutes to go in fact now, and this race, Jivan, has still got a lot left to give.
Yes, I completely agree with you there as we look at that Car Guy Ferrari, just looking to trying to not get past, but at least let through Harrison Newey, and he does. Here's turn 9 and 10. A lot of incident we've seen on this point.
We have got a result of one of those calls to the race control, and that is that Dries van Teur is going to be dealt a drive-through penalty for abuse of track limits. That is going to drop that Audi off the back of James Collado. So that's not good news at all for Jiangxi Racing Team and the Audi attack.
Brilliant news for Car Guy.
Very good news for Car Guy. 4 seconds back at the moment from James Collado. That gap is going to go out. Meantime, at the lead of the race, it's 5 seconds for the good now from Harrison Newey. He's had a bit of traffic to deal with. That means, of course, that Philip Hansen will have the same traffic to deal with, but it's just edged back to just over 5 seconds rather than just over 6 a couple of laps ago. In LMP3, it just looks better and better and better for the Inter-Europol competition team. The 13 car, that battle is now going to be about themselves, the conditions and their own reliability for the remaining 57 minutes. Here comes Dries van Teur to take that drive-through penalty.
And
Pole
as
setter.
usual, it actually looks even slower because it's such a significant drive-through penalty.
Away they go. So the
You wouldn't think
comparison in
that's 80.
speeds down that pit straight, it will feel funereally slow, won't it, for Dries van Teur?
It's just a lifetime coming down there. And once again, the last Audi out on the track. And then hammer down.
Hammer down. It's good looking front end of that car now.
It is. I like
Purposeful.
that new front
Face.
scoop is great. Yeah, the new face to the car. That's exactly it. Out through turns 1 and 2, and that Audi at least is looking a lot healthier than its sister car.
Suddenly, by the way, into third position comes Colin Noble. He's still got Wayne Boyd, 6, 7, 8 seconds behind him now. But Colin Noble, after being almost a lap down, has just toughed it out through the pit stops. May well owe us a pit stop, Colin. We'll keep an eye on that one. But he's 45 minutes into his stint, so I think he does. But he is about to take second position in LMP3. So we'll keep an eye out for Colin Noble's progression.
And meanwhile, we look at Kuba Schmichowski easing his way through turns 1 and 2. Such a great combination of corners that kick off the circuit at Sepang.
Colin Noble is not only past him, he's passed the car ahead of him as well there. So 79, Colin Noble doing what he can to put as much of a buffer as he can before pitting the number 79 car. A good recovery drive after being rather robbed, I suspect, we'll hear post-race, simply by the safety car. He was just unlucky where he was on track, but that is our new second place car. Pipo Derani, by the way, is back into the pits, and that car is going in the garage.
Now, we did suspect some problems with it in the last hour.
I think that's done. They don't look happy with that car. That wasn't very rushed.
Yep, he got in the car just a couple of laps ago. It was, we agreed in the commentary box, it was too quick a pit stop for him getting in. Perhaps that gearbox problem has really just been eating away at the performance of that car, because it has been going not slow, but slower than it should be, for sure.
Now, Catherine Legg, in a car that we know has had handling problems all weekend, is going quicker and quicker and quicker. Under 2:04 now for Catherine in pursuit of Mike Simpson in the Ginetta. That's a battle for 8th position in LMP3. But there's another car in that mix as well, because Douglas Koo is falling back into that battle. So I think both Mike and Catherine are going to take at least one position in the very near future. So Catherine Legg in the number 50 car, this R24 car with the new driver crew this time around. The FIA Women in Motorsports initiative with Richard Mille here at the Foras de Sepang is beginning to turn a few heads. In comes LMP3 leader.
Well,
as we are into, this will be their final stop and their final scheduled stop of the season here in Asia.
It should be all right if they have been nursing that car for, as we suspect, for the last half an hour or so. Then it might just be what should be, just conventional protocol following stuff.
Yep, that's going to be another driver change, and again the final driver change of the season as Kuba gets out of the car. Martin Hipper, this pair have been epic.
They've been great. They've really combined well.
And what a brilliant team to have in this or any other championship. Really, really friendly bunch. Mix of the Polish guys, the German Kisa Motorsports squad, Carl de Vlaming, while long-standing Dutch PR lady has been a massive addition to this squad as well. And next season, or the coming season in Europe and the following season in Asia, we will see them back, not just with this car, but also with LMP2 cars too. Can't wait for it, because these guys have been head turners, learn their trade. There's some trouble here at the back of this car, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just about to say that this isn't actually going according to plan. It did look for a second like it was, but definitely not now.
They've got an edge here, but
not much.
Well, enough over the two, I think.
Well, they've got a lap. They're a lap clear, right?
Yeah, now.
Yeah. So that should give them a little bit of leeway, but let's just keep an eye on how that goes and how long they spend in the pits.
Well, let's wait and see. We've got Colin Noble next up. The further dramas we see in behind us comes the number 88 car. And that wasn't too bad. If they did that in one of their time pit stops, just looking to see what the pit stop time was, it's not It's about right.
Yeah,
it's
it's
a time.
not
They've
that
done it
bad.
in the
It's
time
actually-
pit stop. In comes Dries van Teur, by the way, for his final scheduled pit stop. Here is that Colin Noble behind.
It looks it. Well, there's an Ekurikos and Eurasia Motorsport. Let's get a closer look.
That is the real gap. Now, I think Colin maybe owes us his final stop, but that could be the real gap for the lead now. Meantime, the other team called to race control for a chat was the number 22 squad. They are going to have 20 seconds added to their next pit stop. That will have been some kind of pit stop infringement. But they're going to have 20 seconds added to their next pit stop. That is going to hand 20 seconds of an advantage to the leading team, the Harrison Newey car 24 Algarve Pro. Good news indeed for Sam and Stu down in 24. Are they going to take a card that says race winners to the selection committee next week?
They might just do.
Looks that way at the moment.
Don't forget that Algarve Pro had to still suffer a DNF in the early part. So that's about a month of thinking about how they're going to get their campaign up and running, and they've delivered ever since then.
Meantime, changes in LMP2 AM, because the Algarve Pro car of Anders Fjordbach in the... he's done a 38-second stop. That has to be a drive-through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's exactly
And that has
what I was
lost him.
thinking.
That has lost him the second place in LMP2 AM. I don't think we saw that.
Well, there wasn't a call for it, but perhaps there could have been.
In comes the 38 car, by the way. But what that means is that Darren Burke has taken second place in LMP2 AM, and that's enough for the championship.
That's just changed everything.
That is drama.
Championship-changing
We didn't
moment.
see. I'm afraid. I'm terribly sorry. We did not see that.
Well, it has to be said to everyone watching around the world, there is plenty going on today. And the cameras around the track have literally been trying to track everything. But there are a few, it seems, that it may have possibly come in and come out. And so we're going to do our best to keep you updated from our timing screens.
In comes the Ginetta, and in the hands of Mike Simpson. That will allow Catherine Legg, who has gone by Douglas Coe on track, as indeed had Mike Simpson, to leapfrog another car and puts the R24 car up into 7th position in class. And depending on how long Kat's been out there, I think she's going to take another position here, because the Eurasia car is just pitting. And I think the R24 car will go by that car as well.
Aidan Reed currently in that car.
Pace is playing a part here. Colin Noble, by the way, crossed the line last time around 3.6 seconds back for the lead battle between Inter Europol and Ekurikos. Eurasia go to work. This is another team, by the way, that tells us they've got exciting plans for 2019-20. And if their plans come to fruition, that's another team you will see with LMP2 and LMP3 cars back for that very different looking calendar for 2019-20.
Mark Goddard's Eurasia Motorsport team. And just a quick word out to both their drivers as well. They've been combining quite well today. Aidan Reed in there now. Nobuya Yamanaka, his teammate of that team.
Absolutely great to see Fujita-san. Long time man behind Dome Racing Cars, before that Tom's back in the day. And Fujita-san as well, with 2 Grand Prix appearances to his name back in the 1970s with the Maki car.
Unbelievable.
Well, it's nice to see a little bit of Grand Prix heritage
No, I was saying,
at Sepang. This is a place that needs a
I was
Grand Prix
actually
again.
thinking about your how can we say, encyclopedic memory of exactly when everything happens. That's unbelievable.
I have to say, Fujita-san is a very well-known, what a gent he is around the endurance racing paddocks of the world, particularly in the latter years with the Dome brand. And,
you need to have the talismanic drivers. Yeah, talismanic characters around. And it's good to know, as I said, as you were saying, it's not just the fact that we had 11 of 22 cars that could win anything today. The field, the quality of the field has been unbelievable. The quality of the field, the strength of the drivers being experienced. That's a big spin there for the number 3 car. How significant is that going to be, Graham?
That's the 3rd place car. Sorry, that's the 4th place car. That is not, I don't think he's got it gathered up.
He has.
That's not going to put him back into the clutches yet of Kristin Olsen, but Olsen is going much, much quicker. Also going quickly at the moment, Wayne Boyd, but it's beginning to compress again.
It is.
In the LMP3 class. There's the 3 car. That's Jim Maguire. He's had a pretty torrid time this afternoon. He's had a pretty torrid weekend here, I'm afraid, Jim. Jim, the man, by the way, behind the Aero Paints brand.
Well,
Not final. It is, and that was a lock up there from the 23 car, Guy Cosmo. He's under pressure, though, from the Panis Barthez car. That is a battle for third position overall. This is, well, it is coming together, isn't it?
It is.
45 minutes or so here.
I just hope that little spin out at turn 14 with all these hot parts in the car did not knock anything out, because it's the last 46 minutes.
Let's talk about this. This is the LMP2 AM leader under pressure from a car that's not in the same subclass. But what do you do if you're Guy Cosmo at the moment? That is the lead change in LMP3. That is Colin Noble up the inside of Martin Hipper for the lead of LMP3.
Well. I'm sure Martin Hipper didn't contest that because they know that this isn't one of their critical contenders, but still, this is a fantastic performance from Ikuria Kos-Nielsen and Colin Noble.
Yeah, I'm going to be corrected, by the way, by my Daily Sports Car colleague back in the UK. Apologies, Stephen. I didn't notice that Com Lodegar was in the car just before the safety car, so Com has actually driven. My apologies.
So all three, each
of
the drivers did have a stint, right?
Let's talk about LMP3. New leader here. That is Colin Noble. You can see 1, 2, 3 there on the same straight. Noble ahead in the number 79 car. Colin is now how long into this stint? Almost an hour into this stint. I think, though, he needs to pit. That is the bad news, but he leads the race. 1.6 seconds, or 0.6 seconds rather, ahead of Martin Hipper, but also in contention and going quicker than either of these two is the recovering number 2 car of Wayne Boyd. This is where the championship is going to come down to this. It's not about Colin Noble, although that's been a stellar drive back into contention. It's about the car that is herring up behind Martin Hipper.
That is an incredible situation to have this close to the end of the race into Europol, and that United Autosports number 2, 8 seconds between them.
But does I think Wayne Boyd may need to stop?
Yes, that's the thing. He's got to get himself ahead, and with a decent enough gap.
Wayne has definitely got 48 minutes in this car, and I think Wayne Boyd has got to have a pit stop before the end of this race.
Because I think we can take it for granted now that right now the Inter-Europol team are just going to keep Martin Hipper at 90%, 85% maybe, to make sure he finishes.
I'll call it this way. Ikuria Kos definitely need to pit again. They've only pitted twice. And we're coming within the next 5 minutes, I'd have suggested, for new race leader Colin Noble to have to make that stop. We're going to the third place car, also definitely need to actually stop again. It's still in the pound seats, is this car, the 13. It's another defining moment. This is the 24 car coming around the outside of the 3 in the hands of Jim Maguire. No contact, I don't think, there.
No contact.
I think Jim was just ran out of road as the 24 car tried to make its way around there. That 3 car was dropped back from contention, had left the race, remember, the number 3 car, but the number 2 has driven back into contention. So for me, what we're looking at now is the 2 looking to recover as many points as they possibly can. They will need to pit again. The 13 have still got to finish this race. Look set fair at the moment to take the race win if things go their way. It then comes around to be about resilience and endurance. It's endurance racing. This is what it's actually all about. Lead of the race, and actually we've got Harrison Newey being caught again.
Yeah, by Philip Hansen.
Now why? He's just done a 2:04. What happened there for the last lap? For
that's
the
very
number.
Slow for Harrison Newey.
It's his out lap. It's his out lap.
Right,
it's his final.
So 1 second now for the gap between Philip Hansen and Harrison Newey. And yes, at the top of your screen, 43 minutes left. That's going to be big. And now here we go.
No, let's recorrect myself. It's final stops underway. The final stop for the chasing car and the likely championship winner, the United Autosports Philip Hansen car. They are on pit lane at the back there. Remember, they're going to have 20 seconds added to that pit stop, though. So we can get excited about the fact it was a second before he went in.
It's
going to be 20 seconds when he comes out. Also in the pits for their final stop, 35 car from fourth position overall, having dropped back just a tiny bit, been in contention for third position on track with Guy Cosmo. There's an incident under investigation between 3 and 24. I didn't see contact there, I have to say.
No, there wasn't.
Where there was.
It didn't.
You can see the car being held there for United Autosports. That's the fuel going in. Out goes the fuel. Did they take the 20 seconds before the fuel?
I thought they would have had to.
They might have taken the 20 seconds before the fuel went in.
Could be. We were looking at that from a wide shot. We're going to have to take it for granted they did, or else they're going to face a lot more penalties for not doing it.
Absolutely. The 38 car, by the way, is back in the garage. The number 8 car is back in the garage, and for me, it does not look like coming back out.
So we're now beginning to see a bit of attrition. Up to this point, we really hadn't seen, we'd only seen 2 cars out and 20 on the door, and now 4 out. Spirit of Race, TF Sport, Jackie Chan, and Tianchi Racing Team as well, all out now. So, as we watch the Audis, let's get down to the pit lane. Nadia is with the Tianchi Racing Team. Let's find out what's been happening with TSRT.
Yep, we are with Dries Ventor, started in pole position. How was your stint?
Quite tough, to be honest. It's extremely hot. We have no aircon, we have no drinking system in the car. So compared to the others, it is really hot. And one stint is enough for a driver. I think you get really exhausted and everything starts to get really slower and slower. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah.
You are feeling hot, but how is the car then? Is the car A-okay?
Yeah, the car is going well. It's a bit tricky because it's quite hot, and then the car always tends to have more oversteer than normal, so that makes life even more difficult. So that's maybe why I had a cause of the drive to for the track limits, because I just catch the car, but they see it as a track limit, but I see it as a catch or saving the car or going off. But anyway, that's how it is. So. Yeah.
Sounds good. Now David is in the car right now for Tianchi Racing Team, car number 88. Back to the commentary.
Big drama, meanwhile, while that was all going on with Dries Ventor, David Chen, as he's quite right, is out there. But the drama is in LMP2 AM, and it's Anders Fjordbak stopped on track in the number 25 car. This car, remember, was the pick in the championship battle, had taken the points at one point here that would have cost ARC Bratislava the possibility of that championship. ARC Bratislava pit now, but Anders Fjordbak aboard the 25 car is stationary and looks to be out of the race. Almost, by the way, caused a major drama for the 88 car, with the Ginetta checking up as the 25 car was stopping towards the end of the lap, and that meant the 88 car squirreled in avoidance of the LMP3 car. Yeah. But this looks to be the end of the challenge of the 25 car. This might be the moment that settles LMP2 AM in favour of the ARC Bratislava squad, because that car cannot take the points away.
Well, I was about to say that it may have been some very secret smiles going on at the ARC Bratislava paddock.
The good news, though, and is that another car in trouble?
I think that's another. It looks.
Oh, no, it's not. That was him checking up a little bit too much. But hang on a minute, did the Akori Kos car overtake on the yellow there?
Well, there is another thing to be looking out for. I've got to write these down.
So the 24 car, we're back into green flag running 24 car, having checked up for the yellow flags, double wave yellows. The 7 car, I think, passed on the yellows. That was Christian Olsen.
And you can't accidentally call that. You can't say you had too much momentum and you just found yourself on the inside before you know it.
The flags, and he's been passed again on track by the 24. So 24 lead the race by 22.7 seconds from the 22 of Philip Hansen. Guy Cosmo is now on pit lane from 3rd position for their final stop. Darren Burke has been in and out in 4th position, but critically for ARC Bratislava, 2nd place in LMP2 AM. At the moment, as things stand, with 38 minutes left, this is where the commentator's curse comes into it.
Yes.
As things stand, the championships will go to the 22 car for 2nd place. That, I think, is the 3 car of Jim Maguire. We'll worry about that one later. It will go to the 22 car overall. It will go by dint of just enough points for ARC Bratislava in LMP2 AM. It will go to the Car Guy team in GT, which look set fair for 4 race wins in a whitewash
clean
season.
Sweep, yeah.
And in LMP3, it looks the moment to be heading the way, of Martin Hipper and the 13 car, but the difference there is 3.1 seconds on track. So you'll recall not that long ago, we're being asked by the guys talking to us on the Twitter streams and
yes.
etc. about whether or not they were running a pace to finish. They can't afford to do that now.
Yeah.
If there's pace in the car for the 13 car, we've got to see it, because it's going to be one on pace. And all of a sudden, it's all about Wayne Boyd and his pace.
The other thing that was happening while you were watching, of course, Anders Fjordbak retiring, Dries van Tor actually was talking to Nadia about the physical effects of this heat now, because he looked visibly dehydrated, and he actually said it's very difficult. Second stint, we've now heard that from 3 drivers getting in today, and I can tell you all, yes, Sepang is hot. Today's been extremely hot. I mean, we're talking about at least a 55, 56 temperature, track temperature on there, and of course we heard what was going on inside the cars. Not easy for these guys at all coming up into the last half hour.
So this is a major moment in the championship, not for this car. It's been a great race for Kyrgios Nielsen, but this is about the championship being decided by 2 cars on track. What's going to happen here? It's all about who gets the points that are going to make the difference. If Colin Noble can stay out, and he can't because he's been out for an hour and 5 minutes now, that car's going to have to pit. Wayne Boyd could go by, but will still need to stop. Will still need to stop as well. A safety car now could be massive.
Could be. Yes, it could be indeed. And it's going to have to be triggered by something.
A safety car now could give the opportunity for United Autosports. That's the gap. So what we've got there is Wayne Boyd has got by the Inter-Europol car, but will need to stop.
That's right.
Only 2 stops so far for United Autosports. Only 2 stops so far for the Kyrgios car. They're first and second. That, at the moment, is the 3rd place car on track, the number 13. But that car has done its final stop of the race.
So it looks like 3 of our classes are now cementing these positions, as Graham was outlining, in that 23-second gap.
In fact, Wayne Boyd pits immediately, as does Colin Noble. This is the critical point in the race. I think what they've realised now is they were hoping that incident for Anders Fjordbak would cause a safety car. It's not done that. It looks like they're going to recover that car locally. Out gets Colin Noble after an astonishing stint.
That's a really good run.
Tony Wells is going to climb aboard the number 79 car, but their chance of victory is gone, I feel. The United Autosports car, Wayne Boyd, another fantastic stint from that team and that car, coming back after bad luck with a steering issue early on that counted them out of contention. Who would have thought they would be looking at those cars battling back on track, and that it might have come down to a call from race control about whether or not an incident could be dealt with locally or with a safety car?
Well, I think the neutral could say that race control, of course, race control is a function of what happens on the track, but race control decisions have, in every single hour of this 4 hours with Sepang, now changed things.
What changed it, actually, what changed it for this battle was a decision from Anders Fjordbak, and that decision was to pull to driver's left instead of driver's right. If he'd have been driver's right, he'd have been in the line of fire and away from the marshal's post. Driver's left, he could cover it under a waved yellow and be towed back to a place of safety. Anders Fjordbak, after a stellar stint from him, that decision to go to the inside meant that we didn't go to a safety car.
And once again, it has come down to a specific corner and how that corner is taken to a championship-changing moment. We actually promised you these 3 hours ago.
It changed in the last half hour, well, the last 45 minutes, a championship changed hands by dint of a problem for Anders Fjordbak. Darren Burke looked beaten at that point for pace by Anders Fjordbak.
Absolutely, in the trophy.
But now what we see at the the very last knockings of this championship is that the RC Bratislava team are now, 33 minutes away from a famous championship win in LMP2 AM, and a return by that team to the Le Mans 24 Hours after some, I'm going to say it, bitter gall from Mira Konopka last year, missing out on an invitation.
So I'm just checking on the pace of that number 23 UA P2 for Guy Cosmo. No, that's looking pretty fine. 159.666.
He's now looking to fend off Mathieu Lehay for 2 reasons. One, he would like that overall podium, because why wouldn't you in the final race of the season as the 2 ARC cars together on track. That's nice to see.
Yeah, it's great to see.
The bright yellow colour scheme on The rather varied fleet they've got. The Ginetta P3, the number 44 car, the number 4 P2. Darren Burke, it is in the 4. In the number 44, it's Neil Muston now aboard, down in 9th position. Catherine Legg, by the way, up to 6th position now.
Oh, fantastic.
In the LMP3, the number 50 car. Great run from Catherine and from that team after what's been a very trying season for them. Martin Hipper, of course, goes back to the lead in LMP3. But the point with Guy Cosmo is he wants to stay as far ahead of the ARC Bratislava car as he can, in case they hit any kind of minor problem, or in case that car hits problems, the number 4 car. So Guy Cosmo is doing all he can possibly do now to bring home as many cards as he can in this game. All that Darren Burke's got to do, all he's got to do, is finish this race and finish this race at some pace, because now he can't not score if he crosses the line at the checkered flag.
Exactly,
any less than second place points in the class, and that will be enough.
That will be enough. And it would be just reward for the ARC Bratislava team. We were talking about how committed they've been for decades now in endurance racing, but over the last couple of years now, that's a very slow car, and it looks like United Autosports car.
Which one is that?
Well, that's the question. We had to get this camera angle, didn't we? I mean, they just don't have it on the back of the car. Let's look onto the side of it if we can. That's
23. It's the 23. It's the 23
Cosmo
car. That is LMP2AM. And if he can't get that car going, that is the championship gone in the last half hour again. This place, dear me,
yes.
What is it you serve up in Malaysia here?
Apart from the heat, I mean, that's the thing.
Well,
I think it's crippling.
That is going to be a crippling disappointment for United Autosports. They came here with the possibility of 3
wins and
championships.
2 championships. 2 invites, 3 championships.
They've seen 2 of them
stripped away,
cruelly grabbed back from them. In the case of the LMP2AM championship, as he tries to recycle the power, in comes Catherine Legg, by the way, and back out again. The Viper Nisa car also in there.
Good, reliable performance from R24.
It's dear me.
Well, it's unbelievable. As we said, we were expecting with Sparks to fly today.
I'm not calling LMP3 yet because, frankly, he's got it going. Excellent. He's got the car going. Now, how much of an advantage does Guy Cosmo have? Not enough is the answer, and that car is not up to speed.
It doesn't look like he's even going to make it to the pits at this pace unless he I think he's going to pull it off.
He knows he's in trouble there. That is awful luck.
Yeah,
now, let's not forget, by the way, these are our reigning LMP3 champions.
Yes.
2 of these 3 drivers. Guy Cosmo, long-time professional driver for the United States, and he's been guiding through the career of Patrick Burke. That is terrible, terrible luck for United Autosports.
Kudos to Guy for trying his hardest to restart that car, actually getting it started, but it was hobbling its way for about 20 feet, and now it looks like it's given up the ghost, and he's given up the challenge.
Well, the least troubled, am I saying this out loud? The least troubled runner, they'll be running up here now with sticks to beat me with. Least troubled run of the race so far, and it's been another fantastically controlled race from the number 13 car.
Totally, control is the right word.
Not without incident, as you can see from the band-aid that's been applied to the rear left of that car. Car 23, well told, has continued.
I think that was...
It has.
Oh, wow.
He's got it running again.
Well done, Guy.
Well. There's the 22 car. That's now nearly 30 seconds back from the Algarve Pro Racing team.
He opened the door on that car. How did he manage to do it?
He couldn't breathe. I mean, that's the problem. You've got some airflow while the car is running.
Got some oxygen, thought the solution, turned the key.
Well,
that was it.
Fingers crossed that they can bring that car to the finish. Whatever happens, I don't like to see at this late stage in any endurance race and in any endurance season teams not finishing the race after having fought as hard as they do over endurance racing. You know what? I've seen commentary from people on that fabulous place when you can express any opinion you like about endurance racing, that 4 hours isn't an endurance race. I will happily give you some phone numbers, ladies and gentlemen. You can have some conversations which will be loud at one end and quiet at the other. It will tell you different, because here we've seen an endurance race.
It's a perspective thing as well, in that after watching Guy Cosmo just travelling at roughly a kilometre, maybe 2 kilometres an hour, you do wonder if he's going to make the next half an hour.
Yeah.
These cars are obviously built, and the strategies are built around 4 hours. And if they're all going fine, of course, it looks like that's the way it's going to be. But if anything goes wrong, especially as you said, at a late stage like this, you've got to wonder if even 27 minutes and 34 seconds is something that car can pull off.
You know something?
Keep an eye on that.
Darren Burke's struggling as well. But Darren Burke is struggling as well with his lap times. We'll see what we can do with that. Meantime, I wonder if we can find out from the number 8 car as to what's going on. The 23 car going into the garage. Let's hear, though, from Spirit of Race.
Yes, we are at car number 8's garage with the team manager. Tell us what happened. The car's in the garage.
Unfortunately, after a tough race, in any case, we are having some engine problems, some issues. We're trying to work on it and see if we can go out and function in any case.
So you heard it from the man, Andrea, the team manager, or car number 8.
Oh dear me. So all of a sudden, LMP2 is beginning to fall to pieces in the heat here.
Yes.
23's in the garage. I'm looking at Darren Burke's current pace. He's over 2 minutes per lap here. We've got the car 7, by the way, Christian Olsen's team manager being called to race control. He's currently running second in LMP2.
Well, if you look at all the time,
AP3,
I said Harrison Newey, not an outlap. He just ran a 2. 158 from Philip Hansen. 157. My mind is being thrown back to what Dries Van Tor said about how in these searing heat, you want to go slower because you can't quite think right and it's just getting too hot. Perhaps that's happening here.
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, at the moment we've got. Looks to me like that 8 car is. If it comes out, it might be just to finish the. Might be just to finish this race with a single lap. United Autosports in the garage with Guy Cosmo after grinding to a halt whilst in a brilliant position in the race, although having lost the, well, as it stood, points position in LMP2 AM. Darren Burke going around now in laps solidly over 2 minutes, but then again, he doesn't have to do anything more than that. If he is struggling with the conditions, he can now adopt a very conservative pace.
85% all the way.
So in terms of other issues out there, we've got the Christian Olsen team manager being called to race control. They currently sit second in a position where Kyrgios Nielsen currently occupy 2 podium positions. Fantastic late season form from that team. Martin Hipper, meanwhile, with or without issues to the Kyrgios car, has a full minute of lead in LMP3 as things have fallen apart around him.
All they wanted, and they kept solid and consistent in the middle of it. And we did hear from race control that that maneuver that Graham spotted, overtaking under a safety car, a yellow flag,
I'm sure is going to be it.
It's being investigated right now.
I'm sure that's going to be it.
Number 7.
So that will be,
and that will be a penalty.
The issue. I'm sure that will be a penalty. And that was Christian not checking up quickly enough. There is Colin Noble, by the way. He currently sits. That's Anthony Wells back in the at the wheel. But this is now a battle for a podium position because behind him is Chris Buncombe. And guess what? The roly-poly, elastic band fitted number 2 car. It's been at the top. It's been at the bottom. It's been at every point in between. And now they're battling for pride and a podium. So it's Tony Wells in the number 79 car, reigning UK LMP3 champion, race winner in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and is now battling away with Chris Buncombe for a podium position in LMP3.
Well, black and white flag for the 51 Spirit of Race Ferrari. Abuse of track limits at turn 14.
And should say as well, by the way, that car is involved in a battle for position with Alessandro Guidi, with David Chen in the number 88 Tianchi Racing team. Not in contention for the win, certainly not the championship now, but again, a battle for pride in the last 25 minutes. And frankly, Alessandro needs to behave himself because if he gets a penalty at this point, it's going to cost him second position. Chris Buncombe is looking for a way around the outside, maybe the inside, Chris. There you go, up the inside. That turns into the outside of the next turn, maybe over the top, maybe underneath, any which way he can. And here we go, wheel to wheel, down to the final turn. This is where we tough it out under braking. He goes, sweeps to the outside. He's going to look for the cutback. Tony Wells is going to be forced into the tighter line. That was a brilliant stuff from Chris Buncombe. Couldn't quite make it work. Great stuff from these two.
Well, it was a great move. He just couldn't pull off the second half of it. Now he's going to have a look down as well as they approach turn 1. How important is this specific move.
Well, it could be very important, and it could be as Chris Buncombe tries around the outside. There's a touch.
Well,
there's
a huge touch and a stop, and that's another disaster for United Autosports.
That was a touch from Tony Wells to the rear right. There's the 23 car engine cover off. The reason why this could be extremely important, by the way, is because we've got that call to race control for the number 7 car. If they get a penalty of note, that could be a battle for second position. Or is it going to be a battle at all after that touch? 79 off into the distance. Let's have a look again and see what we can do to call that one. That was Chris Buncombe around the outside.
And
now,
just went a bit too inside.
Let's have a look at what we want to see here is...
Whose fault? I have to say that's Buncombe's, if you ask me,
I think he
cutting
got
across the line.
I'm not sure where Tony could have gone other than braking to a stop. Maybe a little ambitious by Chris. He was 2/3 of the way by, but the corner wasn't yet his.
That's right. And therefore, there were no other options for him. So that might just be a very big incident for United Autosports at the end there. That was, again, but that might just be misjudgment from the heat.
It's
really.
a racing incident, but you know, if I was calling that, I have to say
it's Buncombe's fault.
It was a great move from Chris Buncombe. He hadn't quite got it done, and the irony was, I think he had space to do that out of turn 2-3. So 21 minutes remaining. It is a 28-second gap for the overall lead from Harrison Newey, who is, well, I'm not going to say even a fast cruise. He's in the 157s. He's storming at the moment to a win. Darren Burke, by the way, still in the 204, 7 seconds slower than Mathieu Lehay. He was in a solid third position for potential second consecutive podium for Panis Bartis competition. Into Europol, have a minute's lead now over Christian Olsen. Potential trouble ahead, though, for the number 7 crew. Call to race control for what we think was probably yellow flag infringement. We think Christian caught out by the car ahead braking into a yellow flag zone. Let's wait and see what actually happens for that one. Into Europol, meanwhile, inherits 5th place as the United Autosport Guy Cosmo car currently in the garage falls back. Chris Buncombe is recovering, by the way. It's just 4 seconds back behind the 79 car of Tony Wells. What else is up for grabs? Well, that second place in GT. 88 car is still in contention with the 51. David Chen doing a great job to hang on to Alessandro Pierguidi. Bit of a wiggle there as it comes through the turn. Pierguidi, well, is the driver with by far the most racing heritage, but David Chen battling for pride, points and podium with TSRT. This team has added hugely to the GT spectacle with this pair of beautifully prepared Audis and re-prepared with the 2019 spec cars. This is the 79 versus 2 battle again, but it's about to be lapped, the 79 and the 2 battle, by the race leader. You know what? If you're going to win a championship, win it with style. And
we've been talking about how you should win championships today. You shouldn't win them early. You definitely shouldn't win them late, but you should win them with style.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things that the proud nation of Poland is famous for, and I'm going to say this, and I'll get, I'm sure, lots of email. Maybe internationally, style is not what's renowned for, but these guys have rewritten that book. This has been stylishly done. They've done this with solid pace, with really great strategy through the season.
Consistency, reliability.
Absolutely. And this is the way to go LMP3 racing. You know, you almost want to use the word unhurried. It's the wrong word to use in any sort of motorsport.
It's structured,
but it's been a beautiful thing to watch, this team coming forward. It's a drive-through penalty, by the way, for the second place car on LMP3 for overtaking car 24 on the yellow flags.
Now, a lot of people on the internet are just very unhappy with Chris Buncombe for that move into turn 1. Not very unhappy, but they certainly are still shocked.
He's under pressure. It's very, very hot out there. This is a team that could see the potential for race wins, championship wins here, and you know, it was. I don't think it was Chris's. It was unfortunately 2 great moves before then, but unfortunately it was just a judgment call, you know, and it didn't quite pay off. This is 65 and 51.
That looks like Nigel Moore.
That is actually battle for overall position, by the way. But it's a 14th position between Nigel Moore and Alessandro Pierguidi. Nigel's done him. You'd have enjoyed that. Hyperniza Racing move up a further position in the overall order, stay 8th at LMP3, of course. We have 18 minutes remaining, and what's still up for grabs here? Well, outside of disaster for somebody in the final quarter of an hour, there are still certainly positions up for grabs in the LMP3 class. Third position most particularly, as Christian Olsen takes that drive-through penalty. Let's wait and see just exactly where that leaves that car coming out. I don't think that's going to put him into the clutches of the cars behind. He's got, I think, about a minute on them.
Kai van Berlo, the number 3 United Autosports, under investigation for pit stop irregularities.
I will say this. We've seen this throughout the history of LMP3, that teams running these cars and running them often learn to uncrack the code. You're looking, in timing and scoring terms, at a couple of teams who've done just that. United Autosports absolutely classed the field when they came into LMP3 racing. You're looking as well today at 2 other squads which need to be taken very seriously moving forward. Inter Europol will take this championship if at this stage justice is going to be done, because they've driven faultlessly this afternoon. And look too at the form of Ikuriakos Nielsen Racing, and they look at the moment.
Which is the surprise to be mentioning today, because they have been steadily growing, but wouldn't really have expected them to be so impactful.
Well, meantime, as we get into the last 15 minutes of the race in just a few seconds' time, it's going to be about race wins, but it's also going to be about some of the teams that maybe aren't going to win races but will win championships and will certainly win Le Mans places. In comes the 22 car for what will be the final pit stop of the race and of the season for what's been a truly impressive run from Philip Hansen and Paul di Resta. But I'll say what I see from Philip Hansen in particular and from United Autosports, because he's carried the heavyweight here.
He has. He really has.
I think, is di Resta getting in for the final 15-16 minutes, and it will be. I'm sure there'll be a pat on the back for a number of the guys for Philip, 19 years old. He's about to become a double Asian Le Mans Series champion, and one of very few people who've won it in 2 classes.
That's right. One of the youngest ones back in 2016, wasn't
Absolutely.
it? Right?
And then, if I understand where the position stands with the priority of United Autosport programme, he will be going back to Le Mans this year for, I think I'm right, the 3rd consecutive year. Second consecutive year with this team.
Those are accolades and achievements that any racing driver in their entire career would love to have, and he's got them before he's 20. That is potential, that is talent.
And crosses the exit line, on go the lights, and down goes the throttle pedal, and out into contention again comes Paul di Resta.
Also good to see the Lahey brothers and Panis Barthez competition with their 2nd consecutive 3rd right now. They've gone on the podium at Buriram as well. But again, taking a leaf out of the likes of Inter Europol by just really laying down a consistent, reliable.
And liking what they see in the Asian Le Mans Series, the team, and looking towards a potential repeat programme in that 2019-2020 programme in LMP2. That'll be great to see. It's a cracking little team.
Well, that's been one of the highlights for me this season, especially seeing a lot of these new teams coming in, whether they're from
into
Europe
Asia.
or into Asia, and making that move in. It's brilliant for the general profile.
I'm sorry, Philip Hansen, when you watch the highlights back, this sickens me. Look at you, you've just been in that car for God knows how long. Quick white down with a bit of a flannel and a bottle of water, and he looks like he'd go for a run.
Yeah, we saw Andrea Pizzotto
have at least the decency to look like it was hard work.
Yeah, pour the water on your head.
I joke, because phenomenal stuff.
Really good stuff from him.
Number 3 car here, United Autosports, and Kai van Berlo now aboard that car, and looking to see what they can do about salvaging something from a great run that just fell a little bit apart in the middle part of this race,
really
I'm afraid.
did, didn't it?
The form of Matt Bell.
I think now as we look at turn 5, coming up through the gears, so much has happened to this number 3 car this afternoon, and it could be said to the number 2 car also, and the 23 and 22 in terms of highs and lows.
So that's the number 3 car. There's stories galore for United Autosport, some good, some bad, some truly gutting.
Yeah.
As Guy Cosmo's car still, I'm afraid, in the 23 car in the pits. But the number 2 car, meanwhile, has recovered that position. Remember they came together, Tony Wells and Chris Buncombe, but the number 2 car has come back and is again ahead of Tony Wells and is substantially ahead of Tony Wells. So what has happened there? And has now got the 13 car between the two, and that is because Martin Hipper has lifted right off here.
Yeah, it's a great performance from there. He is. But it looks like we're going to have to say that the number 22 car did add that 20 seconds onto their penalty, or else we would have heard about it by now, I'm sure.
So the car 2 there, up into a podium position. They've had and lost a potential championship winning position here today. Car 2 in the hands of Chris Buncombe have done what they could to fight back into contention and done all they can really do, which is to keep the competing 13 car honest. Make sure they have to keep up, just keep them up to pace, I think is all they could really do. Look at Tony Wells' pace dropping right off here as well, and whether or not that's tired bodies, tired machinery.
Yeah. We just saw Philip Hansen just, I said, have struggled to actually get his seat out of the car, because that's the last thing you're going to do when you get out of the car and you're thinking to
absolutely
yourself, you know, it's a little bit, there's a lot of pressures on these drivers now, especially, and these ones that have managed to last out to now and still have something to fight for.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be harder to see that prize. Keep your eyes on the prize is what they always say.
11 minutes to go in this race, and still fights out there. The
battles.
Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 car is still having to fend off, albeit an increasing distance away from the number 88 car with David Chen aboard the Tianxi Racing car. Maybe it's time now, as we come into the final 10 minutes of what's been a stellar season in the Asian Le Mans Series, a breakthrough season indeed for the Asian Le Mans Series, is maybe to cycle through where we are in terms of the race leaders and the championship points leaders, because that's always a potential opportunity for the fickle finger of fate with a meteorite to strike Algar Pro in the last 10 minutes. So let's have a look at the race leader. We've not seen Harrison Newey for a little wee while. It's been a great performance from the 24 crew. This was a team that led the first race. 24 car there, as it comes across a bit of a dust cloud thrown up, I think, by Alessandro Pierguidi. It was. But they have just applied themselves beautifully here. Attila de Jong doing what he had to do in the single stint he had in the car.
Did it well.
Absolutely.
Did it well.
Andrea Pizzitola adding massive pace, and then Harrison Newey seeing off the final charge from this car, the number 22 car. At the moment, though, they will be pretty content that they are heading towards the championship win and the first of the two Le Mans positions that United Autosport want to see, either by winning or by being given the nod by the selection committee. Nice little mixture of cars here, three classes. It's very different cars indeed. The Ligier Judd there, the third place car, the 35, then the 44 Ginetta, and then the retiring Grace with battle scars. That's a car with a bit of battle scars. Number 5, Red River Sport sponsored, TF Sport operated Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Goodbye and thank you to the Aston Martin V12 from International Motorsport. I've loved every single second of that beautiful sound.
It really just does have that story to it, and when you get down to 8 minutes left for that car, you've got to start thinking.
Absolutely.
So, now looking at this number 22 car, well, it has been one of the better performers for United Autosports. Let's get down to the pits. Nadia is with United Autosports. Let's find out some more about this car.
Yes, Philip Hansen here with me. Now, you just got out of the car with about 15 minutes left on the clock. Is that the strategy from the beginning?
No. Well, unfortunately, the safety car came out halfway through, so it ruined the strategy. We had a 40-second lead to the car behind, but to our rival, we had about 1 minute and 20 seconds, roughly. So, unfortunately, it messed up our strategy, and it was a safety car that was quite uncalled for. We weren't really sure that it was necessary, so unfortunately that happened. What that meant is that Paul had to get back in the car, and I would have to do another double stint, which would take me over 3 hours. And when we realised that we had a penalty for a pit lane infringement, we fell too far behind to challenge for the lead, and all we have to do is finish this race realistically to win the championship. So with 15 minutes left, they gave me the option, do I want to get out, as I'd been in the car for nearly 3 hours at this point, and I took it. It was definitely one of the harder races I've done in the heat. I think the cockpit temperature yesterday spiked up roughly 50 degrees, so it was hard work.
Just one last question, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's less than 10 minutes left. All we have to do is finish the race and then the championship's done, so we're just nursing at home now.
All the best then for the rest of us in the car number 22 here, United Autosports.
Well, feeling the heat in all sorts of ways, and it is nervous time. 7 minutes now until the end of this race, the end of the season, and 4 marks in the book that says 2019 Le Mans 24 Hours entry, and one of them does look at the moment to be heading the way of United Autosports, but only one of them. And at one point could have been
3.
They could have taken their 2 from 3 potential entries. Algarve Pro Racing, though, looks set to take this race win. ARC Bratislava, that fabulous little plucky little team from Slovakia, with some help from the Greaves Motorsport crew.
Definitely.
And calling strategy today, by the way, with the absence of Lee Penn here for this final round, Tim Greaves, the head of Greaves Motorsport. Great to see him in the paddock a couple of days ago. Was making all sorts of excuses to his wife Wendy as to why he was here. He just enjoys it, Wendy. And you know what? What a cracking display from that crew. They've been the surprise package in LMP2 AM. They will come home off the overall podium, but with what they wanted: a class win, a championship win, and a Le Mans entry for them too. Martin Hipper still with now a lapse gap, or not a lapse gap actually, for the 13 car into Europol. Look to be taking Poland to the Le Mans 24 Hours. That's another cracking statistic for the book.
And it's a great story.
Absolutely. And Car Guy grazing the top 10 overall now, James Collado. 11th position overall for Car Guy. They will come home with a spectacular clean sweep in their opening year in ACO Rules Racing. And Car Guy from Japan, from Fuji, will go to Le Mans this year. It is 5.5 minutes until the end of a 16-hour spectacular of endurance racing. If you're listening and watching, thank you for joining us. You're part of what's been a growing body of people following the Asian Le Mans series, both on our English language streams and in huge numbers across China. We know from the figures that have already been kind of
That's very true.
vetted.
That's very true. And of course, do stick around.
Absolutely.
Podiums and the award ceremonies will be coming up later on.
But that will carry this championship forward into what's looking to be a new era. Australia next, replacing Japan for next year. But Japan is far from being off the agenda for what looks set potentially to be an expanded championship the following year in 2020, 2021, with the view being that if this can be sustained, we move to 5 races then. But this 4-hour format and this mixed format of cold weather, warm weather races just has something special. And this mixture between, we've got it there, European and Asian teams, 2 Asian teams in that shot. That's just been something that really has been a little bit special again.
It has.
Here comes the 13 car.
The melding of different thoughts, and of course the new entrants as well, and people learning from each other as you go through. But it has been a spectacle to see.
And this is now Martin Hipper firmly in cruise mode. No risk.
Absolutely.
4 minutes to go.
80%.
And what an amazing rise to the top it has been for Inter Europol. For Sasha and for his boys at Kisa Motorsports. For Martin Hipper and Kuba Shmovsky in particular. Coming in with the brightest coloured LMP3 car on the planet. Beloved by followers of the European Le Mans Series in the years that we've seen that car, but getting quicker and quicker, challenging for podiums, then challenging for race wins, winning at the final round of the season in Portimao last year, coming here with form in the book and taking the fight to the rest from the very start of the season. Looking here,
it did look that way from the start of the season.
They will finish with, that car a faultless record. Car
absolutely.
Guy, 4 wins. But the Inter Europol team looked like 2 wins and 2 second places. anybody coming into any season is going to think that's the kind of season I'd like to have. Car guy, though, what can you say? Yes, okay, you've got the factor that is James Collado, a reigning FIWC World Champion. But this is a three-driver game, as we've seen throughout the season elsewhere. The Ferrari has been faultless. The Kimura-san has been one of the better of the gentleman drivers. And Kai Cozzolino has had a smile as wide as his face for the entire season. Car guy are going to the Le Mans 24
Not
hours.
more so than Fuji themselves, of course. Not
Absolutely.
just winning at their home track, but yeah, wonderful. And the only thing that could have been better for them is if they got 4 poles as well.
And let's have a word as well about ARC Bratislava. The proud yellow colours from ARC lets the Darren Burke lets the Panis Barthez car go. That car is heading for an overall podium. But Darren Burke, I think, has been one of the standout talents of this season. He's, I'm no doubt, going to get an unpleasant email next year when it comes to the driver rankings for the FIA. But Darren's done everything he was intended to do properly quick, alongside Kang Ling, who's been another standout. I've had calls asking if anybody's got his phone number for the potential for
He's
races
done himself
moving forward.
no harm.
But I'm going to finish about ARC Bratislava with a word from Miro Konopka. He was bitterly disappointed and wasn't afraid of saying so. They didn't get the invitation last year for Le Mans. This time he's put it out of doubt. Miro, you're a hero. And, you know, we love the way you go racing. I am very, very glad that I've gone through the entire 2018-19 Asia Le Mans Series without the misfortune of walking into the garage and seeing you in your pants. It's not pleasant.
It's
but
heroic.
It is a pleasant thing, a wonderful thing to see the little team that could coming back and doing it the right way by winning a championship and doing it with pace. Well done, guys.
Yeah, I have to say that this season has been to the point I've actually written down LMP2, LMP2M, LMP3 and GT, and I haven't yet written down the names because there's still 53 seconds left.
Well, we're into the final minute. Remember, and this is going to be the winning car if justice is served here, and it will be Harrison Newey bringing it home in what will be, for the time being, unless things change for Le Mans, his final prototype race.
That's
for
right,
some little
off the
time
Super Formula
before he goes off to do single-seater and GT racing in Japan. And again, another little team that could. Sam and Stuart Cox. You know, Stuart can be the pantomime villain at times in sports car racing. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and I love him for it. Sam, you're a saint, for starters. I love you both dearly for the way you guys go racing. You can't do better in sports car racing at this level as a professional team than to have happy customers. You do it well, the cars look great, and we will see you next year, both in the European Le Mans Series and I hope with the entries you deserve at Le Mans 24 Hours as well, with a surprise coming if you get both of them in that entry next week for the Algar Pro Racing team and what they're involved with. But they've played a blinder here. All three drivers stand up at De Jong for making this come together as a combination. Stepped away for the first 2 races, came back in. Oh no, the gentleman driver's in, it's all going to go. No, it's not. It's been a brilliant display from the team, and they're going to finish this season with a great race win. Harrison Newey can be proud of his pace throughout. Andrea Pizzitola we knew all about as well, of course, but championship winning drivers both, and almost power slides the car through the turn there as we approach this for what will be the start of the very final lap of the season.
That's right. The clock, as you can see, has vanished. It is
this
+1 for the leader. We know about that.
We do now.
We definitely know about that.
And, you know, it's great to finish at a place like this. Perfect weather.
Yes, it's actually, the weather has been perfect. Sepang is extremely variable, but really it's just been a constant heat. Yes, not the best heat for the drivers, but it's been something that they can manage and work around at least. And boy, if they found some workaround plans for that.
Let's just mention one other aspect to this, because there will be another group of people listening in and watching in, and they're going to see a race win for Judd. In the middle of the UK.
I knew you were going to say that.
They're just lovely, lovely people. It's old school motorsport engineering, this dual, fantastic sounding thing. Stuart Cox told me they'd chosen this because they thought this was the better option in LMP2. That's a very happy team. They were right here. That just had the edge in terms of power. That car is coming home to a great sounding, great looking stance win here at the Sepang International Circuit. If you've been with us for this full season, you've seen another cracking race. You've seen topsy-turvy racing, topsy-turvy championship positions, and you've seen good guys win. And that is a wonderful thing to say. You've seen some good guys lose as well, make no mistake about it, but good guys win races, good guys win championships, and all that's going to do is add to the mix for what could be a fabulous Le Mans 24 Hours and what I hope is going to be an even better Asia Le Mans Series for 2019-20. Dancing the car around now, and he's well clear of Paul di Resta. Harrison Newey
totally clear.
Will bring this car home. 24 car. Will this 24 car be at the 24 Hours? Well, they won't do it with a championship win, but you can do no better if you don't win a championship than to show race-winning form to a selection committee. You want the quality teams in. It's going to be the final corner of the season for Algarve Pro Racing. The 4 Hours of Sepang will be done in just 4 or 5 seconds time, and it will be Harrison Newey for Algarve Pro Racing, the Ligier JSP2 Judd, that takes the checkered flag and the race win at the 4 Hours of Sepang. That, ladies and gentlemen, is season done. Home to Vipanisa Racing, the locally based team. They will come home 7th place in LMP2. A podium position 2 for the Panis Bartes competition team. Looking who else is going to be getting home here. Here comes the Inter-Europol competition Polish car, 13. It'll be Martin Hipper to bring the car back. Kuba Szymowski shares the spoils. The team under Sasha Fassbender will take their Ligier, not this one, but their brand new one. The Ligier JSP 217 with the Gibson engine will take the Polish flag to Le Mans this year. Another fantastic result for international sports car racing, bringing new audiences. Ate de Jong, just truly delighted as well he might be. Here comes the 13 car for the race win and the championship win, and what a way to do it. Right up behind one of the United Autosports cars. Here comes the 88 car coming home for what is a second place in GT, because the 51 car has had to pit, so it'll be second place for the Audi. Here, though, comes the most perfect run of the lot. This is Car Guy. This is the number 11 car. This is even brighter yellow than ARC Bratislava. You can't do better in 4 races than 4 wins. It will be James Collado that brings it home, but well done too to Kimura-san and to Cozzolino-san, because Car Guy from Fuji are going to Le Mans. Well done, boys, the number 11 car. And there, behind them, the 8 car out, by the way, to finish the race. So they did come back out. And then the 22 car, United Autosports. Let's stick with that car, because that was, well, not quite a fault this season, but well good enough that United Autosports grab what they most wanted to bring home from this, more so even than the championship, was to secure the first of what they hope will be 2 Le Mans 24-hour positions as well come June. Great stuff. Paul di Resta brings it home, but I'm going to say out loud, Phil Hansen, take a bow. What a great season. What a great season for that young man. A breakthrough season, and we'll wait and see what that brings him in terms of career beyond the Le Mans 24 Hours and the WEC next season.
Obviously working for a much bigger team as well, and being a key cog in that. Possibly he's going to differentiate, even at his age now, the difference between this championship and the one he won last time.
100%, with a small team, an LMP3 car, a bit of blessed relief in terms of airflow there for Harrison Newey. Up goes the door. 24 from 22, 35 4, 2 championship winners in amongst that lot, the 22 and the number 4. 24 takes the race win, 4 takes the win in LMP2 in the championship and in the race as well. In LMP3, it's a double win, championship and the race for the 13 Inter-Europol. It's the same for Car Guy. The form teams hit form. Great stuff.
I do like that, the form teams hit form. And we did say that this final round of the Asia Le Mans Series 2018-2019 season was going to deliver all sorts of stories and bring the conclusion to each of those 4 classes. Now, as we get into the podiums later on, we're going to have a lot of time to discuss. I'm going to be picking Graham's mind as to exactly who he thinks were the biggest and best this season. We've already kind of gone through it in terms of the winners, but there have been some really great performances from the likes of Viper Nisa and the rest of the teams. And I think I said we'll have a chance to look at that. There's a great shot of some mixed class racing for you.
Well, look, I mean, we've got there the Tianxi Racing team. It will be David Chen bringing home a second place from that team. Great performance from them and from him. And that's one of the really great things about this championship is we are seeing Asian talent emerge from this. Viper Nisa Racing,
that's the
hungry
biggest
for it.
winner. Yeah.
Hungry for it. We've got the Tianxi Racing team hungry for this one, investing in those cars, putting in local drivers in the AM car. David Chen's done a cracking job throughout the season. Dries van Tor has done what he's paid to do, and you'd expect that to come from that. Car Guy the same, with two Japanese-based drivers in Kei Cozzolino and in Kimura-san. Fantastic stuff.
So, into Parc Fermé. These cars, of course, will head off for the last time this season into scrutineering. And for the second time this year, we get to see Algarve Pro in that P1 position. They're going to be very, very happy with that. As we said, 3 winners, different winners in LMP2 before this race. So one of them was going to come up with a double.
Well, let's look at that shot there, by the way.
That's it. That's exactly it. It's about teamwork. It's about camaraderie. And this is exactly what we saw at their first win as well.
But if you love sports car racing, stand up and applaud Atta de Jong. Okay, he's far the slowest driver of the 3, but without him, it doesn't happen. Without his passion, it doesn't happen. Without him, we don't see the talents of those 2 young men in that car across this series. And that's one of the reasons I love this. It's fueled by passion, sports car racing, and this is where race wins can be taken by the likes of you and me if we just had a little bit more financial luck. We can, and a whole lot more talent in my case. But let's wait and see how we go on with that one. So
they'd have to come up with a new class senior drivers, wouldn't they?
In my case, they have to come up with a new class awful drivers. I'm very happy. Harrison Newey there.
Yes,
there's Andrea Pizzitola to the right.
And what a way to finish off his current. He might, of course, be returning at some point in the future. But what a way to finish it, to win the race before you head off to Japan.
There's Paul Di Resta. He completes the race for he finishes the race for the United Autosport team. But the 22 car, the 22 squad, will take home the championship win and will take home that auto entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours. We've now got 4 answers to questions that we didn't have 4 hours ago.
There are still plenty of questions to be asked, it has to be said, but the 4 main ones have been answered, and in spectacular fashion as well.
Well, let's make that clear. United Autosports will be going to Le Mans with 1 car. They're going to be looking for another. The Inter-Europol team will be going to Le Mans. They've got the LMP2 car to do that with. ARC Bratislava will be going to Le Mans. Fantastic for them. And Car Guy can actually, if they choose to do so, change that GT3 car into a GTE car, which you can do with a Ferrari, and can take that car to Le Mans. But either way, they're going to Le Mans as well. They're the headlines in terms of what happens next week. We now know that we need 14 answers to questions on March the 1st. And for the most part, what you've got there are championship winners and race winners as well. But let's also applaud the efforts of Algarve Pro Racing, plucky team from Portugal, Sam and Stuart Cox, with Atta de Jong, with Andrea Pizzitola and Harrison Newey for their efforts today for seeing off a mighty challenge from United
Not just
Autosports.
for today as well. The fact that they have actually risen from the DNF at Shanghai and pulled it all together in spite of UA actually getting better and stronger throughout those middle 2 races. So they really had a comeback fight. They were climbing a mountain in a sense.
There's Miro Konopka, how can we put this, big boned guy on the right. Great guy.
He's a great
Jane
guy.
Rowe, the Asian Le Mans Series media delegate. We've got the Algarve Pro guys having a bit of a sit down.
Newey. That's a nice
That's
shot
great
there.
stuff. That's Phil Hansen congratulating Harrison Newey. They'll have crossed swords on track before now as well. The GT guys as well. Panis Bartes guys in the white overalls close to us. Sam Cox, the lady there with the blonde hair and the blue top.
Yes.
Top. ARC Bratislava's guys and girl. Great to see that as well. Darren Burke with the Michelin cap on. Amato Ferrari just in the back of shot there with the Spirit of Race guys on the left-hand side, the man with the most piercing blue eyes on the planet.
And you can almost see the relief on all of these drivers and team members as to the fact that now they don't have to deal with the inherent heat.
There you go. That's what it's all about, Darren. Darren, I think you need to sit down. There's one of our little heroes, Mira Konopka, is the
very,
Paris
very happy
guys look
indeed.
like they can barely believe they're there again. There comes Martin Hipper and Kuba Shimoski from LMP3.
And they actually look pretty okay. They
Utterly
actually look,
delighted.
considering they've been in the heat, and both of them, as a duo, took on that entire race. They actually look like they've been on a sprint race somewhere. It's not that
amazing fitness for some of these guys.
Yes.
Going to be said.
Yes, has to be
It's
said.
Not an easy thing to do at all. James Collada just pops in. Well, let's have a look back. This is the overall result. 24 bring home the race win. 1 minute and 43 seconds ahead of the 22 car. Opted to make that late driver change, of course. It would have been closer than that without. It's an LMP2 1-2-3 with Panis Barthez competition. Another podium for the team from France with the debutante trio, although we see Mathieu Lehea again. ARC Bratislava bring home 4th position, but critically the LMP2 AM win and the championship. Then we get into the LMP3 battle, which was topsy-turvy throughout. Into Europol take the win, and a great win it was too. A fantastic second place for the number 7 Ikuriakos Nielsen racing car. Christian Olsen, his best results in LMP3 racing together with Nick Adcock. A great battle between the third place number 2 car that was in the championship hunt forever against the 79 car that just at the end faded. Car Guy, perfect score for them in GT. Race win, championship win. Job done. Chanshi Racing, in the last knockings of that race, claim a second place for the number 88 car. David Chen, stand up. You should be proud of that. Spirit of Race fade to a 3rd. They were the only team that could have challenged Car Guy at the end. It was ultimately, despite the fact we did see a little bit of wilting, only 2 cars failed to finish, or 3 cars, apologies, failed to finish that
and
race.
And if you're back, the JCDC.
Mathieu Lehea to the right, Jean-Baptiste Lehea in the centre, and Francois Heriot in the left-hand side there. I hope we see a lot more of that crew. I think we're going to see them back in Europe. I'd love to see these 3 guys back in Asia and using the knowledge they've now got of at least 3 of the tracks that we've got.
Looking a lot happier now, especially after these last 2 races, Sepang and Buriram, where they really did show their mettle and their worth.
I think that was by far their most competitive run today.
Yeah.
They were not out of the running with the dramas at the end of the race at Buriram, with the number 4 car fading dramatically at the end and hanging on for the LMP2 AM win. They rather grabbed that, but they were in contention for podium all the way through this race, and they did it with pace. And that's the way you want to do it if you're coming into a championship and learning LMP2, as 2 of those 3 drivers were.
As we look at them celebrating, it is now going to be a time of really thinking about the achievements that you've picked up today, of course, and over the season. I'm sure there's going to be lots of briefings, and there's a sign right now. Thanks, everyone, for a great season.
Absolutely.
It has been, and I think we're going to be in that phase of wrapping things up. But still to come, of course, there is going to be the actual awarding of these invites. You've been hearing about these invites for almost 3.5 months now. 2
exciting moments to come for all the guys that we've actually seen there. One is they're going to get to the podium. 2 is they're going to get to the award ceremony this evening back in the hotel in Sepang, where trophies will be handed out for the championships. And then some of them will know that they're going to have the pleasure of being confirmed going to Le Mans, and we've got others in we've got some others that are going to be in the mix. Let's talk a little about not just what's going to come tonight, but what comes in a few months' time.
Yeah.
We'll say again, it's going to be a very different look to the Asia Le Mans series in 2019-20. It's an odd thing to start kind of reprogramming your brains with the fact we're starting a season the same year.
Yeah, so it moves on.
Middle of November, we go to Shanghai again. That's a known factor. It'll be a cold weather race on a track that actually really suits these cars. We then get a longer gap. No racing in December. Middle of January, we rock up to Adelaide in South Australia for that 7.7 kilometre The Bend Motorsport Park, the longest permanent racetrack outside of the fabled Nordschleife at the Nürburgring. and a race that, for all sorts of reasons, is going to provide major challenges. You think it was hot here? You ain't seen nothing yet.
There are very few places, I can tell you now, that you could actually say that with Sepang. Sepang is about 35 degrees, while the Bend, we've heard in January, can hit close to 50.
Well,
and
I
that's
think it's going to
out of the car.
40 degrees is a cold day at the Bend. So the Bend is certainly a highlight for very many people, and certainly I know a lot of you watching and can't wait to actually see that. I can't wait to go, I'll be honest with you. So beyond that, we've then got the next two, which are two together, which is the two races back-to-back, back here at Sepang, but with a different race format. Blessed relief from the blinding sun we get here, with 2 hours in daylight towards the end of the day, and then 2 hours in full darkness under the floodlights at Sepang. And the following weekend, after what I'm told is going to be one heck of a road trip.
That's right, because all of the equipment has to actually take a different logistical path.
Party bus.
Party bus. I was going to say logistical support. He was going to say party bus. But going up to Thailand, having in both those legs, the finale now being in Buriram, very flat track there, very hot there as well.
We're going to go to the podium, and this is going to be the overall podium with the LMP2 squads
just getting that
taking
ready
to the podium in just a few moments' time. Already there. The Michelin man, that's what Patrick Dias will be doing from now on in his retirement. It's not, is it, Patrick? Congratulations. But Panis Barthez competition in third place. Phil Hansen and Paul de Reste in second place. So Francois Heriot, Jean-Baptiste and Mathieu Lehay. But here are the race winners. Atte de Jong, trademark sunglasses.
Great for Atte de Jong, of course, started on pole at Buriram and now top of the podium here.
Sam Cox, the most patient woman in motorsport. And everybody that knows this paddock will know exactly what I'm meaning. And I love you both, guys. But there we go. Well, you're going to get to hear a highly unusual selection of national anthems this afternoon. If we get the anthems for each of the podiums, Portuguese, Slovakian, Polish and Japanese.
Not your usual.
It's sort of the world's worst pub joke, but but you know, it's great to see it. It's great to see it. It's great to hear
Hopefully it'll educate a lot of people.
Here comes Miro.
There you go.
He's going to stand. We might not get the we're not going to get the anthem, but we're going to get the flag, whether they like it or not.
And we'll definitely get the smile. Have a look at that. That's
delighted.
the Miroic smile.
So that's Miro. There is Darren Burke.
There's Kang Ling.
Kang Ling, team manager too from ARC Bratislava. And that has been race and championship hard won. Pierre Fillon, le président of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, will be presenting the trophies. That is Pierre with the white shirts.
Great to see him here at the Asia Le Mans Series finale for 2018-2019.
Playing an active part this evening, and will be again refusing to answer any questions I've got about all sorts of things that might happen next week.
I'm sure you've been. I'm sure you've been.
At some point, he's going to get somebody to beat me up, but it's not going to happen this weekend. He knows, and I know that there's time for that, and that's the time for that is next week. This is about results on track, results over a season. We'll wait for the trophies for the LMP2 AM Championship winners. Are we going to get those too? I hope so.
Well, with ARC Bratislava still on stage, it would seem that
way. We're
way.
waiting. Pierre's done this before. Oh no, it's going to be Vincent Beaumenil, the sporting director of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the man responsible for the rule book. Loved universally for that rule book, he said through gritted teeth. But the regulations, without those, we don't get racing.
Well, that makes it's very
great to see both
important.
of them here, actually.
Very
and
important.
You know, it's a recognition that actually the place that this championship now holds on that pyramid, that ladder.
Oh, that is LMP2.
Sam's staying around for the champagne. Good on you.
Of course, the only person up there without fireproofs on, and that might be. I always thought that the fireproofs would absorb the champagne when it comes in. Absolutely. Hey, it's just pungent. pungent after that.
A joyous.
So what we have there is the LMP2 and LMP2 AM trophies that have now been given out.
Absolutely.
Well, good. So Miro Konopka could get extremely happy by looking at that trophy in the next 5-10 minutes.
I think you could redefine happy about what Miro might be like this evening.
It'll be interesting to see that.
The bar might take a bit of a battering from the Slovakian quarter there. Great stuff from everybody in LMP2. We did have attrition. That's not something we've been used to actually seeing.
And as I said, I think now when we've got, these are the times I was talking about, in that LMP2 class, ARC Bratislava, Panis Barthez competition doing very well as well. Anybody that didn't quite, spirit of race perhaps, did you expect more from them in this final round? They've done enough over the season.
They attacked it, and that's all you can actually expect is they've got to attack it. And at some point, something's going to give somewhere, and we did see that with a couple of the LMP2 runners.
Yeah.
It's rather a shame. That we saw a little bit of attrition. Number 8 car did, of course, at least finish the race.
Yes.
But sad to see the 23 car and the 25 car falling by the wayside. They've both fought really hard for race wins in the case of the 8 car, for championship win in case of the 23 car. We're coming to the LMP3 podium now. So this is the number 2 car, battled for the championship. That will be a very happy Nick Adcock and a ecstatic Christian Olsen.
Great to see Kyrgios on the podium at the final round. They've
second consecutive podium, but the other car, remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, let's take a bow, gentlemen. The, Kuba Shimoski and Martin Hipper.
The solid team. They're seriously such a great combination, both of them. They both knew exactly what to do, when to do it, in terms of stint time, in terms of power down, hammer down, pulling back.
Mathieu Bonadel from Michelin will be handing out the trophies.
As we heard from Mathieu earlier on at the
Wayne
top
Boyd,
of the show.
heroic stuff from Wayne. Great opening statement from Garrett Grist. Chris Buncombe battled away there. Second place, as we said, that's Nick Adcock, and to Christian Olsen. Sasha Fassbender, the team manager of Kesa Motorsports. And then top step of the podium, Martin Hipper and Kuba Shimoski.
Now, I had a feeling as early as the end of Shanghai that they looked like they had this steel. They looked like they had this cool, calm, collected, which they essentially have done.
They've just been the coming lot.
This should be the national anthems coming.
No anthem, it seems.
Not quite, no.
They'll be humming the Polish anthem,
yes.
I'm sure, over this coverage.
And there goes the
apologies
champagne.
to Polish viewers for,
now,
for that.
One thing I did want to ask is, I said before we get to hear from these winners, which we will be doing, of course, different setups for these teams. You've got United Autosports that is literally putting really competitive teams into LMP2 and LMP3. You've got Martin Hipper and Kuba Shimoski in a much smaller team that's tied into bigger areas, and you've got private teams like the likes of ARC Bratislava or even Algarve Pro. Which do you think has attacked this season and come out for the amount that they're putting into it with the I mean, they got the invites, of course. But
for me, ARC Bratislava and Inter Europol are the little teams that could.
Yeah.
I'm loving that. Actually, not unlike, in a very different way, in a very different feel to the team, the car guys as well. Maybe it gives some of these teams a reason to go away and think, did we approach
this the right way?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But 3 driver crews, 2 driver crews. It's been a real mix-up there. We've seen new talents emerging. We've seen other guys actually coming back into sports car racing and doing really great stuff. This is, we said it before in the show, part of that pyramid. It's becoming an ever more important part of that pyramid.
Yeah.
And, it's becoming a championship with a dual personality. One, drawing out that Asian talent in terms of the teams and in terms of the drivers. Also giving some of those European teams a chance to look east, to create a business model that means that they can actually monetize their assets across a full year, but also look for talent across it in Asia themselves.
Well, let's continue that discussion in a second, because the GT podium, as you can see, is filling up now.
51 car, the Spirit of Race crew. That is Alessandro Pierguidi, Osnegri there.
Dries Van Tol looking very much refreshed after his
absolutely
after his rest.
Francesco Piavetti and the TSRT, the 88 crew, they'll be pleased with that, and quite right too.
They should be. It's not just about the car or the upgrade with TSRT, but you see this fight. But when it comes down, you're talking about fight, you're talking about application and attitude. Look at these 3.
So that is Kimura-san takes the podium. He'll feel great about that. His loyal team brings some of the car guys alongside the AF Corsa Spirit of Race crew. They've been supporting them through the year. Kai Cozzolino with the facial fuzz. Great to see Kai rewarded with a championship there. And that is, of course, James Collado on the left-hand side in the dark green, light green overalls. Gilles Boignac from the head of motorsport PR department at Total Marketing Services. They are partners, of course, across all ACO racing, providing fuel and lubricants for the competing teams, and no small logistical task.
No
same with
small
Michelin.
logistical task.
You know, we are not, you know, immediately close to a fuel station here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
everything has to be contained and brought in, and it's got to be to a very high quality to make these things run.
I've actually had a lot of experience in that and looking into motorsports lubricants as well. It's not just the fuel. You're talking about the entire kind of liquid package that goes out for each of these teams, making sure that they're all taken care of.
Faultless season from Car Guy.
Absolutely.
Faultless season
Well, they
from
could
Car
have
Guy.
got
And that's what
3
we
more
want.
poles.
That's what we want to see in sports car racing. We want to see new teams coming through, reveling in their own abilities and carrying it forward. I'd love to see them back here for another crack at this.
So as the champagne moves and goes, I don't know if it's perhaps too harsh to say that Car Guy should have got 3 more poles to make it clear. I think I'm being too much of a hardliner there, because they came very close on all 3 attempts. Actually.
In a 4-race series, if you can come back with a points total in 3 figures, you've done pretty well, and they've done exactly that. It's been cracking stuff, and great to know, get to know another set of racers that we didn't know that well before. I've met Kei Cozzolino many years ago, but getting to know him, getting to know Kimura-san, getting to know that team and that organisation, it's been a fantastic run for them. They are going to be a popular bunch in June.
And I think that a success like this and the kind of the way they've achieved the success this year is also going to be a key to other teams and drivers. They're going to see the success at Asian Le Mans and think about it.
Absolutely. You know, it's been a season of ups and downs. It's been a season of soaring highs. Let's have a look back at the highlights from the 4 hours Sepang after what's been a stellar end to this season of Asian Le Mans Series racing. Searing heat at the very start of the race. 4 hours to go, and it was already 32 degrees. Pipo Derani got the power in a little too early. He'd be punished for that a little later, as you'll see. But behind him, it was going to get close and very personal through the tricky turns 1, 2 and 3. But everybody kept it on the island, and away we went with the final 4 hours of 16 hours of racing. To the front, Max Visa in the number 66, the GT AM car, was the 51 Ferrari in contention too. As in the early running was Johnny Molam in the number 5 car. Round went the number 88 Audi, but their attack would come again. It would be Car Guy, though, that would come through the chaos at times to again claim the number 4th win. We've got the 65 Vipanisa racing car led from the back of the LMP3 order. 4 wide briefly down the start-finish straight. And in the van there was the number 13 Inter Europol car. And incident late in the race between the 79 car and the 2 as Chris Buncombe tried to claim back a pace. But another faultless run from the Polish-flagged Inter Europol team would see them come home as race winners and champions. P2 just went at it and at it again. 24 car from Algarve Pro Racing at Dirk de Jong had that brush with the number 3 car. That judged as a racing incident. The 22 car looked set to take a race win for much of the race, but the 25 and then the 23 wilted in the heat. The 24 took full advantage of the timing of the safety car to get ahead on track and then pull away as penalties went the way of the 22 car. A race win, but not the championship for the 24. The championship and the Le Mans position would go to the 22 car.
And that's how the 4 hours of Sepang played out, or raced out, we should say, and plenty of incidents in there. Of course, those were the key incidents that came in. Before we get down to actually hearing from the winners, we've got time to sit down and look at some of the key incidents here. I think during that race, I was saying, a lot of people, the neutral might say that there was a lot of race control incident that would have affected how this turned out. That was a function of what happened on the race. So
you've got to be risk averse in motorsport, because the consequences of not being risk averse can be terrifying. We had 2 safety cars there, one of which was for, and it was one that I think that Philip Hansen actually commented on at the end of the race. I don't think he quite saw what was going on there.
Yeah.
We had a car in the line of fire. In those circumstances, it's the correct thing to neutralise that race. If they couldn't get to that car, the correct thing to do is to neutralise that race. What it gave us was actually a race with a completely different picture.
Well, yeah,
it rewarded actually Endeavour in the end of that. It didn't give the 22 car the race when they wanted, but it did give us a fight at the end of that race. So for me, the 2 calls on the safety car were correct. The timing with the 8 was very unlucky.
Exactly.
It literally went to safety car as Alexander West managed to fire that car up again. But where that car was a very tricky place. To call the safety car was correct.
That's my next question was going to be, do you think that safety car, as was said by one of the people that we did talk in the pit lane, was completely valid and came out the way
completely valid?
100%.
Because that car was in the line of fire. And you know what you don't want to do is to come out of a blind turn and find a car in the middle of the road. We've seen instances like that before, and they don't end well. The problem with that safety car was not one of race control's making. It was the fact that Alexander West managed to fire the car up at the very moment the safety car was called. The call was absolutely a righteous one.
That's the key call that came down. Looking at some of the other incidents in there, of course, we were talking about LMP2 and some of the other team spirit of race as compared to the teams that were in the LMP2. Looking at LMP3, Inter Europol, of course, absolutely styled it. Let's have a word out for R24 as well. But they finished the last 2 races pretty well. A different driver lineup this time as well. Did enough for you?
It's coming in the right direction. They've got an issue with that car. We knew that throughout the week. Look, Catherine Legge, it is no surprise to say Catherine Legge was quite quick. You know, the reality is Catherine Legge is very quick. But it's great to see talents like Margot Lafitte and particularly Michelle Gatting, who we're going to be seeing in Europe across the season, may still be on the grid for the Le Mans 24 Hours with a different car. But it's great to see that initiative and others coming forward and not making excuses for it. Very valid and going head-to-head with their male counterparts. Let's go down, though, to speak to Algarve Pro Racing, who are down there with Nadia right now.
Yes, finishing first in the race today, Algarve Pro Racing. We have got Harrison Newey, Arthur de Jong, and Andrea Pizzitola. Of course, everyone is happy. How was it? What did it mean to you?
It was a really nice race, to be honest. Good strategy from the team. Tried to triple stint the tires and it worked, so that was good. Ate and Harrison did an awesome job, so I just, trying to don't do any mistake and give the car to Harry to finish the job, and that was great, yeah.
Now, we spoke to you just now and you said your stint wasn't as tough as the other 2 stints, the other 2 drivers, but still, everything worked out.
Well, I only had to do 41 minutes, or 42, so it was pretty easy. Took a little bit time, 5-6 laps to get in my rhythm, but then it went pretty well. And this is where I worked for like I started 3 years ago with car racing, and this was my goal, to become #1 in the Asian Le Mans series for a race, not for the championship yet, but maybe next year.
I like that. Harrison Newey, the guy that drove the car home, of course you were jubilant. Tell us, how was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, these guys made my life easy, to be honest. I got the car in the lead. With the safety car, it cut that lead down, but the car was fantastic. The team did a great job with that, so I just drove it home, and that was that.
There you heard it from the car #1, car number 24, that crossed the finish line first, Algarve Pro Racing.
Thanks for that, Nadia. Great to hear from all 3 of them.
It's great to hear from all of them. And Ate de Jong, I hope you do come back, Ate, because your contribution's enormous. For the record, Ate's contributed 2 cars to this race this weekend. The car he was in, the number 24 car, and the 44 Ginetta, because that used to be owned by Ate. ARC Bratislava buying that from a container. Hadn't raised it.
You can only get this information from Mr. Graham.
There you go.
I tell you. But there are so many layers. I think what you're talking about is there's so many layers underneath.
But ambition.
Yes.
Ambition. He wants to come back and win it. He clarified that for himself. he's got the race win. He wants to come back for a championship win. You're more than welcome, Ate. Let's see what you bring next year. But my guess is it might have to have Gibson in the back, because I think we're going to see an injection of a number of those new cars. I've been collecting a few thoughts from some of the teams. We've already got teams that are privately committing cars, publicly committing cars. It's going to be, I think we're going to see some of the teams that we've got this year move away and do other things. I think we're going to see some other teams coming in, and I think we're going to see some other teams that we've already got here committing additional cars for the coming season. It's going to be very different.
Could be a more difficult season.
It's going to be
to attack, to approach.
Well, it's going to be, what you're going to have for starters is 4 very different classes of cars, because what you've got are 2 different specifications of LMP2 car for next year. The LMP2 AMs will still be this spec. We're going to have the newer, much quicker Gibson engine cars, plus the LMP3s, plus the GT cars, the GT3 spec cars next year. And we've got some great racing to come on some great tracks. I cannot wait.
Harrison Newey, of course, there, as you said, was his last race in this season. We hope to see him again. Right now, I think we are ready to go down to meet Nadia, who is with the LMP3 winners. Let's hear what they have to say. They had, of course, a tough competition to get through.
Championship winners right here. So we spoke to you just before this man crossed the finish line, but how do you feel right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an underlying disappointment, because I think that we had a very controlled race at the beginning of it. But we came here to do a job, and the job was to win the championship, and we've come away with the championship and the Le Mans entry, which is what we came to do.
Right. Exactly. And what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, you can always be satisfied with a championship win, but I think more importantly, Phil's development over the course of this Asian Winter Series, his qualifying performance, and up against some of the guys that he's going to be racing with this year in preparation of a big season ahead. So credit to him. It would have been nice to come away with this win, but we'll go into the summer season hopefully in good spirits.
Right. Fantastic. And Richard, now this means that the team is going to be going to 24 Hours of Le Mans. What does that mean to you?
Well, it's the biggest race in the world, so it's important for us. Nice to win a championship to get there. Would have been nicer to win a race, but I know we all sound very greedy at that. So Le Mans entry we're happy with.
Fantastic. So yes, these guys are going to be going to 24 Hours of Le Mans, and here you are, your championship winners for this season.
Yeah,
Deservedly so. Deservedly so.
Just
and
to clarify,
you know, they will be slightly disappointed it's only one championship, because now they have to wait. They want 2 cars in for Le Mans. Frankly, that's a team that deserves 2 cars in for Le Mans. 11 cars committed over the season to 3 different championships.
That's an unbelievable logistical process.
Plus 2 cars that they committed over a number of races in North America as well. It's a massive effort, and it's not that big a team, I have to tell you. It's not a huge number of people. So, you know, what you saw there was Darryl Yorkshireman, Richard Dean in I'm splendidly pleased mode.
Yeah, and that
That's
was,
as
of
good as
course,
it gets.
just to clarify, that was the LMP2 winners for the race, and then, of course, the championship winners.
Yeah, absolutely. They were looking for the championship win. That's if they could have chosen one or the other, they've got what they wanted there, make no mistake. But they will be disappointed.
That's what I was going to ask you. The other 2.
LMP3 in particular, they will be disappointed, because that race looked like it was there in their hands. With the LMP2 AM thing, at one point it looked so very, very good, and it moved away from them. They'll be gutted about the way that race finished, but I don't think they'll have very many complaints about the way the season finished, because frankly, ultimately, it was won by the better squad with ARC Bratislava. They battled really hard, and it's great to see Patrick Byrne and Guy Cosmo back. It was great to see Sally Yollet back here and in an LMP2 car. Let's wait and see what emerges from that little lot between those various parts of the puzzle here for next season in Asia, if that can come back.
Now, talking, I said we're going to be catching up with the LMP3 winners for sure this time. Looking at some of the other issues, some of the other incidents that happened at LMP3, Viper Nisa Racing again had a big shout in this.
They did, without a shadow of a doubt. But before that, I think we're going to hear from the LMP2 AM Championship winners and race winners. It's going to be Mira Konopka, who's going to be down with Nadia right now.
The winners for LMP2M Championship, and you guys are going to be going to 24 Hours of Le Mans, got the automatic entry. But let's talk about today, Sepang, 4 Hours of Sepang. How was that for you, Darren?
Very hot. Yeah, difficult last stint, to be honest with you. The car was a little bit down on power. Setup was good, but we knew all we needed to do was just sort of nurse it to the end, really. So I made sure that the tyre lasted for 2 stints. didn't push too hard. It's very hot. You know, in these conditions, it's very easy to lose concentration. Can't even talk, you see. So difficult, but just reined it in and made sure we got to the end. The other cars had some problems, and we didn't need to push. It's nice that we're in a position now that the team have got the entry to Le Mans.
Miro, we want to hear from you. How was it for you?
Oh, I think this was very hard day for us because really I was nearly heart attack after first safety car because we lose 1 lap for our another team, which our category. But we push very hard because I want interview with you, like every time. Oh, we are very happy. We are very happy that we will be in Le Mans.
Fantastic. Lin Kang, what about you?
Today's race is very difficult. We were unlucky with the first safety car, and then on my second stint we have overheating problems, so temperature was always on the edge. But in the end, the result is very good. I'm very happy about this championship.
Exactly. A lot of challenges, but yeah, silver lining at the end of it, going to 24 Le Mans. So, Michaela, tell us, what does that mean to ARC Bratislava?
It means basically everything, because that's one of the reasons why we came to the Asian Le Mans series, and we are not here for the first time. 2 years ago we managed to qualify, and this year that was our clear target, and the whole team and the team owner are unbelievably happy that we made it.
Yes, so that was the target, and target met. So congratulations once again, ARC Bratislava.
Great stuff. And by the way, we mentioned the number 50 car, the R24 car, and we talked about the FI's Women in Motorsport initiative. Michaela there, awesome presence in that team. And I have to say, anybody dealing with Miro on a day-to-day basis, awesomely patient as well. Those three might look like the worst boy band in Asia, but my God, they're the best LMP2 squad. Fantastic stuff. That was a season to savour from ARC Bratislava.
Yeah.
I'll say it right now. I've said it to them. When we looked at what was happening coming into the season, I didn't think they could do it, but they've bossed it, and that was a great win.
I think I expected them to be in that
contention.
third, fourth, fifth kind of area, or just to put a really solid performance in. But yes, they've upped it. And of course, you look at Darren Burke, Miro Konopka, and Kang Leng, you've got 3 completely different nations there that have come together as a driving team, and a really solid driving team in terms of delivering results.
They were involved in battles for overall podiums, which I think we absolutely did not think they could do. You know, and we knew about Miro. Lin Kang, I thought, was absolutely great. Standout. Darren Burke, star of the year for me.
Well, moving on, of course, we have to look into our next class, LMP3. The winners from the LMP3 class are down in the press conference room with Nadia. Let's hear from them.
That is right, Jivan. LMP3 winners and those automatic entries are there. So we want to be talking to Martin, Kuba, and also Sasha later. But Martin, how was it for you here in Sepang?
A hot and tough race, but the team made a great job, so they gave us a good car, so it was not as hard as expected, but anyway, very, very hard race, but we're really happy with the win.
Fantastic, always optimistic, and we want to hear from you, Kuba, winning the championship, going to Le Mans 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the team did an impressive job this whole season of Asian Le Mans. They worked very hard the whole time. They kept pushing in repairs during the pit stops. Really impressive stuff. And, well, it's what we deserved, I think, and it's a great way.
Now we want to hear from the team manager. What does this win mean to you, to going to 24 Hours Le Mans?
Yeah, that was the target why we came here, so it was on our list. We did it, we managed well, so now we have the entry to Le Mans, where we go next year, or this year is it already, and I want just to say thank you to the whole crew, to the drivers, to everybody, and our sponsor Inter Europol that trust in us to do this mission. Thank you.
Fantastic, yes. It's just in a couple of months away in June, I think. So congratulations, guys. That was Inter Europol competition, your winners for LMP3 class.
And you know what? There's all sorts of teams and drivers that I really love about this part of the sport. I love the big, shiny, big budget things. We've just seen 2 of those teams that aren't the big budget and shiny, ARC Bratislava and Inter Europol. Inter Europol, your guys did you proud today. They've done you proud all season. They are turning heads and doing it on a shoestring, and it's a delight to see success coming the way of the, as we've said it before, you and I, Jivan, the little teams that could.
Yeah.
And these are not your fashionable template of top-level, championship-winning racing drivers. But my God, they're quick, and my God, they're respected by all of the drivers and the teams up and down this paddock and pit lane, and the ones that they populate in Europe as well.
I actually think it's the smaller teams, the little teams that could, as you said, that are going to be the brightest light for this season, for this series especially. A lot of other teams are going to be looking, saying, well, if they could do it, then maybe we should have a go. Maybe we should get it.
This is what is currently causing nightmares for the ACO selection committee. It is that choice between big and shiny, or the people are going to be coming back time and time again. Before we get on with this one, though, we're going to go back now to talk to Nadia, who's with the GT winners.
You're absolutely right. GT winners right here, car guy. Now I want to speak to you first, driver, also team owner. This means that you guys get an entry to 24 Hours of Le Mans. So I'm sure you got a lot to say about that.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for everyone who supported us. Ferrari, especially, of course, for supporting us. Without them, we wouldn't have been here. It's incredible. First year doing this challenge and actually going to Le Mans. I can't really believe it so far. It hasn't really synced into me. And by the way, I'm not the team owner. He is the team owner, and I'm just the team manager. Yeah, I'm managing him. So yeah, he should be even more happy than I am. Yep.
So then, yes, we should talk to the team owner, but we want to know about how the whole season, or maybe some message you've got for people out there.
Nowadays, 1 point to get. Let's go, Le Mans. I think what can I do? Slow start, taxi drive, but flat out, push. And next up, professional driver, don't touch.
Fantastic. James Calado, we want to hear about the entire season. You've been with us since Shanghai and then Fuji, Buriram and now Sepang. How was it for you with the entire season?
Well, this is my first Asian Le Mans series season and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So thanks to everyone who made a great championship. Yeah, we were quite dominant. We won all 4 races. And yeah, today was tough with the temperature, but really enjoyable. I mean, we had a good lead. And sometimes I was even battling with some P2s and P3s, so it made it more interesting for me. But, you know, they deserve this Le Mans entry, and I've got to say their work ethic is amazing, and I really think they've got a chance to win Le Mans in the M class, which is something really special. So they're working hard, and obviously I'll support them when I'm there. I won't be with them. I'll be back in my 51. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Le Mans and, yeah, maybe come back here in the future. But it will be nice.
Fantastic. Love to hear from you guys, and all the best at 24 Hours of Le Mans if you guys are going, of course. There you have it, GT class winners, car guy.
They're going. They're going.
They're definitely going.
They're going.
They've had a lot of fun this season, I think, which is the way you've got to look at it. But we've been interviewing after each of their wins, and they did, of course, have their clean sweep of wins. I can't think which one they were more happy. I think it was the home win in Fuji.
Fuji. I mean, Fuji, because you would be, wouldn't you? You've basically bossed it in your own backyard. But actually, that 4 race wins to complete a season. That's a fantastic record. They know how big a deal going to Le Mans is. That's why they came here in the first place. This was supposed to be the first year of a multi-year plan. Let's hope they use the rest of those years to come and try and do it again. But we will see them in June. I've no doubt we'll see them in a Ferrari, and I've no doubt we'll see them with a stellar additional driver, because James can't, of course. He'll be in a factory car.
That's right.
At Le Mans. But let's wait and see what actually comes cracking along with that one. But I think they'll be there, and I think you'll find those guys will be, those car guys will be fan favourites.
It's such a great name.
Because that's who they are. They are. They get it. They get, the guys who'll turn up just to watch in the camp chairs and the sleeping bags at 4 a.m. in the morning. They get it. They're the same kind of people. The difference is they're the same kind of people with driving talent and budget to actually get on track. And that's always been a key part of what makes the Le Mans 24 Hours a truly magical event. It is by far the biggest sporting event in the world that you can learn and buy your way into, as well as having a career elsewhere. So fingers crossed, we see them with a truly competitive effort.
You're right. If this was their first effort out, then, as I said, it could be. It's actually quite scary to think about what they could do later on.
I hope they're back here.
But would
I hope we see them in other big races.
Would the 4 wins make them for you the team of the season?
But look, you can't say anything other than the fact. I think for me, there are 4 teams of the seasons. The 4 teams of the season are going to be United Autosport for the level of the effort they brought here. They raised the bar, and then you get into the other 3 winning teams, because actually their records have been stellar. They've actually overperformed, if everything. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So we'll wait and see how that one goes forward. It's been a season where we've had a number of standout performers. Not all of them have been winners. And one of them has been the Tianxi Racing team, investing in new and updated cars. Nadia is down talking to their crew right now.
Yes, of course, car number 66, Tianxi Racing Team. We've got Max with us and also Ron Reichardt, the team manager. Today, there were some ups and downs, a lot of hiccups as well. Or maybe we can hear from you, Ron?
Yeah, it's never an easy race. We try to bring especially amateurs to the endurance race, to this highest level of competition. And today, Avon, our Chinese amateur on the car, who was driving the first time in a GT car in his life on that high level, unfortunately had to retire the car during the race. So it's not an easy one. The guys are still happy. We are happy that we have Max the whole season on the GT AM car on board. He's our mentor in many races, leading our Asian AM drivers the way to competitive racing. And yeah, on the other hand, we had a pro car finishing on the podium on 2nd place, which is a very nice result for the team. So we look back on a very interesting season and having a lot of ups and downs, but at the end of the day, a lot of happy Asian customers.
Yes, all in all, it's still a happy day for everybody. And Max Similiano Wieser, what was your experience in the whole season here at Asian Le Mans Series?
Well, as usual, the experience here on the Asian Le Mans Series Championship is very nice. The atmosphere is nice. The championship is very well managed. And all the tracks are really beautiful. For us, it's been, as Ron was telling you, it's been a hard season because we changed to different amateur drivers just to let them try this level of races. The team and mechanics, Ron, engineer, did a great job during the whole season. And also I would like to thank Audi Customer Racing Asia for the support that they gave us.
Fantastic. Great job from the team, Tianxi Racing Team right there, car number 66. Thank you so much, guys. Now, thank you very much and congratulations once again. Back to Jeevan and Graham.
Well, there's a good reason why we talked to those guys with Ron and with Max, because they're amongst the reasons why this has been a more successful season. It is bringing talent from Europe to bring on talent from an emerging motorsport market in Asia. And whilst they've not had the results they would have liked, what they've got is a customer base. Yeah. It's a customer base. And some of those guys will be back next year, I hope, with Tianxi Racing. That's also what this is about. It isn't just about bringing the best. It's giving the people who aren't yet the best some target to shoot at and a level to try and reach. That's why they shuffled the pack through the year, is to give people they've got emerging through whatever kind of staircase of talent that they've got the opportunity to be exposed at the coalface. Really important. Max and Ron, fantastic pair.
And you have to say that they are facing different pressures from the likes of United Autosports and the other teams that are coming from Europe because of that.
Yeah.
And really, they could have literally just walked their way through the season and probably still made those links into the Asian motorsport season. They didn't have to get the success that they did.
It's like, professional motorsports is often not what you think it is when you look into the outside. You are looking for customers. You're then looking to keep those customers by providing them with two things: progression and results.
Right.
And that's what Tianxi Racing's business model is all about. Find the customers, find progression, find results, and they found that here. They've found that here with the Asia Le Mans Series, where they've given the opportunity to say to some of these guys from China, from Korea, etc., come and join us in a world-class car, in a world-class team, in a world-class championship, where there are names that you're competing against you can recognise. World champions in the case of James Collado and Alessandro Pierguidi. And come and see what that's like this year. Work with us in the off-season and come back again and try to win against those guys for a second year.
And this is the beginning of that push.
Absolutely right. And that's what we saw last year with the single car effort, doubled the effort this time. We saw the cars upgraded to 2019 spec for this race. That made a fundamental difference in terms of their ability to race. It's addressed some of the issues that the Audi actually had last year, including here. So let's wait and see what emerges from Tianxi Racing Racing and others coming from this marketplace to what I genuinely believe is a really now a viable product in endurance racing across the Asian marketplace. Remember, 4 races that we've already talked about for 2019-20, and if that goes in the direction that I think everybody behind this series is expecting, it could be a 5-race season the following year, and then where do you go from there?
Fantastic stuff. Graham, it's really great to hear about that. And of course, that's something we're going to be looking forward to in coming seasons. And that, with the awards out and with, of course, the invites given out, brings us to a close up here at the commentary box. Just like to thank all, of course, the officials and logistics and everyone from the ACO, everyone that's been watching as well. Graham Goodwin, thank you for this season. Thank you guys for this season. And we'll catch you again next season.
Yes, exactly. I cannot even begin to describe how fun and eventful this whole season was. Sepang 4 hours did not disappoint, and of course, the previous 3 rounds that we had was spectacular, and we hope it kept you at the edge of your seat. Of course, congratulations to the winners of this race, and also to the 4 teams that are going to be going to the 24-hour of Le Mans. We wish you all the best for that race in June. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. Of course, a huge thank you to all the participating teams, to everyone who has made this event a success, and of course to those of you who are watching, who has been with us every step of the way. We want to say thank you very, very much. And of course, if you enjoyed this season, we cannot wait to see what 2019-2020 has got in store for us in November. So we hope you stick around for all of that action. And until that day comes, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Nadia Nash. Goodbye.